At a certain market, Sylvia was strolling through the stalls. Around her, shouts echoed, "Come see our goods! Today we have a full stock of fresh items." Suddenly, she was startled by a giant, enormous chicken. Sylvia looked at it in awe. "It's really big. How much do they feed it to get it this big?" The vendor was trying to hold the chicken back. "Lynn, rascal, wait!" Aranzeum hovered around her, asking, "What is a chicken?" Sylvia said with a satisfied look, "It's something that when you eat it with someone, you wouldn't even notice that person dying next to you. No, it's something you must try even if it means death." The girl was full of skepticism. Is there really such a terrible dish? Seeing her standing in front of his stall for a while, he called out, "Hey girl, do you want to buy anything?" he asked with an inquiring look. Sylvia found it puzzling that the vendor kept staring at her. He then chuckled, "Oh, so you're a witch, aren't you? A plat witch like you is quite rare." She suddenly became wary of the vendor. "How do you know I'm a witch?" He cheerfully explained, "Isn't it obvious? Look at you, you're dressed like a witch, and what's more, a girl with blue hair and blue eyes. Anyone who looks at you would know you're a plant witch." Sylvia's suspicion lessened. "Ah, I see."
The genial vendor chatted, "Hey girl, you really don't know? Typically, magic users have matching eye and hair colors. Like red eyes mean you possess fire elemental power, and blue eyes mean water elemental power. Come to think of it, you don't seem much like them. Are you from another world?" She quickly waved her hand dismissively. "Of course not, don't joke like that." Sylvia sighed softly. "The truth is, that's exactly it. I'm not from this world. I used to be a tattoo artist living in the real world. And that day, as usual, after I finished tattooing a client..." That guest exclaimed admiringly, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Li Yuzhong replied warmly, "Thank you very much. I am enjoying my meal, the greatest pleasure of my life." She put the meat into a lettuce leaf, and Li Yuzhong slowly brought it to her mouth to savor. She covered her face, radiating happiness. So delicious, beyond amazing. Pork belly drenched in sauce, wrapped in a crispy lettuce leaf, nothing could be more wonderful than this. "The kimchi I made has also been fermented just right. So Li Yuzhong, is there anything you can't do?" Suddenly, Li Yuzhong's phone popped up a notification. "The Picky Prince, final part, has been uploaded." She looked at the notification and exclaimed, "Oh my, the series has ended? I have to read it quickly." Anyway, the male lead is truly pitiful. His wicked stepmother forced him to drink poison every day, destroying his palate. Because of this, he couldn't put any food into his mouth. However, as a descendant of dragons, he couldn't die easily. Li Yuzhong looked at the pile of food in front of her and thought, but just thinking about him not being able to enjoy the earthly delicacies like this, he truly is too pitiful. She chuckled to herself. Anyway, this pork belly is just too delicious. A strange sound emanated, catching Li Yuzhong's attention. She looked towards the house door and asked loudly, "Who's there? Is anyone out there?" From outside the door came a faint groan. Li Yuzhong reached out to open the door. She cautiously peeked outside. Li Yuzhong gathered all her courage and stepped out. "Hello?" But she didn't see anyone outside. Li Yuzhong sighed in relief, about to go inside, thinking it was nothing. Suddenly, that sound rang out again. It hurt so much. She immediately turned back, vigilant. Li Yuzhong immediately shouted, "Who said that?" She held the scissors in her hand, observing her surroundings. The voice continued, "Where is this?" Li Yuzhong continued to ask, "Who's there? Who's lurking around someone's doorstep in the middle of the night?" The sound was coming from beneath the stairs. She slowly walked down the stairs. There was a sound, but where was it? Huh? Li Yuzhong stepped on Haranzeum, stumbled, and fell down the stairs. And when I opened my eyes, I had arrived in a world I had never seen before. Sylvia looked around anxiously. Where is this? In the form of a complete stranger. She blamed the girl for the foolish spirit's mistake. Haranzeum quickly interjected, "Hey, I'm sorry, okay? Is falling down the stairs while changing forms my fault? I'm falling apart myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to use my dragon scale to save you by turning you into a witch in this place, would I? That dragon scale is the only thing I have to help Felix." Sylvia pondered about the person the little girl mentioned. Felix, this Felix person, must be the master the spirit is serving, right? Haranzeum grumbled dejectedly, muttering that poor Felix couldn't eat anything. After hearing that, she felt it sounded familiar. Wait a minute, she thought. Why does this sound so much like the novel I was in the middle of reading? I was reading this novel when I was eating. Huh, he can't eat anything? How pitiful. Sylvia looked at herself in the mirror, pondering, could it be that I've been sucked into the story I was reading? To think that something I only read about in books is happening to me. On top of that, even though I've entered a book, this appearance looks utterly ridiculous. What the hell? What the hell? Seeing her hang her head, the little girl, fearing Sylvia was collapsing, quickly said, "Don't be so heartbroken like you're about to die. Not everything." Suddenly, Sylvia clutched her head and screamed, "How on earth did my body, full of artistic tattoos, turn into skin as pure white as Omo? My tattoos!" Haranzeum, realizing her worry was excessive, angrily retorted, "Is that what the problem is? The tattoo artist Li Yuzhong transmigrated into the novel and became a witch." Haranzeum was curling up, sinking into sleep. A voice called out, "Lord Haranzeum." Daisy kept calling out to him, "Lord Haranzeum, please wake up." The pink-haired spirit also continued to nag, Please, my lord, please help Felix. Aranzeum slowly opened his eyes. Is that you all? If all of you are here, that child will be very lonely. The spirits immediately pleaded again. Please help him. Even you wouldn't know when you'd wake up if you fell asleep. The little girl implored him. Just one meal is fine. I just hope Felix can eat normally and safely. Aranzeum calmly said, Felix is the child who inherited most of my bloodline. Perhaps because his mother passed away early, my magic has always been unstable. Since the human body cannot withstand dragon magic, I often encounter some incidents. Now that his father has also passed away, my already weakened spirit will not be able to endure it.
The voices of the surrounding spirits pulled him back to reality. Lord Aranzeum, please open your eyes. Please help Felix have a warm and delicious meal. Aranzeum's eyes remained tightly shut. Then they slowly opened. He gently spread his wings. They were all desperate to the point of helplessness. Aranzeum was sucked into the black hole. Here, Daisy cried out in panic, Aaron! She tried to escape the pull, but Aranzeum suddenly saw something being offered towards him. Aranzeum gave the girl a protective scale, which brought forth multiple dimensions. Take this. The pull grew stronger, startling Aranzeum. The other spirits, seeing this, shouted, Aaron, why Aranzeum and not someone else? No, let's go together. A plate of steak was brought out with the words, Here is your meal, enjoy. Sylvia drooled and said, It's really big, but there's no presentation at all. No sauce or mashed vegetables, just meat. It looks so plain. Let's eat first. Her eyes widened immediately after the first bite. Sylvia felt utterly happy. The sauce that oozed out was truly delicious, and the salt was seasoned perfectly. The meat was cooked just right. The girl next to her pouted, Felix must be very hungry. How can you happily enjoy that steak? She stopped eating and said softly, thinking, Won't the hero eventually become a demon? Hero, come on, use your brain. To get rid of the prince, the stepmother poisoned his food, but thanks to his resistance to various poisons, the prince did not die easily. Using the excuse of going to exterminate magical beasts, she drove the prince out of the castle and ascended to the throne as queen. But instead of being dealt with, the prince annihilated all the magical beasts and became someone who could freely control black dragon magic. However, with his spirit exhausted, he chose to take revenge on the queen who had tormented him. He dealt with all of them and invaded the entire empire, and throughout that process, he dealt with many innocent people. Sylvia dropped the fork in her hand and exclaimed, That means... She realized with alarm that she was also in danger. Although she had been saved, she had been brought to a place about to turn into a field of blood. Aranzeum, seeing Sylvia staring at him, frowned and asked, What's wrong? She sighed softly. My life. If I want a good life, I'll have to work extremely hard. But if I only eat meat, it gets really boring. A waiter approached and asked, Madam, is the food to your liking? Sylvia flinched slightly, then replied, Oh yes, the food is delicious, but is there no garnish for the steak here? He looked a bit puzzled. Garnish, madam? Looking at the dishes in the restaurant, she guessed, just as I thought, this place is different from the world I live in. They don't eat many vegetables. Even so, only eating meat is just too tiresome. Sylvia just gave a perfunctory smile and replied, Oh, I see. Is there anywhere around here to buy fresh produce? After finishing her meal, she went to a shop. The owner of the fruit shop, seeing a customer, immediately said, Welcome, esteemed customer. We have apples, onions, and also broccoli. She saw a few strange-looking items and immediately became curious. Oh, this looks really strange. I wonder what it tastes like. Sylvia pointed to a type of vegetable and asked, Excuse me, how much does this cost? The woman frowned. The fruit shop owner spoke with a contemptuous tone. Do you even have money to buy it? If you don't want to buy it, please leave quickly. She felt utterly confused. Sylvia immediately recalled the words of the attendant. Dear customer, because fruits and vegetables are very difficult to grow, fresh produce stores only serve the nobility. Are you all right? Now, seeing her attitude, Sylvia immediately felt annoyed, as if one ordinary person was looking down on another ordinary person. But honestly, the prices made her a little curious. The fruit shop owner saw Sylvia just standing there and immediately pushed her. Don't stand here anymore. Get out. Just by looking at you, it's obvious you don't have a single coin. Sylvia frowned in thought. She didn't linger. I understand. I've seen enough. She looked back at the store. Aranzeum quickly followed Sylvia and asked, Why didn't you buy anything? Didn't you want some fruit, which is why you stopped by? She didn't answer the girl's question. She said, What is my job? Hearing this, Aranzeum replied, A witch. Sylvia asked more specifically, What kind of witch? The girl replied, A plant witch. As soon as Aranzeum finished speaking, she realized. Seeing the girl's expression, she smiled. Exactly. You figured out what I'm going to do, haven't you? Sylvia went behind the house. She was heading towards the backyard with full confidence, but she didn't even know how to use magic yet. Damn it. Aranzeum saw her holding her head and asked,
What's wrong? Weren't you going to create them? She stammered, magic? How do you use it? The girl was so surprised she yelled, Hey, you don't even know how to use magic, yet you're so arrogant, Grandma? Sylvia shyly lowered her head and mumbled, I thought I was a plant witch, so everything would just work automatically. The girl sighed in exasperation. Oh my goodness. Fine. The necklace you're wearing. She reached out and touched the necklace. This necklace? So what? Aranzium then suggested, Well, you want to learn magic? It's easy. First, use the magic necklace. Now imagine the shape of what you want in your mind. A sapling slowly grew, and then many other large trees also sprouted up, competing with each other. Sylvia wiped her sweat and panted. Did I use too much magic? I feel a little dizzy. She looked up and saw the trees in front of them were laden with ripe fruit. Both Sylvia and the girl couldn't stop exclaiming in wonder. Aranzium exclaimed, This is amazing, just as expected. Is it thanks to Sir Aranzium's magic? Suddenly she felt a bit uneasy. Wait, what? Is Sir Aranzium the black dragon from the novel? Sylvia turned and yelled, Why are you only telling me that now? The girl quickly moved away from her. Didn't I tell you? I told you I saved you with that dragon scale. Sylvia became even more furious after hearing that. How was I supposed to know what kind of dragon scale that was? I live in a place without magic, you damn spirit. Don't assume I know everything about this world as if it were obvious. Aranzium burst into tears. I'm sorry. She gestured for the girl to come closer. But seeing you cry makes me feel bad. I forgive you. Come closer first, just a little. Tell me the details. How did I get the power of a dragon? Aranzium hesitated for a moment, but then began to tell the story. It happened like this. After you fell, I was very confused. At that time, I was very panicked. Oh no, what have I done? If this continues, she'll die.
Aranzium honestly recounted, I took out my dragon scale and threw it towards her, but it didn't heal her wound. Instead, her soul was absorbed by the dragon scale. At that moment, the girl found it very strange. Huh? What is this? This can't be happening. Aranzium spoke of the final outcome. Her body then vanished from that world. At that, the girl was simply dumbfounded. Huh? What happened? Now recounting it, Aranzium felt very guilty. Aranzium sniffled and said, I'm truly sorry. Sylvia reached out and wiped away Aranzium's tears. Why are you so sensitive? Sylvia said. We can't turn back time. I don't know anything more. She glanced around, ripe fruits hanging heavy on the branches. Sylvia walked closer and touched them. But I have the ability to use magic. Let's make the most of it and get rich. Hubert was strolling when he heard her call out, Hello, Sir Wizard, over here. He realized Sylvia was calling him. Are you calling me? She initiated the conversation. Yes, you must be a water wizard, right? Hubert politely replied, I am indeed a water wizard, but could you tell me why you're calling me? Sylvia got straight to the point. Sir Wizard, don't you need any fruits or vegetables? He was a bit confused and didn't answer immediately. Then Hubert also grew curious. Could you show me first? She happily agreed. Of course. I'll let you taste them, try them first, and then decide. A magical spatial bag, a bag that could hold many items bought from the market. Sylvia took out a fruit. First, this is called an orange. After cutting off the stem at the top, use a knife to score it, and if you peel it along the cuts, you'll have some refreshing fruit. Here you go, sir. He hesitated for a moment. This is a fruit I've never seen before, he thought. Should I listen to her and try it? Meanwhile, she was eagerly thinking, come on, taste it. Hubert finally reached out and took a piece. Sylvia was very confident in her wares. No one could resist her fruit after trying it. A moment later, after tasting it, he happily declared, I'll buy all of it. She was very satisfied at achieving her goal. Thank you very much, sir. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you. Hubert noticed fruit juice on her hands and said, Oh dear, your hands are all wet. Sylvia quickly pulled her hands back. It's okay, I can go home and... He controlled a small stream of water, which moved to clean her hands. Sylvia watched it in awe. Her hands had become clean. Oh. Hubert politely asked, May I know your name? My name is Hubert. Sylvia looked at him intently. He's so handsome, she thought, and then replied, I am Li Yu. But as soon as Sylvia said it, she paused. Wait a minute. Telling someone her real name could reveal that she came from another world. There was nothing good about revealing such a thing. She should choose a name from this world and use it. Immediately, she made up a name. Sylvia Amore. Hubert mumbled, Sylvia, so that's it. See you next time. Finally, he left. As soon as Dennis saw Hubert, he rushed over. Sir Hubert, you're back? Hubert merely asked softly, Where is His Highness? He replied with a slight hesitation. His Highness is over there, but approaching him right now is a bit difficult. Felix was leaning against a tree. Hubert slowly approached him. Your Highness, I have returned. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Poppy shouted into his ear, Felix, Hubert is back, wake up. Only then did Felix open his eyes. Hubert took out some fruit from inside a cloth. Sir, look, I just stopped by the new fruit vendor in town and bought some. They taste very good. Felix silently looked at the fruits in front of him, rubbing his chin in thought. He asked Hubert again, as if to confirm. You said the fruit vendor.
Felix found Hubert's words very suspicious. Growing fruit was very difficult, so not just anyone could sell it. Felix saw that Hubert didn't believe him, so he explained, It's true, but its taste is very good. Please try it first. Felix looked at the fruits, feeling disheartened, unsure if eating food from an unknown source was a good idea. Felix was severely harmed by food poisoning. In his memory, an image of a dining table appeared along with a voice saying, "Why aren't you eating your food?" Felix looked at the plate of food hesitantly, but in the end he had to eat it. Felix tried to chew and swallow, while the woman chuckled softly. Because he had to consume poison for a long time, he had almost lost his sense of taste and smell. Immediately after swallowing, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Then Felix's vision immediately distorted, and he could barely taste anything. At that moment, he only felt immense pain. He could only try to eat the clean food provided, which offered a sense of freshness. Hubert tried to plead with Felix. "Your Highness, please try a little." Felix remained silent, not answering. Then Felix extended his hand towards him, and Hubert's face lit up with joy.
He enthusiastically introduced, "Your Highness, this is a fruit called a banana. It doesn't need to be washed before eating. You just peel it and eat it." He looked at the banana in front of him and thought, "A fruit I've never seen before." The green spirit also eagerly said, "It smells so good, Felix. Try it quickly." Asta looked very tempted. "It looks delicious." Poppy mischievously said, "Its shape is also unusual." Daisy flew over to take a look. "It has this long shape." Felix took a bite. He chewed a few times and then commented, "Not bad." Meanwhile, Hubert was filled with joy. Thank goodness.
He brought out another kind. This fruit is called an orange. It's very fresh and sweet. The pink spirit looked at it with great interest. Its colors were so beautiful. Lupus urged Felix, "Try it, quickly." He took a segment and tried it. Its flavor greatly pleased Felix. It was very juicy, and the vesicles inside burst, releasing juice into his mouth. Not bad at all. Hubert, on the other hand, was very surprised to see him eat with such relish. He was so happy he was speechless. This person usually only ate 1 or 2 bites and then stopped, but today he was eating fruit with such enthusiasm. "I'll seek out that strange witch often." Sylvia's words echoed in Hubert's mind. "I told you, once you try it, you won't be able to resist it, and you'll come back." He enthusiastically asked, "Would you like some more? There's plenty here." But Felix shook his head. "No, I'm full." Sylvia had just been thrown out of the shop. She looked back and cursed. "Damn it. Honestly, isn't it too expensive? The cheapest item is almost 30 gold coins, and I've only made 10 gold coins." Sylvia recalled today's sale, because a passerby said, "Give me 3 fruits." She was very friendly and enthusiastic. "Right away, thank you." Sylvia looked at the sparkling gemstones and thought, "It's like they're valued 3 times what I just earned. Isn't that too expensive?" Suddenly an idea struck her. Sylvia wore a very cheerful expression. Aranzeum, on the other hand, was extremely puzzled. "Sylvia, where are you going?" She brought out 2 books. Sylvia chose a spot in the library and sat down. The library would have all books related to magic circles. Truly impressive, as expected from a country focused on magic.
The girl sat down, still not understanding what was happening. She borrowed so many books here and there. Why did she suddenly become interested in elemental magic? She carefully chose her words to explain it to Aranzeum. "Last time, I saw water magic right before my eyes, and I thought it was amazing. So I am also someone who can use magic. Wouldn't it be even better if I could control many types of magic? I have a strange idea. Do you want to hear it?" The girl became curious upon hearing this. "What is it?" Sylvia slyly explained. "Do magic circles really have to be carved on gemstones? Don't you know I'm a tattoo artist?" Aranzeum didn't understand the meaning of this phrase. "What is a tattoo artist?" She said very proudly. "That's someone whose job is to tattoo images onto other people's bodies."
It could be an image or perhaps text. The face one longs for could also be a part of the body of the person one loves. Anyway, every time I shower, I feel strangely sad. She looked at her reflection in the water, at her tattoo. Sylvia made a bold decision. "So with this opportunity, I want to get a magic circle tattooed on my body. What do you think?" The girl was silent. Then Aranzeum leaned close to her ear and yelled, "Are you insane? Do you think that's even possible?" Initially, people can typically only use one element: ice, water, fire, earth, or lightning. From the moment they are born, their element is recognized through their hair and eye color. Sylvia only just realized this. "Now that I think about it, that's true, isn't it?" The girl clicked her tongue. Foolish.
She buried her head in her arms on the table, feeling very disappointed. What hell? Why is there magic like this? Seeing her so sad, Aranzeum quickly came over to comfort her. "Hey, that's just how it is. Why are you so disappointed?" Sylvia sadly replied, "You don't understand how I feel." The girl pondered for a moment, wondering if she had said something too harsh. Sir Aranzeum's magic was still in her body, so could it be possible? Although Aranzeum wasn't entirely sure, he decided to say, "What if you were the first?" She, full of doubt, asked, "What are you saying?" The young one was a bit shy. "What I mean is, maybe you are the first person who can control other elements." Immediately, Sylvia cheered up.
Oh right, I can try once, can't I? As expected, she certainly looked like a fairy when she regained her courage. She was so simple. Aranzeum was so happy that he let her pat his head, clearly, but Sylvia immediately realized a problem. But on second thought, there are no needles or tattooing here. Very quickly she found a solution. Sylvia opened the door and went outside. The young one also flew after her. "What are you going to do now?" she said very confidently. "If I don't have tattoo ink, does that mean I can't create it? I can apply a method that was used a very long time ago. Around here should be fine." Aranzeum saw her determination, but also had to remind her, "Don't forget to rest." Sylvia spread her arms out and called, "Pine tree, oh pine tree." Streams of light shone across her face. Sylvia began to focus her power. "Grant me some pine ash."
The fireplace was flickering, emitting a lot of smoke and soot. Sylvia and Aranzeum, covered in soot, sat in front of the half-burning fire. The little girl laboriously carried a log. "How long are we going to do this? We've already collected tons of this black powder. I'm so tired I could faint." She, tireless and enthusiastic, replied, "We're not done yet. We still have to do this during all our free time." Aranzeum was so surprised that she dropped the log. "Huh?" The little girl had a smudged and annoyed expression. Then Aranzeum shouted, "What am I working so hard for?" She collapsed onto the floor. "I'm going to die." Sylvia chuckled softly. "How adorable. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll continue." Aranzeum silkily moved away from her. "I'm tired. After all this trouble, what kind of magic do you want to use anyway?" She gently explained, making the little girl turn back to listen. "It's just something simple, but it will help a lot in daily life. You won't have to strenuously carry water every time you need to boil water or bathe." Sylvia felt it was very difficult every time she took a bath. "Just 2 more rounds and I can finally bathe." She continued, "If I could create some water instantly, that would be wonderful." Previously, every time Sylvia opened the water bucket, it was empty. It's all gone.
The more she spoke, the more animated she became, though it wasn't always about striking sparks. Sylvia struggled immensely to create fire with 2 stones. Come on, she added. "I mean the kind of magic that makes firewood burn instantly with just a gesture." Sylvia had a very hard time cooking rice. Oh dear, even cooking rice is a problem. She flopped onto the floor. So wouldn't cooking rice be easier? Aranzeum was afraid Sylvia would land on him. Be careful. She truly enjoyed delicious food. Upon hearing that, she didn't deny it. "I like delicious food best." The girl sighed. All right.
As soon as she finished speaking, Sylvia sprang up. "Enough rest, let's get to work." But Aranzeum didn't want to. "No, I haven't rested enough yet." A large bowl of ash had been created, and she scooped some up, rubbing it between her hands. "This is my first time making it, but it turned out pretty well, didn't it? Since it will be etched onto skin, I'll use the best ingredients and make the tattoo ink by burning quality pine wood, truly." Still remembering those daunting times, chopping trees, burning fires, drying, grinding, up until now, Sylvia thought, feeling very proud of herself. "You could too hard." She also informed the girl, "I've got the needle from the blacksmith." "Thank you, blacksmith." The friendly blacksmith replied, "Don't mention it." Sylvia began the next steps, sterilizing the prepared needle in boiling water. She prepared a warm, thoroughly dried towel, ready for the tattoo's completion. Aranzeum, nearby, also nodded. So persistent. "Is everything ready?" She untied her top and said, "Let's begin." The girl was startled when she saw her take off her jacket. Aranzeum slapped Sylvia hard on the shoulder. "What kind of despicable thing are you doing?"
She pushed the girl away. "How can I tattoo someone while they're still wearing clothes? First, transfer the prepared sketch onto the skin." Sylvia peeled off the paper, and the design was already printed on her hand. She looked at it and commented, "Not bad." Aranzeum curiously came closer to look. "Oh, let me see." Sylvia held the needle in her hand, ready to begin. "Now I can start drawing the lines." She pursed her lips, full of tension. Sylvia poked the first needle into her hand. After that, she gradually worked faster. The girl was startled by Sylvia's actions. Aranzeum felt pain just by watching. "It's being poked like that, and you don't feel pain?" She brought the needle tip closer, teasing the girl. "It's fine. This much is nothing. We're about to see the results. Before I even tattooed entire bodies." Aranzeum quickly dodged the needle. "I get it. Put the needle away." Outside, it was already evening, and the sun had set. Sylvia leaned back in her chair. The girl looked at the newly completed tattoo on her hand. "Is it all done? It's starting to get red and swollen." But Sylvia wasn't worried and reassured Aranzeum. "It'll be fine. It will heal quickly. Don't worry." The girl sighed in relief. "That's a relief." She held out her hand, eager to test it right away. "Now let's try to see if it works." Sylvia closed her eyes and concentrated her power.
I can feel it. The black dragon's magic power within my body surged towards the magic circle. She was utterly surprised by the amount of power that appeared in her hands. Aranzeum was overjoyed. "You can use water magic now, Sylvia." Sylvia smiled contentedly. "This really is water magic. I didn't think I'd get it right on the first try." She looked at the glowing tattoo on her hand and asked, "Will the magic circles for fire and wind work too?" Suddenly, a surge of wind and firepower erupted, startling the girl. "Oh my God, warn me before you do something like that. Don't just stand there laughing, shut up." Sylvia, filled with determination and anticipation, declared, "Tomorrow I'll master all the magic." Seeing her eagerness, Aranzium warned, "Don't get too greedy." The next day at the market, Sylvia was counting the gold coins she had earned. "We sold a lot today, didn't we? Let's clean up." Suddenly, a person on horseback approached. Hubert, seeing her about to leave, quickly called out, "Excuse me, please wait a moment. Have you sold all your fruit, or do you have any juice left?" Sylvia was surprised. The water witch from the other day," she murmured, then recognized Hubert. She lingered to chat with him. "Are you here to buy fruit? I just sold all the fruit for today. There's nothing left." Aranzium flew around chattering. Hubert, long time no see." Hubert kept feeling something around him. He could sense something encircling him. Suddenly, Sylvia realized something. "Wait," she said, "did you say Hubert?" Only Felix and Sylvia could see Arisium and other spirits thanks to their black dragon magic. She was very surprised to learn this. "Isn't that Hubert, the male lead's aide?" He softly said, "Is that so? My captain usually doesn't eat much, but he likes your fruit, but the fruit sells out too quickly." Sylvia secretly felt pleased. "My fruit is quite something, isn't it?" Hubert then made a suggestion. "If it's not too much trouble, could you create more fruit?" She pondered for a moment. "Well, isn't the male lead currently having trouble eating properly? I feel sorry for him. People must eat to live a worthwhile life, and Arisium is also very worried." Many nights, Sylvia had seen the little girl unable to sleep, so she asked, "What's wrong?" Arisium said in a sad voice, "I'm still worried about Felix." She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should help him. Sylvia's next words disappointed him slightly. "I don't have any fruit left at the moment." Hubert dejectedly exclaimed, "Why is that?" Seeing his expression, she continued, "But I still have tools at my house. If it's on your way, would you like to come to my place? I'll get some for you there." Hubert looked around the room in confusion. He was too embarrassed to know what to say at that moment. Sylvia calmly placed 2 dessert plates on the table and said, "The kitchen isn't ready yet. While you wait, please have this." Hubert looked at the items arranged on the table and hesitantly asked, "What is this?" Sylvia gently introduced, "It's dried fruit and pear juice. This is a snack that will quench your thirst." He curiously looked at the plate of food and remarked, "Wow, they look so different." As soon as Aranzium looked down, he exclaimed, "They look delicious." Sylvia stood at the doorway and cheerfully said, "Please wait for me a moment." Aranzium paid no attention to her and eagerly urged Hubert, "Quick, try it." He quickly picked up a piece and brought it to his mouth, not forgetting the invitation, "Bon appetit."
Sylvia was in the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves, and said seriously, "All right, let's get started, shall we? First, wash the vegetables thoroughly. Then, using a wind spell, slice everything into pieces of varying thickness. Next, sprinkle with a little salt and pepper. Pour some homemade olive oil into a pan. Sauté the vegetables with chopped onion and garlic. Add crushed tomatoes, and the tomato sauce is done. Pour the sauce over the vegetables, grate some cheese on top, then bake it. Ratatouille complete." But as expected, magic made cooking easier in tasting with the chef's privilege. Sylvia didn't hesitate to scoop a spoonful to taste, then nodded in approval. "It's delicious." Next, she cracked an egg. Goodness, everything here was enormous. Mixed it with chopped vegetables and cooked it. The egg roll was done, as was the perfectly cooked steak. Add a little salt and pepper with a drizzle of olive oil and a few lemon slices. Put everything into a bento box, not forgetting to add fruit juice, and Sylvia had completed a magnificent 5-tier lunch with 5 different kinds of juice. She quickly turned and walked out, muttering to herself, "The bento boxes for the retainers are done. Now it's the master's turn. What should I cook?" Meanwhile, Hubert was delightedly tasting the dried fruit Sylvia had brought out. Hubert chewed and praised, "Absolutely delicious. I can't believe fruit could taste this good." Aaron Enum, hovering nearby, also chattered incessantly. "It's good, isn't it? Isn't it? I love it. Have an apple slice." Only Felix and Sylvia could see the spirit. After a busy spell, Sylvia returned and quickly spoke up. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Did I take a bit too long?" Sylvia's sudden appearance startled Hubert, making him swallow hastily. He brought a hand to his mouth, coughing hard, but still tried to deny it. "Oh, no, not at all." Seeing Hubert like that, Sylvia anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" A while later, Hubert and Aranzium were led to the kitchen, looking bewildered. He pointed at the large number of bottles and boxes before them and asked, "What is all this?" Sylvia walked over and proudly replied, "It's the complimentary lunch I prepared for you, a little incentive for you to visit again next time." Aranzium, clinging to the lunchbox lid, gently tightened his grip as he spoke with emotion. "What? Why did you cook so much? You made so much for Felix to eat too, didn't you?" Sylvia didn't answer, but generously told Hubert, "I've also packed some oranges and other fruits. Please take them with you." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "How could you have made all of this in such a short amount of time?" Sylvia chuckled modestly. "I packed the fruits first, then cooked the food. It's not that impressive." Seeing Hubert look at her with admiring eyes, she secretly thought, "I won't tell him the truth that I used elemental magic to do all of this."
Hubert suddenly walked over and grabbed Sylvia's hand. He joyfully exclaimed, thank you very much." Seeing Hubert look at her with such bright eyes, she was also a little flustered. "It's nothing. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Consider it a gift for you to become my regular customer." Hubert heard Sylvia say that and immediately agreed. "Of course, I'd be delighted to become your regular customer." Seeing his behavior, Sylvia's face immediately flushed red. She secretly thought, those sparkling eyes are truly dangerous.
Hubert hoisted the items onto his shoulder and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "Thank you very much. I'll eat all of them." Sylvia gently waved back. Ziam, standing nearby, called out loudly, "See you later, Hubert." The little girl sitting on Sylvia's shoulder hesitantly called out, catching her attention, "Sylvia, thank you." Sylvia took hold of the doorknob and casually replied, "It's been a long time since you've seen and been close to him, hasn't it?" Ziam heard this and exclaimed, "About that?" She watched Hubert's retreating back and asked curiously, "Will you be all right not going with him? You said you missed Felix." Ziam replied sullenly, "I've caused a lot of trouble. If I go, the other spirits won't like it." Sylvia quickly closed the door. She cheerfully suggested, "Goodness, you're overthinking it. Do you want something to eat to lift your spirits?" Ziam quickly regained her cheerful demeanor, exclaiming unexpectedly, "Yes, your cooking is the best." Seeing the little girl cheerful again, Sylvia stretched and decided, "All right, let's go." After a while of walking, Hubert reached the edge of the forest. He walked around to the back of the carriage where Felix was sitting and respectfully greeted him. "Your Highness, Hubert has returned." He looked at Hubert sternly and said, "When we're outside, call me Captain Hubert. I am now the captain of the Croven Mercenary Squad." Hubert quickly brought out the fruit while replying, "Understood, Your Highness. I mean, Captain. Please try this fruit. It's called mangosteen, and its taste is incredibly sweet." Felix gazed intently at the fruit before him, his heart filled with doubt. He had never seen this kind of fruit before. Hubert quickly peeled back the skin, revealing the fruit segments inside. Felix slowly took a bite, thinking to himself, "I wonder what it tastes like." Seeing him eat, the spirits quickly gathered around. The green spirit quickly exclaimed, "It looks so delicious." Lupinus delightedly asked, "Is it good, Felix?" Asta, standing nearby, chimed in, "It smells really sweet." Poppy clung tightly to his finger, whining, "Oh, I want to try some too, Felix." The pink spirit quickly added, "I'm curious too." Seeing how excited the girls were, he didn't hesitate to share. "All right, you can have some." Hearing this, they all joyfully exclaimed, "Really? Thank you." The spirits each took a bite, praising it incessantly. "Wow, it's even sweeter than honey, so delicious, truly delicious." Seeing the little girls like that, Felix's heart sank a little. But Ziam, he recalled the times she worriedly told him, "Felix, at least eat something." Watching the spirits praise it endlessly, "This is the first time I've eaten something so delicious. I'm so excited." Felix felt a pang of emotion again. She had been gone for 3 years and she hadn't returned. Could she not return, or did she not intend to return? I'm so worried. Ziam was currently happily enjoying Sylvia's dish. Sylvia fed the little girl while introducing it. "This dish is called ratatouille. What do you think?" Ziam excitedly exclaimed, "It's delicious." Sylvia smiled at the little girl's words and said, "Is that so? Eat a little more." After setting up the tent and preparing the meal, Hubert slowly spoke. "That woman has become queen?" Dennis, sitting next to him, replied, "Yes, she's been calling herself queen for half a year now." Hubert slammed his fist onto the wooden plank and angrily cursed. "Those noble bastards only think of their own interests. It seems they've forgotten who the true heir to the throne is." Dennis ruffled his hair, complaining, "It's all because His Highness is considered missing, so there's nothing we can do." At this, both fell silent, and the atmosphere around them grew somber. Suddenly, Dennis spoke again. "But is His Highness eating properly?" Seeing his concern, Hubert tilted his head slightly and smiled. He proudly boasted, "I think he likes the fruit from a vendor I frequent." Hearing this, Dennis immediately exclaimed brightly, "That's good." It was really worrying when he couldn't eat any food. Bringing up this topic, Hubert also showed agreement. "Exactly. That's why I plan to go there to buy food regularly. We also need to rearrange our route to conquer the magic beasts." Dennis readily agreed without hesitation. "Right." At this moment, inside Sylvia's kitchen, she was using magic to cook a pot of food and said, "But it seems there's no sugar here. I haven't seen anyone selling it at the market. Does sugar not exist here? I mean, the sweet powder?" Erisium, clinging to Sylvia's hair, quickly explained, "Sugar? It does exist. When I was at the Royal Palace, I saw it being put into tea." Hearing that, Sylvia curiously asked, "Why doesn't anyone sell it at the market? Or do we really have to go back to that aristocratic street?" Ziam quickly refused. "That place makes me feel nauseous, so I don't want to. Sugar will probably be hard to get there. You know that already. Food that only aristocrats can eat." Sylvia clicked her tongue in frustration. She mused, "Getting sugar from the market seems quite difficult, so why don't we make our own sugar?" Saying that, Sylvia immediately listed a few items in her head. Sugarcane, white beets. "Are there any other ingredients that can produce sugar?" Seeing her start to ponder, Ziam curiously asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sylvia didn't answer, but continued to ponder. I watched it on TV a long time ago, so I don't remember it very clearly in times like these. Aaron sitting on Sylvia's finger, seeing her faintly curl her lips into a smile, quickly asked, "What now? What are you plotting this time?" Sylvia grabbed the doorknob, determinedly deciding, "If I can't buy it, I can make it myself. There's no harm in trying a little." Once outside, she immediately created a stream of green magic.
That magic quickly made the empty plot of land in front of Sylvia sprout into a whole sugarcane field. Looking at her own creation, she giggled and exclaimed, "The allure of magic is truly too captivating." Aaron flew over and gently poked a sugarcane stalk, then asked curiously, "What is this? Didn't you want something sweet?" As soon as the little girl turned back and clung to Sylvia's hair, she waved her hand while explaining, "This is called sugarcane, a type of sweet grass." With just that wave of her hand, the sugarcane stalks were cut clean. Aaron heard Sylvia's answer and explained, "What? Are you kidding? Grass that tastes sweet? Nonsense." Sylvia pointed at the sugarcane stalks, gently lifting them with magic, and happily replied, "It's true. You'll know once you taste it." Her pointing finger subtly moved to the side. The sugarcane stalks neatly arranged themselves horizontally. Aaron watched with interest and blurted out, "You got a whole bunch thanks to magic, huh?" Sylvia turned and controlled the magical flow to bring the sugarcane stalks into the house, her voice cheerful as she continued to the little girl. "That's right. I feel like my power has surged. Is it because I'm using it a lot? Hey, Aaron, when winter comes, will it affect plant magic?" When asked, the little girl quickly replied, "If they are opposing elements, they will be affected. For example, fire and water. This is my first time meeting a plant witch, so I'm not entirely sure." Although she only received a vague answer, Sylvia politely said, "Thank you for answering me, but it's starting to get cold these past few days."
"Quick, let's get inside. It's time to make sugar." A moment later, Sylvia held a cup of sugarcane juice in her hand and took a big gulp. She exclaimed delightedly, "Wow, it's so delicious, and it's just freshly squeezed sugarcane juice." Seeing her praise it, Aaron eagerly demanded, "My turn, give it to me, give it to me." Sylvia happily handed it to the little girl and said, "Here you go." As soon as Aaron took the cup, she brought it to her mouth and gulped it down. Immediately after tasting it, the little girl's wings flapped continuously in excitement, and Aaron exclaimed, "It's so sweet. Why does it have this taste? It looks like a tasteless plant." Sylvia excitedly asked back, "Is that so? It tastes good, right?" Aaron affirmed without hesitation, "Mm-hmm." Hearing the little girl's confirmation, she quickly brought the freshly squeezed sugarcane juice to the stove and said, "We'll taste it again after heating it." A while later, the liquid began to change color and boil. Both Sylvia and Aaron eagerly watched the spoonful of sugarcane juice that had just been scooped out. The little girl impatiently tugged at her hair as Sylvia put the spoon directly into her mouth. Aaron cried out, me too, I want to taste it too, me too, I said I want to taste it too." Sylvia didn't pay attention. She just crossed her arms and seriously commented, "It's sweeter than before, but..." Seeing Aaron insist, Sylvia reluctantly scooped a spoonful for the little girl. As soon as Aaron tasted it, her eyes lit up as she praised, "Wow, it's so soft and sweet. It's even sweeter than before now." "I want more." Aaron delightedly stirred the pot of sugarcane juice, even as Sylvia was still pondering. "But the taste isn't sugar. It's still good, but..." She pushed that thought aside. Sylvia excitedly poured the sugarcane juice in molds. She quickly grabbed her cloak and said, "Let it cool first. I need to buy a few more odds and ends. Shall we go?" Aaron still clinging to her head, hummed in agreement. Sylvia gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, but there was someone already standing outside. She froze on the spot when she came face to face with him, the addict standing right in front of Sylvia's house, blocking the doorway. He lifted his hat, smiled, and greeted, "Long time no see, Karina." Sylvia looked at the person in front of her, her heart filled with confusion. Who was that? It seemed Aaron didn't know him either. He wasn't a wizard, so he probably wasn't an important character in the story. The addict gripped Sylvia's hand tightly and called out, "Karina." Hearing him say her name, she stared blankly, silently wondering, good heavens, does he know the original owner of this body? Sylvia recalled the night she talked with Aaron At that time, she had asked, "Aaron where did the original owner of this body go?" The little girl, sitting on the table, hugging a piece of cake, replied, "It's been so long and you're only asking now?" Sylvia leaned back on the bed and recounted, "Suddenly, I woke up in this world. I was too panicked to think about it." Aaron nodded in agreement. That's true. You were transmigrated into Sylvia's body by Lord Aaron magic. When I found this body, its soul was already gone." She turned to look at Aaron wondering, "No soul?" The little girl slowly explained, "That's right. The soul was no longer there, which is why your soul could enter smoothly." Sylvia clutched her pillow, anxiously asking, "So where did the original owner's soul go? Did it die? Or..." She hesitated, stopping there. Aaron reluctantly replied, "Perhaps it's already dead, and after her soul escaped, you entered." Sylvia snorted and said, That dragon is amazing, isn't it? How did he know to bring me here? She recalled the day she transmitterated here. Finding herself alone in the vast pine forest, she asked doubtfully, but why did she die in a place like this? The addict suddenly tugged her hand, interrupting her train of thought. He called out, "Karina." Sylvia was startled by the addict's action. He looked at her with a hurt expression as he reminded her, "If I call you, you should answer, Karina." Sylvia heard the addict babbling and angrily cursed in her mind. Who the hell is this weirdo? Annoyed, she forcefully pushed his hand away. Sylvia asked sternly, "Who are you?" The addict looked at her attitude and blurted out, "What?" Maintaining a cold expression, she interrogated him. "Do you know me? This is my house. Are you looking for me for something?"
Hearing her say that, the addict angrily slammed his fist against the door and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? Don't tell me you're still mad at me about that. Didn't I tell you? Your life will be in danger. I warned you, but you said it was fine and went there anyway, and the deposit wasn't much either." Sylvia watched the addict gesticulate wildly and talk for a while. Then, confused, she thought to herself, what is he talking about? Mortal danger? Not much profit? Seeing that Sylvia wasn't even listening, he became even more furious. The addict suppressed his anger, pretended to turn around, and said, "If you keep acting like this, it's a waste of time. I didn't even know you were still alive because you didn't contact me. I came here because I was worried about you." Noticing him feeling hurt and about to leave, Sylvia immediately called out, "Wait!" As soon as you heard that, he smiled, thinking cunningly, "Of course there's no way she can ignore me. It's time to make some money. I didn't just lose the deposit I received when I registered her with the mercenary squad to conquer magical beasts." The addict recalled himself sitting at a betting table flipping cards with anticipation. Please, but the card drawn wasn't what he wanted, making him furious and curse. "Damn it, I should have stopped. Now where am I going to get 75 gold coins?" The addict thought with disgust, "I'm also in debt. I'll make her pay all my debts. Although the house is a bit dilapidated, I can stay here for the winter."
Contrary to the addict's expectations, Sylvia, looking bewildered, simply asked, "What's your relationship with me?" He whirled around and snapped, "What? Are you messing with me now? Just recently you were clinging to me and telling me you liked me." Sylvia rudely twirled her finger in her ear, inwardly feeling frustrated. Ugh, so loud. I'm starting to get concerned thinking this person is my relative, constantly trying to change the subject instead of answering. Finally, Sylvia let out a sigh and responded, "It seems we have no connection whatsoever." Seeing her utter those words so calmly, he was startled and loudly cursed. "What? You?" Sylvia paid no mind. She turned to go inside the house and said, "Just as I thought. We're only wasting time." Noticing she was about to leave, the addict hastily cried out, "In the end, I dated an orphan like you." As soon as his words left his mouth, Sylvia instantly stopped, shooting a sharp glance backward. The addict still refused to stop and kept shouting, "Instead of being grateful and paying me back, what are you saying?"
Sylvia pointed a finger at his head and asked disdainfully, "Are you out of your mind, kid?" She brought a hand to her forehead, sighing wearily to herself. "This is utterly ridiculous. I didn't think I'd hear something like this even here. The words of some nobody I don't even know how to argue with. I understand these kinds of people all too well." Sylvia mused aloud. "I've thought a lot about why I'm in such a ridiculous place. It turns out it's because of a parasite, a little brat who exploits emotions to lure others." Struck where it hurt, the addict angrily swung his hand up, unable to stop himself from cursing. "You bitch!" Sylvia lowered her gaze, a faint blue magical aura emanating from her, as she slowly said, "There's more." The moment she finished, a bamboo staff, formed by Sylvia's magic, appeared right beside her. She swiftly took hold of the bamboo staff and casually scoffing, "Using violence against women? You truly are a cheap bastard. A light beating will make you—" Sylvia was winding up for a strike when she abruptly paused, seeing a current of water constricting around the addict's throat. She froze on the spot as she watched him struggle, completely oblivious to the two figures approaching. Hubert stepped forward and spoke. "Are you all right, Sylvia?" She turned, saw him and Dennis, and gasped, "Hubert!"
He glanced at the addict, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You rotten bastard." The ring of water around his neck tightened increasingly, making him panic. The water quickly rose, submerging his face and causing the addict to suffocate. Watching him thrash, splashing water everywhere, Hubert's voice dropped. "How dare you lay a hand on Miss Sylvia? I'll show you what despair is." The addict's mouth was sealed by Hubert's water spell. He was suffocating while being lifted. Sylvia panicked, thinking, he's going to die. He remained silent, only extending his hand to use water magic, lifting the addict higher and higher. She cried out anxiously, "You can't do that here, sir." "I don't want someone dying right in front of my house." You reluctantly dispelled the magic. He seemed to be pardoned as he escaped the water sphere. The addict fell from above, right in front of the two of them. He tried to crawl up and question, "What are you doing? Using magic on people is illegal." Dennis suddenly interrupted. "You said illegal?" Without waiting for the addict to react, he kicked him far away. Dennis continued, "We're just cleaning up the trash." Sylvia forced a smile and stepped forward to intervene. "You can stop now. He'll die." Although she was trying to prevent the addict from dying, he used harsh words to complain to Sylvia. "Hey, you bitch, do you know how much I cherished you? But now you're treating me like this just because you met another man? You bitch." Before he could finish his words, a stick struck his despicable face.
Sylvia flashed a destructive smile. What? Cherished me? Another man? How could you and I have any relationship when you can't even answer properly when asked, you bastard? What else have you brought me? Money? Do I owe you money? That last blow must not have truly landed on him. It seems Sylvia had shown everyone another side of herself. Her current state of anger left all three of them stunned for a moment.
Sylvia stood defiantly, looking down. "Stop right there. I don't want you dying here. Get out." He shivered, seeing the stick that was almost shoved into his crotch. Yes? Seeing the addict still hesitating and unwilling to leave, Sylvia immediately raised the stick to threaten him. What, not leaving? The addict stumbled to his feet. He ran, turning his head back to point directly at her face. "I'll never see you again." I'll deal with you if I do. Help me." She used the stick as a prop to rest her chin, sighing in thought, but then inadvertently spoke aloud. In the end, he still spouted such words. "Whew, you also live a difficult life, just like me." Hubert and Dennis stood to the side, witnessing the overly dramatic display, and could only utter one exclamation. "Wow." Sylvia suddenly fell silent. "Oh, right, because of him I forgot. I still have guests here." She turned back, pretending nothing had happened, wearing a professional smile. "Are you here to buy fruit? Please come in." Sylvia placed a plate of pastries on the table and spoke. "I apologize for letting you see my embarrassing side." Hubert waved his hand. "It's all right." Sylvia looked at Dennis and asked, "Is this your friend?" Hearing this, he stood up and introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Dennis."
She smiled back. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sylvia. No need to be so formal. Please help yourself first to the snacks laid out on the table. Sweet, refreshing peach and sugarcane juice, crispy, sweet fried bananas, and the wonderfully sweet and chewy texture of dried sweet potatoes." Sylvia didn't waste words, taking a large gulp of water. All the activity had made her very thirsty. Dennis and Hubert's mouths watered, seeing her eat and drink with such relish. The two of them each took a glass of juice and slowly savored it. After finishing his drink, Dennis's eyes lit up. "Wow, this is really delicious." Sylvia secretly gloated. Of course it's delicious, isn't it? On the outside, she maintained a calm expression with a professional smile. "Please enjoy the rest of the treats." Hubert, sitting nearby, spoke up. "Thank you for always treating me to delicious food whenever I visit." Sylvia happily replied. "You said you'd become my regular customer, didn't you? Of course I have to treat special regular customers." "Are you here to buy fruit again?" He replied. "Yes, this time I want to buy a large quantity." "Is that possible?" Sylvia didn't immediately refuse. "It's quite difficult right now. I need time to prepare, and as you two can see, my house currently—"
Hubert smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm just here to make a reservation." She rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment. She felt a bit awkward that he had suddenly come here and helped her. Should I deliver the goods to him when everything is done? Suddenly, Sylvia spoke up and asked him, "You're a mercenary, aren't you? Where are you stationed?" Dennis replied to her, "We usually sleep outside the city walls." Sylvia exclaimed in surprise, "What? But it's very cold and dangerous outside." He replied, "We'd love to rent a room, but all the inns in the city are occupied by other mercenaries." The two of them then recalled an earlier time. Dennis asked Hubert, "So?" He replied, "No rooms left." Dennis, looking bewildered, mumbled, "Tsk, sleeping on the street isn't too bad." Sylvia looked out the window and thought to herself, "The wind is quite cold these days, and it gets very cold when the sun sets." Suddenly she thought of the little fairies. Ariam will surely burst into tears, and Felix will probably freeze to death. She wondered, will they be okay? Sylvia hesitantly made an offer. "Perhaps if you don't have anywhere to stay, I could rent you the second floor of my house." The two of them were utterly astonished. Dennis reacted first. "Are you serious?" Hubert echoed. "What?" She pointed towards the staircase leading to the second floor. As you can see, it's not a very comfortable house. While Hubert was still dumbfounded by Sylvia's words, Dennis, with bright eyes, stared at him. "Captain Weiss."
Hubert covered his mouth with his hand as if to conceal his thoughts. "I always feel indebted to Sylvia. Who is Sylvia anyway?" After a moment of aimless thought, he spoke up. "So, are we okay here?" She replied with a smile. "Yes, of course." Hubert's mercenary troops' convoy was outside the city. He was stroking his warhorses.
As Dennis carried some items, he asked, "Can we really stay here through the winter?" Hubert turned his head and replied, "Isn't it just for a short while?" He loaded the packages onto the horse's back as he spoke. Even His Highness supports it. Seeing this, he spoke up. "I'm quite surprised too. His Highness isn't someone who easily trusts others." Dennis happily replied, "Anyway, thanks to Sylvia, we don't have to worry about winter. Hot food and a warm room, a soft bed instead of the hard ground, just thinking about it is satisfying enough." Felix, sitting on his horse with a dignified air, said, "Let's go." Hubert obeyed. "Yes." The rhythmic sound of horse hooves gradually echoed as the mercenary group made their way to Sylvia's warm home. The scene shifts to her house, where Sylvia's familiar bamboo stick was trying to catch the tiny spirit. She called out, "Hey, can you come down here?" Aranze, flying and dodging on the chandelier, replied, "I can't come down." Sylvia cried out helplessly, "Why are you being like this, honestly?" The little spirit dodged behind a candle. How could you suddenly call Felix and his comrades here? Sylvia reasoned. You miss them too, don't you? Isn't it obvious? Aranze suddenly shrieked. No, I miss them, but not like this. I don't want to meet them so suddenly.
She lost patience, casting spells. Aranzeum exclaimed in surprise. Wait, let me go. I said let me go. Sylvia caught the little girl. I really don't want to use magic. Why don't you want to meet them? Do you truly not want to meet them? Aranzeum was very stubborn. It took a lot of asking before she finally said, I do want to, but they'll be angry if they see me. I should have brought something else besides you. Sylvia was puzzled, looking at the small spirit in her hands. What were you planning to bring? Aranzeum avoided Sylvia's gaze. Actually, I'm not sure. I didn't hear what Sir Aranzeum said. The little girl pouted, trying to hold back her tears. I'm sure I'll be interrogated if I meet Felix and the other spirits. Aranzeum thought and imagined. Aranzeum, where have you been? She thought they would ask her where she was, or something similar, imagining being shunned by the other spirits. But where were you, and why are you here alone? Don't you have it? As she thought, the little girl felt ashamed. She would be criticized when they learned the truth. The other spirits would no longer pay attention to Aranzeum. What have you been doing until now? The little girl was flustered. Well, Aranzeum's train of thought continued. They might be angry because I couldn't complete the mission, and Felix will be disappointed. The little girl flew closer to him. Felix, no, listen to me first. Felix, the little girl bit her lip, thinking. That Aranzeum flew out in a panic, shouting, No!
Sylvia wondered, why was she like that? Suddenly she heard the doorbell ring. Sylvia thought, it's His Highness. She rushed to open the door. Yes, just a moment. Sylvia reached out and touched the doorknob. Suddenly, her body tensed up. Sylvia took a deep breath and exhaled. She thought anxiously, I'm so scared. The male lead is on the other side of the door. What does he look like? Is he a man with intense eyes, or is he cold? Just as she thought this, an exquisitely beautiful face met Sylvia's eyes. She stared blankly. Wow, this is insane. This is insane. This is insane. Is he the star in the night skies? The fairy said. Stars kept twinkling in my eyes. Wow, he's really handsome, just like a male lead. To break the awkward silence, Hubert cleared his throat. Only then did she realize how rude she had been. Sylvia forced a smile to cover up. Please come in. Felix stepped into the house, not forgetting to say, by your leave. Sylvia blushed crimson. My house is a bit messy. Welcome, please come in. Hubert quickly introduced the two. This is the captain of the mercenary squad, Captain Felix.
And this person is... Before he could finish speaking, she quickly introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I am Sylvia Abbott, a plant witch. Dennis spoke up. Thank you very much for providing us with accommodation. We will take care of you. Sylvia, without formality, extended her hand. Please take care of me too. He suddenly took her hand. Thank you. You are our savior. Thank you very much. Seeing this, Sylvia gave a wry smile. Don't worry too much. Suddenly, colorful little spirits flew in from outside. Daisy exclaimed with delight, and Poppy happily echoed, Let's go in. Seeing this, Dennis quickly said, Please overlook their impoliteness. Asta and everyone flew in. Wow, this place is beautiful. The pink spirit said to the blue spirit, It's so comfortable. The little one replied, It's been a long time since we've been to a place without dirty evil spirits. Asta looked around. Moreover, this place is full of fresh and beautiful ornamental plants. Poppy cheered with delight. I love it so much. Sylvia turned her head and thought, the spirits Aranzeum mentioned. Lupinus gazed at the flower pot. This flower is so beautiful. The pink spirit there also spoke up, and it smells good too. She stood by, observing with admiration. They're noisy but so adorable. While enjoying herself, Sylvia suddenly paused, her smile gradually fading. She thought, it would be better if Aranzeum were here. Where did she go alone? Aranzeum.
The pot with whatever was cooking was steaming. Sylvia suddenly spoke up. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The number of family members has increased, and I also have plenty of provisions. Today is a great day to start with rice. You have no idea how much I've craved rice. I never thought it would be an obstacle here. And as for the side dishes, stir-fried pork and wind-dried persimmons. First, slice the pork thinly. Add onions, carrots, green onions, and minced garlic and stir-fry them together. Finally, cut the pineapple into small pieces and stir-fry once more. It's done. Along with thin, sweet, and chewy slices of wind-dried persimmon. If mixed with the seasoning sauce made earlier, the seasoning sauce is made with red chili powder, fruit juice, sugar, minced garlic, salt, pepper, and finally, ginger juice. The sweet and sour wind-dried persimmons are ready. And the rolled omelet, smothered in homemade tomato sauce. Including the salad, everything is complete. A delicious mayonnaise-dressed salad, packed with apples, cucumbers, shallots, lettuce, and nuts.
It's easy to finish a bowl of rice. It must be really delicious. Finally, I also had to prepare a meal for the male lead. He doesn't eat food that has been cooked or touched by others. So what to do? After busying herself in the kitchen for a while, Hubert saw her come out and called, Sylvia. Dennis added, You're here. Sylvia was dumbfounded as she brought out several bowls of food. She looked at the three of them, smiling, and said,
You guys are like 3 little chicks waiting to be fed. Are you all waiting? Dennis and Hubert saw this and stood up. Dennis said, I'll help you. Sylvia replied, thank you. Dennis couldn't help but quickly say, please teach us how to eat this. She happily agreed. Very well. First, scoop a little white rice onto your plate. The other items are side dishes. Felix, sitting to the side, mused, I've never seen a meal like this. She happily said, take as much as you like. There's still plenty more in the kitchen, by the way. Dennis stared at the glistening white rice, swallowing his saliva. So delicious. Suddenly, Sylvia brought out a potted plant. And here, I've prepared this for Felix.
His face went blank when he saw her place the potted plant right in front of him. The other two also had question marks above their heads. Sylvia innocently introduced, these are cucumbers, and these are chicken thread peppers. They're very sweet and fresh, so please eat them. Oh, you'll wash them for me, right? Hubert looked confused at the scene before him. Excuse me? Of course. She still didn't find anything strange and continued to introduce. Besides, there are many kinds of fruits, too. Enjoy your meal. Everyone, except Felix, said in unison, thank you for the meal. One of the two, Dennis and Hubert, said, this is food from last night, isn't it? Amidst the noisy crowd, Felix quietly recalled that he had a strict standard, one that even Hubert didn't know precisely. If it didn't meet his standards, he would never eat it. His standard was that he only ate things that hadn't been touched by others. If it didn't meet the standard, he would pick, wash, and eat it himself. But the food before him now, it was as if she knew his standards and had prepared it according to them. How? No one knew about it. Lupina saw him sitting still and approached. Felix, why don't you try some? You can eat this, right?
Poppy quickly added, that's right, Hubert must have told her, otherwise how would that woman know? There's something you've eaten before, that purple one. Sylvia glanced over. I guess he likes mangosteen, she exclaimed while eating. Yum, it's so delicious. Dennis gave her a like. Seriously, this dish is the best, my witch. How can you make such wonderful food? Sylvia also gave herself a like. Delicious food is the goal of my life. Dennis continued. As expected, you've enjoyed everything. Sylvia proudly replied. Of course. Try this one too. This is... Felix glanced at his portion. He picked up a mangosteen, using a knife to cut off its stem. Daisy exclaimed, it smells fragrant every time. Poppy interjected, I want a piece too. Felix brought it to his mouth and slowly swallowed the first bite. Loud laughter and chatter filled the dining room. A moment later, silence returned. Felix and the spirits lay stretched out on the bed.
Lupinus happily lay on his chest. It seems you're in a good mood, huh? Daisy interjected. My mood is good too. Why do I feel so happy here? The pink spirit spoke up. That's right, I feel something pleasant and comfortable. Poppy pressed down on the little girl and Astar. I'm melting, Astar cried out. You're too heavy. So many spices were laid out on the table. Sylvia took a sip of the soup. She was satisfied. Good, I just need to wait for it to cook and then it's done. I should check the garden while I wait. Are you all still well, my dear ones? Suddenly, she saw a figure sitting right in the middle of the garden. Sylvia was startled. Oh my goodness, you startled me, she thought in confusion. The male lead? When did he get here? The fairies were still clinging to him as usual. Sylvia tiptoed forward. She quietly approached him from behind. What is he looking at so intently? Sylvia quietly took a few more steps. Suddenly, Felix spoke up. Well done, she thought, not understanding. What did he say? He placed a hand on the ground. Why are you always alone in a place like this?
Sylvia quietly stood behind Felix, observing. In her mind, she wondered, does he know I'm standing behind him? As expected from the male lead, he possessed very keen intuition. Meanwhile, Felix was still chatting with a carrot. Seeing that the other carrots have left and you're left alone like this, you're just like me. Sylvia's face was full of question marks. Carrot? The next second, Felix easily pulled up the carrot. Then he used the knife he always carried with him to peel off its outer skin. Seeing him take a bite of the carrot, Sylvia was a little bewildered. With an extremely interested expression, is he suddenly doing a cooking show with a single carrot? I guess the lonely carrot made him think of himself. He's eating that lonely carrot with such relish. After eating the entire carrot, leaving only the leafy stem, Felix threw it away and stood up. His swift turn caught Sylvia, who was engrossed in watching his every move, off guard, making her let out a small cry. She was startled by him. Oh my! Green spirits slowly flew towards her. Meanwhile, she was thinking, he suddenly turned around and startled me. And why are they flying around me?
Noticing her somewhat unusual expression, Felix narrowed his eyes at her, his gaze probing. Sylvia froze under his gaze, unable to believe he didn't sense her. He surprised me so much by not reacting, even when I was so close to him. After a few moments of silence, Felix finally broke it, asking, What are you doing? Sylvia's cheeks flushed. She didn't know how to respond. What am I doing? What is he doing? As she was thinking, a green spirit leaned on her shoulder and cheerfully said, I like this girl. Hearing that cute voice, her whole face turned as red as a tomato and her heart pounded. So cute. What's wrong with her? Poppy, hovering next to Felix, crossed her arms across her chest, looking arrogant. The little girl flew over to Sylvia and said, "How strange." Seeing this, Sylvia was utterly flustered, wanting only to scream, "Don't come near me. It's too hard to pretend I don't see them. I can only see the male lead there," she thought. "I'll pretend I don't see them. I don't see anything at all." She slightly raised her head, trying to pretend she didn't see Poppy in front of her. Sylvia looked towards Felix, and her gaze, not merely fixed on the male lead, startled him. Immediately, he regained his composure and looked back, as if in a fierce confrontation. He thought to himself, "I can't believe she isn't afraid to look me in the eye. Even my subordinates avoid my gaze several times." Asta, perched on her head, asked, "What's wrong?" Poppy kept looking at her with a suspicious gaze, saying, "Strange." Daisy said, "I smell a familiar scent from her." None of them knew how tense she truly was. I should avoid the fairies' gazes. Seeing her remain silent from beginning to end, Felix, a little displeased and impatient, asked, "Why aren't you answering me? What were you planning to do behind my back?" Hearing his hateful questioning tone, Sylvia was a little unhappy and thought to herself, "What? This is my garden." She put her hands on her hips and retorted to Felix, "Then what are you doing in my garden?" A glint appeared in his eyes, his thin lips pressed into a straight line as she spoke to him normally. As if reading his thoughts, Sylvia wanted to retort, but only dared to think to herself, "Yes, I am talking to you. Are you doubting my help?" The two continued to glare intently at each other, as if sparks were about to fly, neither willing to back down. Philip slowly advanced impudently, and Sylvia immediately stepped back, retorting stiffly, "You are no different." Hubert suddenly opened the door and poked his head out. "Are you two here?" Seeing the two of them engaged in a fiery battle of glares, he felt a little worried. What's this? Could it be that His Highness is finally interested in the opposite sex? Well, it's about time, but this is a love that can never be.
Right now he is disguised as a mercenary, but he is the one who will become the king of a nation. While Hubert was lost in his daydreams, the two people in front of him were still exchanging affectionate glances. Felix signaled with his eyes for her to look away first. Sylvia didn't give in, immediately looking back and retorting, "Funny, you go first." Hubert, standing by the door, used a tissue to wipe away his messy tears and snot, expressing regret. "Sylvia is our benefactor, but she is a commoner. It's cruel, but please forgive me, for I have no other choice but to separate the two of you." Then he stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere between the two. "It's too cold out here. You'll get sick if you stay out too long. Let's go inside, Captain." Seeing this, Sylvia immediately flashed a triumphant smile. "I win this round, don't I?" Felix gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I lost." Hubert then looked at Sylvia and said, "You should go inside too, Miss Mage. I smell something burning." Hearing this, she suddenly remembered something. Something is burning. Immediately she rushed inside. "No way!" Then a loud scream echoed. Felix broke into a satisfied smile, his whole body seemingly sparkling with light. "I won." Hubert, not understanding the situation, smiled and said to him, "Let's go, Captain." From inside, thick black smoke billowed out, accompanied by a burnt smell. Sylvia's eyes welled up with tears of regret and remorse. It's all burnt to a crisp. Her two hands tightly gripped the pot handles.
Her entire being was consumed by a furious rage. "Felix, you will pay for this." A little while later, everyone had finished their meal. Immediately, Sylvia brought over a tray of cups. "This is juice that's good for your body. Have this for dessert." Hubert took the cup she offered him and replied with a smile, "Thank you." When it was Felix's turn, she immediately used a bit of magic. "Wait a moment. It would be good for you to drink this, Captain." A trellis of bitter gourds appeared, and she immediately plucked one. Sylvia looked at Felix with hateful eyes, slammed the bitter gourd onto the table, and squeezed its juice into his cup. When she was done, she handed him the cup. "Here, since you're a very suspicious person, Captain, this should be fine, right?" Felix frowned and pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Both of them turned their faces away as if they didn't want to see each other. Seeing this, Hubert thought to himself, "What's going on? Are they lovers having a fight?" To lighten the atmosphere, he raised his cup and said, "I hope the best for us, who will be living together from now on." After that, all three men took a large gulp from their cups.
Sylvia's eyes lit up like two stars, and she secretly chuckled mischievously to herself. Everything in that glass of juice was bitter melon, so it would be very bitter. The very next second, Hubert was the first to react, his face turning pale as he covered his mouth tightly with his hand. Next was Dennis, whose complexion was no less terrible. Finally, Felix almost wanted to vomit the juice he had just drunk. It was too bitter, so bitter that even someone who had almost lost their sense of taste like him could still feel a little of his. Seeing his contorted face, Sylvia felt extremely satisfied. "I guess he's tasted the bitterness now," she thought. Meanwhile, the spirits continuously asked Felix with concern, "Felix, are you all right? What does it taste like?" The health drink was a success, and she felt her mood significantly improve. "Good," she said. "I guarantee this juice will make you healthy." "This watermelon juice is delicious," Poppy said. She flew over, looked into Sylvia's cup, and only then discovered something unusual. She immediately reported to Felix. "Felix, she's the only one drinking something different." Her words startled both of them. Seeing him look up at her, Sylvia immediately looked away, trying to change the subject. "Oh my, this is so refreshing," she said. Dennis found it too difficult to drink and exclaimed, "Sylvia, what kind of juice is this?" She forced a smile and replied, "It's very good for your body, so drink it." He continued to complain, "It tastes awful." Sylvia could only offer a weak smile to dismiss the matter.
The next morning, Sylvia woke up early. As she was busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, she said to herself, "Felix and the others will leave soon. I haven't even seen a trace of Aranzium. She's so stubborn. Maybe she'll drop by occasionally. But several days have passed. Why haven't I seen her at all? I even left all the leftover fruits and vegetables in the garden in case she secretly came to eat them." She bit her nails, thinking to herself, "Felix didn't eat them, did he?" Suddenly, a murmur of conversation was heard outside.
Dennis's voice rang out. "Fruit peel, it's you again, Captain." Felix chuckled faintly in response. "Oh ho, Dennis." Meanwhile, Sylvia in the kitchen was still lost in thought. She couldn't believe she was worrying about the friend she was living with. She worried that after everyone left, she would only eat the meat and hard bread she hunted, just like before. She needed to eat fruits and vegetables too. The gentle morning sunlight sparkled through the glass window. After bringing breakfast out, Sylvia asked Dennis and Felix, "What do you two want for dinner tonight?" Dennis excitedly raised his hand and replied, "I want hot soup." As she replied, she looked towards Felix. "Soup," noted. In her mind, she felt troubled. On the contrary, she worried because he only ate fruits and vegetables. Suddenly, he closed his book and tossed his head to the side with an arrogant look, which Sylvia found utterly perplexing. She secretly grumbled about him in her head. "Look at him. He's not even Aaron. I can't believe he's the male lead of this world with that childish behavior." "Well, I also act a bit childishly." Felix finally spoke up. "I'm fine with spicy food." Hearing this, Sylvia smiled faintly, a hint of deeper meaning in her expression. The very next second, his face flushed crimson, as the spiciness on his tongue seemed to spread to his brain, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Seeing this, Hubert quickly and worriedly asked, "Are you all right, Sir Felix?" He immediately grabbed the glass of water on the table. Sylvia, not letting up, deliberately reminded him mockingly, "Please be careful when drinking water, and don't spill the barley tea in your haste." Felix, not paying much attention, immediately poured the entire glass of tea down his throat. Hubert stood up wanting to stop him, but it was too late. "That's my water." Meanwhile, Sylvia was utterly delighted. He must feel like he's dying.
After she had tricked him, Felix immediately drew his sword, wanting to strike her to vent his anger. "I almost died eating red habanero peppers. You come here. You won't get away with this." Seeing him so agitated, Dennis had to use all his strength to pull him back. "Sylvia, run!" Hubert stood in front of her to protect her. "Please be patient, Sir Felix." As for the person who caused this, she was very composed, even making a funny face to provoke the other person even more. She calmly sat down on a chair. "You ungrateful wretch, you drew your sword? I've been feeding you your favorite fruits for days, only for you to draw that sword in return." Recalling the days before that, Felix always coldly ordered Sylvia to bring out the fruits he wanted to eat, watermelon, peaches. When he ate those fruits, his cheeks would flush slightly, showing satisfaction. Felix shyly turned his face away and said to her, "But the fruits are always delicious."
Sylvia rested her chin on her hand, looking at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. He has a cute side too, doesn't he? Returning to the present, she realized she had been a bit too harsh on them just now. She sighed and said, "They say hate is a form of affection, you know. My apologies, Felix. Would you like something to eat?" She stood before him, expressing sincere remorse, while secretly thinking, "Look at that surprised expression every time I speak informally to him. Is this due to the pride of royalty?" Felix awkwardly turned his face away, his voice trailing off. "The kind of orange I ate last time, that one was good." Seeing his demeanor, Sylvia, standing behind him, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Even so, he always answers me." Then she turned around and walked outside. "No problem." She waved her hand, creating a magic circle, her entire body glowing brilliantly. An orange tree appeared, and she plucked a fresh, juicy orange.
A moment later, in the room, the spirits were lined up in a row, mouths wide open, waiting to be fed. Poppy, with eyes as bright as stars, said, "I want to eat too." Asta closed her eyes, waiting, while the green spirit raised both hands as if urging, "Me too." Immediately after, Felix fed the little girl a perfectly balanced sweet and sour orange segment. He then fed Poppy an orange segment. Asta, also eager to taste it, reached out her hand. Me too, hurry up! The little spirit girls were overjoyed eating the fruit. Sylvia's fruit is the best, so delicious. Sylvia's heart pounded in her chest. Trying to suppress her surging emotions, she thought, I'll give you as much fruit as you want, so please just settle down. Don't pound so hard, my heart. After Felix finished the orange, he became much gentler. He lightly cleared his throat and told her, watermelon and peaches are also quite good. She smiled softly at him. Just be honest. Sylvia stood in front of him, pointing to herself. Oh, by the way, I've put your provisions in the subspatial bag I received from Hubert. I've packed tons, so don't worry. And also, saying this, she paused for a moment, her hands twisting together behind her back as if in hesitation. Then she clenched her hands, knowing he would leave soon, and she had to gather all her courage to say this. She then gave a confident smile and continued, You know, I absolutely detest picky eaters.
I don't know why you only eat fruits and vegetables, but you can also eat what I give you. You need to eat meat, rice, and bread. Only then will you be healthy. Looking at the orange she offered him, Felix was slightly stunned. He raised his hand and took the orange. Sylvia smiled radiantly like blooming roses. The next time we meet, I hope you'll enjoy the food I make. That's all I wanted to say. I'm leaving now. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed red, her hands clenched and waved in the air. How embarrassing! Just then, Felix stood up from his seat, carefully placed the orange down, and spoke up. Wait, just a moment. Suddenly, he took off the ring he was wearing on his hand. Felix held it out to Sylvia. Here. She took it, examining it carefully.
She pointed at the ring and asked him, "What is this?" He immediately replied, "Just consider it payment. We argued when we lived together, but I really liked the fruits and vegetables you gave me. Besides, it will get old quickly if you only wear one piece of jewelry. The power of a CEO like me is strangely immense, so there won't be any problem if you wear this black diamond. It's a very valuable item, so if you intend to sell it for profit, I'll pay you in cash." Hearing that, Sylvia leaned closer to Felix and firmly stated, "No, I will cherish it." Seeing her say that, he immediately put the ring on her finger. All right then. She looked at the sparkling ring on her hand, a joyful smile appearing on her face. Sylvia looked like she truly cherished the ring, her smile growing even brighter. "Thank you." Felix smiled softly at her, his face also lighting up. Their relationship seemed to draw a little closer, no longer having the confrontational air it once did.
The meal boxes were neatly placed in the carriage's storage compartment. A hesitant voice spoke up. "Did you prepare so many meal boxes?" Hubert regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. I will never forget this favor." Sylvia smiled lightly and replied, "You're not leaving forever. You said you'd come back after dealing with those dark magic users." Dennis, standing nearby, readily explained, "But we still want to thank you properly." She also smiled brightly and explained, easing the awkward formality of the situation. "I've already received enough money from Atlas, so there's no need for thanks. I'm the one who should ask you all to visit again." Hubert's eyes crinkled with a smile as he eagerly promised, "Then we hope you'll help us again next time." Meanwhile, Dennis sadly lamented, "I'll really miss Sylvia's cooking." He turned back to ask Felix, who was on horseback behind them, for his opinion. "Captain, do you have anything to say?" He turned his head back, ready to depart, and replied, "No, don't make a fuss." Sylvia watched his cool back and secretly chuckled. He's really too childish. Finally, Dennis announced their departure and offered well wishes. "Well, we're off now. Everyone take care." She also waved goodbye to them and didn't forget to give a thoughtful reminder, "Travel safely." They mounted their horses and rode off, and he wistfully turned his head back to promise, "Goodbye, we will definitely come back next time." Sylvia stayed behind, watching until they disappeared from sight, then regretfully murmured to herself, "They're all gone."
It must be quieter now, no more noise, right? I was busy cooking and preparing ingredients all this time, but now I'm free. Suddenly, I feel so empty. Let's go inside. Suddenly, something cried out, startling her and filling her with fear. Sylvia reached her hand behind her and caught Aranziam, making the little girl yelp and explain, "Sylvia, it's me." She turned her head and was surprised by the sight. "What? Aranziam? My goodness, where have you been all this time? You haven't even come home once." The little girl, nestled in Sylvia's palm, gave a wry smile and said, "Sorry." She anxiously bombarded Aranziam with questions. "Have you been eating properly? Why are you in such a state? You're not hurt, are you?" The little girl chuckled and replied, Sylvia, I'm so hungry." Sylvia scolded her for a while, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to be too harsh. "Good heavens, who gave you permission to leave home? Get inside quickly, take a good bath, and then eat something delicious." Aranziam's obedient voice echoed until the door closed. "All right, Sylvia, please give me lots to eat. I can eat it all." In a luxurious room adorned with all sorts of art paintings on the walls, suddenly someone screamed in panic. "What is this?"
The Empress looked around frantically, first one way, then quickly turned the other, as if searching for something. The Empress slumped down, shouting loudly in a mix of helplessness and anger, "It's not here!" She clenched her fists, trying to suppress her anger mixed with anxiety, and thought to herself, "I was certain the royal treasures and the Imperial seal were here. Could that man have taken everything?" Just then, a maid respectfully delivered news that startled the Empress. "Your Majesty, the Duke has arrived at the palace. He requests an audience with your Majesty in the Great Hall." She clenched her hands in panic, blurting out to herself, "What should I do? Do I have to meet him just because he wants to?" The maids in the room bowed their heads lower and lower, their faces awkward as they hesitantly replied, "Well, that..." Suddenly, a cunning glint appeared in the Empress's eyes, as if she had thought of a plan. She regained her usual arrogant and disdainful demeanor and ordered the maid, "Tell him I need a little time to prepare." The maid respectfully replied, "As your Majesty commands." The maid left the Empress's room, then walked with heavy steps towards the Duke. After a long walk, she finally saw him, and she grasped the hem of her skirt, preparing to curtsy. The maid respectfully bowed and greeted, "Your Grace, Duke Sapalisa." She hesitated for a moment, then relayed the Empress's message while he listened in silence. Afterwards, Duke Sapalisa replied, "I will wait."
The maid heard the answer, which led him elsewhere. "I understand. I will take you to the reception room." Duke Sapalisa replied as if he understood. "All right." She walked ahead, opened the reception room door, and invited him in. Duke Sapalisa stepped in and observed the entire room while the maid left, leaving him in private. After looking into every corner, Duke Sapalisa silently confirmed, "There's no one here." He turned his head and spoke to himself, yet as if to let the maid behind him hear, "That person is still alive." She suddenly clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. At that moment, neither of them spoke a word to each other. The maid behind him respectfully bowed, while Duke Sapalisa remained standing there without turning his head. He looked up as if troubled by something. The Duke stood with his hands clasped behind his back in front of a family portrait of the 3 royal members, reproaching himself. "I'm sorry, brother. Please forgive me for not being able to follow your last wishes. I will do my best to protect my nephew." In the library, on the magic bookshelf containing volumes 103 to 301.
Sylvia took a thick book down from the shelf. Holding that book in one hand and a mountain-high stack of books in the other, she was surprised. "I never thought I could borrow magic books from a public library like this. And if I can create them with just a thought, I won't need to buy any more magic items." Sylvia held the book up in her hand and thought to herself, "I want to try it out right now." She carried the towering stack of books to the librarian and cheerfully said, "I'll borrow these books." The librarian was a bit surprised by the pile of books, but still performed their duty. All right. Sharp instruments were used with magic to draw a magic circle on Sylvia's shoulder. While controlling the magic to self-tattoo the magic circle, she teared up and groaned. "It hurts so much. It's finally done. At least the tattoo was successful. All right, I finished drawing the subspace magic tattoo. Now let's start today's experiment." The ring on Sylvia's hand suddenly emitted a red light. She looked at it and thought to herself, "This ring, it must be resonating with the magic circle on my body." Sylvia closed her eyes, bent down, and placed her hand on the wooden box below. The blue gem guarding the box was glowing, making her secretly ponder again. Normally, gemstones without a magic circle couldn't be used for magic. Sylvia placed her hand on the box again to feel it. She carefully and gently opened the box. After verifying, Sylvia joyfully exclaimed, "It's a success! I've transferred the auxiliary spatial magic into the pouch, thanks to the magic circle on my body. Even without drawing a magic circle on each gem, I can still use various types of magic with just one. The experiment was a success." She jumped up in delight and high-fived Erangium as the little girl praised, "Congratulations!" Sylvia put on her cloak, donned her hat, picked up the wooden box beside her, and excitedly walked off. "Now, let's begin my first bento box business." Sylvia leisurely walked through the forest with her business dream.
On the way, she seemed to remember something and asked Eranzium, who was sitting on her head munching on a cookie. "Eranzium, do you know why I can use magic so easily? Are all mages like this?" The little girl gently answered her question, then demanded another cookie. "No, I think it's probably because you have Aeternum's magic power within you. Give me more." Sylvia offered another piece to Eranzium, then asked in bewilderment, "Me?" The little girl speculated while eating the cookie. "I used Aeternum's scales to save you. Perhaps that affected you." She raised her hand, looked at the ring, and speculated about its function. "So this ring—" Eranzium, eating the cookie, asked in confusion, "Ring?" Sylvia gently explained its origin. "Yes, Felix gave me that magic ring of the black dragon." But it seemed the little girl was enjoying her food, so her attention shifted. "What? This is so delicious." She looked at the sparkling ring on her hand and asked, "You really like my fruit, don't you? I'm sorry for acting childish for no reason. I'll treat you better next time." The silent wooden door lay still on the cliff, sounds continuously echoing. The second gate of the castle. Crowds of people moved busily on the streets. Some people with swords at their waists strode past.
Sylvia spread the patterned mat on the ground, and based on her observations so far, silently concluded, this place is mostly mercenaries. She successively placed the homemade food boxes and opened them. After setting everything up, Sylvia began her next marketing step. She hawked her wares, calling out to two men in front of her. "Hey, handsome mercenary over there." The pink-haired and blonde-haired men turned around with bewildered expressions when they heard someone call. Even passers-by in the distance looked toward Sylvia's stall. She pitched her wares in a voice as sweet as sugarcane. "Oh, handsome mercenary, would you like to buy a delicious lunchbox?" The blonde-haired man, delighted by the sweet words, smiled brightly and approached the stall. "Lunchbox? Is this something to take along when hunting magical monsters? Did you say handsome?" "Not a picnic box, but lunch." The pink-haired man, who had been silently observing until now, also spoke up. "I've never seen dishes like these."
Sylvia introduced several open sample dishes, such as sandwiches, rice balls, and sweet potato wedges, and continued to persuade. "How can you manage your meals when you're fighting? Please, buy a takeaway bento box." The pink-haired one suddenly asked curiously, "Judging by your appearance, you must be a mage. Why are you selling bento boxes here?" The blonde-haired one, hearing him, also paid attention and asked directly, "You're a mage, aren't you?" She scratched her neck, giving a wise smile, and explained, "I'm a plant mage, so I can't take on any extermination quests.
Also, I really enjoy cooking." Hearing this, Aranzium secretly wondered, "Wait, aren't you a combat mage?" The little girl had finished all the cake and sat there pouting regretfully. "I ate it all." Sylvia scooped some of the snack onto a piece of paper. Aranzium then answered her own question and didn't forget to secretly praise the two men. "That's right, especially the handsome mercenary." Sylvia held up the paper containing the snack, inviting them to try it. "Ah, candied sweet potato." To her hungry eyes at that moment, the candied sweet potato seemed to speak. "Please, have a taste." Aranzium approached the paper with the snack in her hand. Then she picked up a piece and nibbled on it. The pink-haired girl repeated the name of the snack, candied sweet potato. Sylvia raised a hand to caution Aranzium, who was happily enjoying the piece, then hesitantly explained, "Well, this is called candied sweet potato. It's a snack I made myself." The blonde excitedly pointed at the dish. "I've never seen this before. Is it good? Can I try some?" The pink-haired girl examined a piece, then both spoke in unison. "Of course. And you too, mercenary? Then let's try it." The two exchanged questioning glances. He asked first, "How is it?" He exchanged glances, describing, "The outer coating is both sweet and salty." The blonde praised it rapturously. "The sweet potato is incredibly soft and smooth." The pink-haired girl also exclaimed in surprise, eyes wide, "It's really delicious. I've never eaten anything like this before. What's inside?" Sylvia cheerfully explained how to make it, as I fried sweet potatoes with a little sugar. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice ring out curiously. "What's that? What are those people eating?" Several people approached them, asking curiously, "Hey, you guys are eating something really delicious, aren't you? What is it?" She gently smiled with satisfaction, secretly pleased. Good, everyone's paying attention. Sylvia held up another paper package of food, inviting Blondie and Pinky. "Would you guys like to try some too?" They each took a piece and firmly asserted, "Absolutely." Blondie and Pinky eagerly took a bite, savoring the new dish. A passerby, Blackie, saw Blondie eating with such relish and asked longingly, "How does it taste?" Whitey also couldn't resist the delicious food and urged him, "Everyone's asking how it tastes. Why are you just eating in silence?" Blackie even patted Blondie's shoulder. "How does it taste? Say something." He just turned his head and gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, Blackie was captivated and asked again, "Is it really that good?" Sylvia chuckled lightly, amused by the current comical situation. Eating snacks calls for tea, so she poured a cup of tea and invited everyone to drink. "I brought drinks for everyone. It's barley tea." Blondie took a big gulp, swallowing it down. Pinky excitedly exclaimed first, "It's rich in tea flavor and also refreshing." Blondie also didn't hold back his praise. "This is truly delicious." Then he pointed at the food box and decided, "I'll buy 5 of these food boxes right away." The person next to him also asked, "How much does it cost?"
Sylvia gently announced the prices. Rice balls and sandwiches were $10 each box. Caramel cake and popcorn were $5 each item, and barley tea was also $5. Blackhair heard the prices and excitedly said, "Is that all? I'll take 10 portions of each type. I'll eat them with my team." Other passers-by successfully flocked to the stall before she could adapt. "Miss, let me try the food. Me too. I'm curious as well." Sylvia happily smiled, ready to serve customers. All right, just a moment." The wooden box containing food was set down on the ground. Sylvia, exhausted, slumped over the table and sighed. "I'm utterly exhausted." The response was better than I expected. If I had known this, I would have sold lunchboxes a long time ago. Aranzium, holding another piece of cake, immediately praised her. "Of course, Sylvia's food is just too delicious." Sylvia lifted the little girl up, her eyes shining brightly as she asked, "Really? Actually, if I weren't a tattoo artist, my dream would be to become a chef. A happy life would be eating delicious food forever." Aranzium, taking a cake from the plate, replied to her, "A chef? Like a royal chef?" Sylvia agreed with that statement. "Exactly.
I was a tattoo artist my whole life in my previous life, so in this life, I want to be a chef. That's why I opened my own cafe. Pretty cool, right? Hearing this, the little girl continued to ask about her plans. Oh really? So you're going to cook lots of delicious dishes? Sylvia answered immediately without hesitation. Of course. Aranzium, smiling brightly, encouraged her. Hurry up and open your shop. It had been 2 weeks since I started selling lunchboxes, and everything was incredibly successful. It was getting late. Lunchboxes were piled high like mountains on the mat, and people were clamoring for orders. Miss, I want 20 boxes of each kind. I want 10 boxes of each kind. Sylvia quickly replied, Yes, please wait a moment. She turned her head towards the food and thought to herself, So busy. How many more boxes are there? A driver appeared out of nowhere and asked, What's on the menu today?
Sylvia turned to him with a radiant smile. She playfully asked, Oh, driver, when did you get back? The driver smiled back and replied, Yesterday afternoon. It was really dangerous this time. The number of magical beasts is increasing. It's exhausting. Sylvia worriedly reminded him, Please take care of your health. She secretly wondered to herself, was he old enough to go through something like that? The novel stated that when the black dragon sleeps, the number of magical monsters increases significantly. When she read the story, she felt sorry for them. Truly sorry. Sylvia's heart grew even more worried. Would the Crovan mercenary squad be all right? She recalled the happy memories of the three of them, Felix even assigning tasks back then. So, Hubert will do the dishes.
Sylvia grew increasingly worried about the special person in her heart, wondering if he was eating enough. Sylvia remembered him happily praising, Well done, Hubert. Someone's footsteps approached. That person pointed to a long line of people and waved, calling out, Boss, over here. The captain looked at the situation before him and seemed annoyed. Lunchboxes? Why don't we just catch wild boars and eat them instead? The mercenary Nakri beside him tried to persuade. I heard the food here is delicious, and it's even good for constipation. Anyway, it's a famous place for good food. You have to queue up beforehand. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, as if not caring, saying, Who knows, a lunchbox is... Sylvia took a food box out of her bag and sighed, What a busy day. The mercenary Nakri was still asking, Aren't you going to eliminate them anymore? She suddenly looked up in surprise. The captain chuckled, looking amused, and said, You look familiar, so it's you. A few months ago, on the day Soayu Jung was transported to another dimension. Where is this? Sylvia looked bewildered at the unfamiliar scene before her and asserted, I must have fallen down the stairs. She suddenly noticed her surroundings. Beneath Sylvia was a log and several bone fragments.
She realized she had stepped on bones and skulls beneath her, and overwhelmed by fear, she screamed at the top of her lungs. After regaining her composure, Sylvia clutched her head in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. She silently replayed the recent events, as if it were a dream. That was a skull. I'm so scared. I'm really scared. What in the world is this? I'm so scared. Suddenly, Sylvia heard sounds approaching. The mercenary Nakri, on horseback, shouted loudly, Captain, there's a survivor here. He dismounted and walked towards her. Mercenary Nakri knelt on one knee, asking anxiously, Are you all right? You are still alive. May the gods bless you. Another person led the troops forward and ordered them to stand still. The captain appeared before Sylvia and made an accurate assessment of her. Look at you. You seem like a mage, but you don't look like a battle mage. How did you get here? Can you stand up? He helped Sylvia up. While she was still disoriented, she asked, Hey, did you just call me a mage? The captain firmly took Sylvia's hand, his other hand supporting her waist, and said, It seems you've sustained a head injury. That sometimes happens.
But in a few days, everything will be fine again. By then, you will come with us, Nagri mercenaries. Follow orders. Yes, Captain. He reached out his hand to help Sylvia onto the horse. Here. She gently and trustingly gripped the captain's hand. He quickly and deftly lifted Sylvia onto the horse in front of him. Behind her, the captain held the reins and instructed Sylvia, Stay still, okay? Meanwhile, she was secretly terrified and worried. It's a horse, and this is my first time riding one. He gently explained to her after seeing Sylvia seemed a bit uneasy. There are no extra horses left. Bear with it for a bit. Let's go. Back we go. The city gates opened to welcome them, and the morning sun shone down like a beacon of hope. Excited cheers rang out as they rode in. Welcome back, Nagri mercenaries. Sylvia, on the captain's horse, observed her surroundings. She silently gathered information. The road is paved with stone. There are horses and carriages, and people along the roadside are asking about the group's achievements. How many did you manage to get this time? Were there any giants among them? Oh, it's the Nagri mercenaries.
Sylvia saw everything. She still didn't understand what was happening, but she could vaguely guess the context somewhat. This isn't where I used to live. Where exactly is this place? It felt very medieval. They grasped the door knocker. A person who seemed to be the owner of the place looked up from his writing. He saw the captain leading Sylvia and said, Oh, look who it is. Mercenary Captain Nakri, how can I help you? His voice was accusatory.
Hey, only you would do something like this, letting a mage who doesn't know how to fight go with mercenaries. The brown-haired man said nonchalantly, what's wrong with giving her a job? Earning a living isn't easy. It's her fault for not checking carefully. Hey, mage, you told me you knew how to use offensive magic, so what was that all about? And hey, you look like a zombie. Anyway, only the mercenary squad I recommended would do a proper job. Be grateful to them for letting a weak mage tag along. Hearing that, the captain's patience snapped, and he became furious. He swept all the papers off the table, sending them flying everywhere. The captain, eyes red with rage, questioned the brown-haired man. Oh, so you knew that and still let her go with the mercenaries? Seen as he was scared and tried to explain himself and calm the captain down. It's not like that, please calm down.
But he wouldn't give in so easily, and continued, he must be a dirty and sloppy mercenary. He knew she would become a human shield, but still sent her. I know these kinds of things very well. The brown-haired girl, terrified, broke out in a cold sweat at the captain's intimidating presence. He finally pointed at Sylvia and lowered his voice, saying, anyway, she's back after the job. You have to pay her, right? After being intimidated for a while, he picked up the papers, clicked his tongue, and conceded. Fine, I'll pay. Gold coins dropped into her hand one by one. The captain handed the money to Sylvia and carefully advised her, hey, no matter how hard life gets, you must cherish your life. She looked at the gold coins in her hand in astonishment. Is this money? I've only seen this in medieval movies, so what does paying mean? Meanwhile, he was still explaining the meaning of life to Sylvia, saying that if you're not a combat mage, surviving outside the city is harder than plucking stars from the sky. The pay was very high, but she didn't know how to use offensive spells. At that moment, her mind was elsewhere. Sylvia glanced around and silently concluded, and this scenery, it's definitely medieval architecture. Mercenaries, and what am I? A mage? What the hell is going on? Don't tell me I'm stuck here. She suddenly snapped back to reality amidst those terrifying thoughts. The captain looked at Sylvia and asked, hey, are you listening? She quickly composed herself and bowed slightly, replying, huh? Oh yes. He kindly and generously advised Sylvia, it's okay, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. When you're in trouble, just ask people around for help. No need for introductions, we're all just trying to make a living. Take care of yourself. She felt shy, but her heart was filled with determination after the captain's persuasive talk.
Sylvia smiled brightly, thanking him. I was truly grateful to you then. The captain smiled back, as if understanding, and also pleased that he had helped someone. He replied cheerfully and modestly, it was nothing significant. I'm just glad you're still doing well. At this moment, the mercenary Nokri also vaguely realized, you're the mage I found in the forest. The city gate suddenly creaked open, emitting strange sounds. She turned her head to look in that direction, asking in confusion, What is it? This time, the city gate swung wide open, as if welcoming someone in. Sylvia found the situation strange. It looks like the iron gate is opening. I come here every day and have never seen that gate open. The captain beside her provided information. It looks like the Visconti Knights are returning. A thick cloud of gray smoke appeared before the city gate. A majestic knight rode his horse, gripping the reins tightly, his gaze fixed straight ahead.
Sylvia was surprised by the knight's majestic appearance and let out a soft gasp. She commented, what a terrifying sight. The captain estimated there must be at least 800 knights. They must have driven the magic beasts all the way back to their lairs. Sylvia could deduce, it's the Visconti Knight Order. He knows his own strength. Anyway, even with reinforcements, we mercenaries are still far inferior to them, especially the Knight Order under the Imperial Duke Sarpora. Felix charged forward with his sword, his eyes resolute. A powerful slash from him cleaved the giant monster in two. Felix landed, his posture still full of power. He looked at what was flowing out of the monster's body and asked curiously, essence? Hubert excitedly said, I'm extracting it now. He walked over to get the tools to proceed with extracting the essence. After the extraction was complete, Hubert put them into a small bag. Felix glanced around and remarked, it seems everything is done. Let's rest. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh, I'm really tired. Then Hubert raised his hand to cast a spell. Dennis, having been given water, gratefully said, thank you, Sir Hubert. The sudden surge of monsters is really tiring, isn't it? He tiredly complained. We haven't slept for 3 days. Sylvia's lunchbox was also completely empty. He stared in shock at the box. Huh, we ate it all? Captain, what now? Felix remembered what they had been through and realized, even though we bickered constantly, it was quite fun. He vividly remembered the moment Sylvia smiled and said, admit it, my snacks are delicious, aren't they? Confess, I didn't bite it. Those memories made Felix smile happily. Then he instructed, let's go home. Dennis excitedly let out a sound, while Felix urged everyone, let's go. Hubert obediently replied, yes. At a house deep in a forest, he joyfully said, it feels like coming home to family. Let's go. We can finally rest now.
The flowers and grass around here seem to be growing more, don't they? He raised his hand and knocked on the door, but silence was their only answer. There was no movement inside, as if no one was home. Hubert turned around and speculated. I don't think she's back yet. Let's wait a bit. Poppy, relying on her own senses, spoke up.
Does anyone smell something fragrant? The green spirit, popping out from Felix's shirt, replied, Yes, I do. Lupinus speculated, It's like the scent of flowers. Well, there are flowers everywhere. Daisy, perched on a flower, said, I don't think that smell is coming from these flowers. Is it from over there? Just then the pink spirit suddenly darted over. It smells so good, like a purification. The little spirit proactively suggested, Felix, let's go over there. The scent is spreading everywhere and it's so fragrant. I think it's coming from the garden behind the house. He smiled faintly as if in confirmation. Upon hearing this, the spirits cheered joyfully. Thank you, Felix.
Suddenly, Asta rushed forward and gently placed a kiss on Felix's cheek. After that, they excitedly flew away, absolutely thrilled. While she finished her shopping, she cheerfully headed home. Sylvia laughed heartily, extremely happy. Aaron saw this and was curious. Are you that happy, Sylvia? She smiled and confirmed. Of course, I finally found a savory seasoning similar to soy sauce. Sylvia recalled not long ago when she asked, What is that? And the owner confirmed it was a savory seasoning. Would you like to taste it? Sylvia didn't refuse. She took a spoon, tasted it, and was startled. She excitedly pointed at the spoon. Is this soy sauce? This flavor? The owner heard this and replied, This soy sauce is gunbust oil. Before his surprised gaze, Sylvia immediately raised her hand and requested, Owner, give me 10, no 30 bottles of gunbust. Returning to reality, she contentedly patted her back. Sylvia impatiently looked up. I can't wait to get home and cook something delicious. The little girl curiously asked, What will you cook? She said mysteriously, Wait and see, I'll cook you something delicious with this new seasoning. As she was about to return home, Sylvia was surprised to see everyone's presence. She looked at his back, puzzled. Guests? Aaron's exclaimed in surprise. Is that Felix? No.
Sylvia immediately ran after the girl. Huh? Hey, where are you going? The girl awkwardly replied, Sorry, I have to go. She helplessly clutched her forehead. She's not usually like this. Oh my, it's been a while, hasn't it? Hubert saw Sylvia and joyfully called out, Sylvia! His smile made her feel happy. Yes, making such a handsome man smile so brightly. Well done, Sylvia. It was then that Felix turned his head to look at Sylvia. When she saw him coldly turn away, she suddenly felt confused. Even if he's the main character, isn't he overdoing it a bit? How long does he plan to play hard to get? Anyway, it's good to see you again. Sylvia walked to the main door and politely said, Welcome back, everyone. Just a moment. She quickly put the key into the lock. Then, after opening the door, Sylvia smiled and welcomed them. You must be tired. Please, come inside. Hubert and Dennis replied in unison, Thanks to you, we returned safely. She took off her bag. Let's have a welcome party. He excitedly cheered. Let's go. As the sunlight faded, darkness fell. The house was quite noisy as everyone chatted with each other. Now, Sylvia had changed into a different outfit and was ready. Now that we have soy sauce, we can make that dish, right? Her excitement was evident in her bright eyes.
Sylvia clasped her hands together as if in a ritual before cooking. She looked at everyone and reminded them, All right, everyone, go wash up first. You must wash your hands when you enter the house, remember? Dennis excitedly replied, Yes. As he was going upstairs, Sylvia glanced at Felix. He immediately explained, I've already washed up. She pointed and reminded him, First, take off your armor. Felix had no choice but to get up and head up the stairs. Sylvia urged, Hurry up and come back down. I'll put a watermelon right on the table for everyone. Dennis came down with excitement. Watermelon! Hubert was also eagerly anticipating. I've washed up too. She smiled and said, Sir Hubert, take off your cloak and change your clothes right away. He was stunned and let out a small gasp. Only then did Hubert understand and reply, I'll do it right away. Sylvia excitedly announced, I'll prepare a dozen delicious dishes for you all to enjoy. Now I've kept my promise, so let's cook. Her hands were already kneading dough.
Sylvia looked at the spoils on the table and predicted, This should be enough. It's been so long since I've made bulgogi, I want Aaron to taste the first bite. But why isn't she back yet? Is she planning to keep running away forever? It's not that I don't understand her feelings, but she can't keep hiding like this. And if Felix finds out Aaron has been with me all this time, how will he react? Will Felix consider me a kidnapper? Clearly, Aaron was the one who dragged me here. Felix is very unpredictable. It's hard to guess how he'll react. Daisy was incredibly excited. Oh look, watermelon! The green spirit joyfully exclaimed. So sweet and refreshing. Someone curiously asked, Does anyone smell something delicious? He slumped onto the table and mumbled, My stomach is rumbling. Hubert, full of anticipation, spoke up. What will Sylvia cook today? Her food is amazing. How can she cook so many dishes? Isn't this her first time? Just then, she walked out of the kitchen. Sylvia brought out the food and asked, Could everyone give me a hand? Dennis volunteered, raising his hand. I'll do it. Afterwards, the meticulously prepared dishes were placed on the table. He couldn't help but ask, What is this dish? She introduced, It's called bulgogi. Just wrap it with rice and vegetables and enjoy. It's delicious.
He turned to her, curious. What's that you're holding? Sylvia, eating, looked at the chopsticks in her hand. This? They're called chopsticks. They're quite difficult to use at first, but once you get used to them, they're even easier than a fork. Dennis stared blankly at the fork in his hand. She proactively offered, Want to give them a try? He immediately agreed. May I?
Sylvia handed a pair of chopsticks to Dennis. "Here you go." Then Hubert's hand, holding the chopsticks, trembled as he tried to pick up food. "I can do it! I can do it!" She ate while thinking, "How cute, these big guys fumbling with chopsticks." When Dennis managed to pick up some food, he excitedly shouted, "I got it!" Sylvia gave a thumbs up in praise. "Perhaps it's because you were a prosecutor that you learned so quickly. Truly impressive." He immediately put the food into his mouth. As he tasted it, Dennis's eyes lit up. He was so moved that tears welled up. "It's delicious, absolutely amazing. I miss you so much, Sylvia." Hubert stood up and criticized. "Hey, that's so tactless." She smiled and said, "There's plenty more. Help yourself." While Felix remained silent, Dennis continued to pick up food happily. Understood. At this moment, his gaze was drawn to something, a jar filled with many chopsticks. Felix hesitated for a moment, then took out a pair of chopsticks, staring at them as if trying to figure out how to use them. Sylvia calmly looked at Felix. "Just pretend you don't like them." On the table, his eyes were fixed on a plate of blueberries. She looked at Felix and thought, "Come on, just try it once." For a beginner, picking up blueberries with chopsticks is quite difficult. He silently held the chopsticks towards the blueberries.
Felix's hands trembled as he tried to hold it tightly, but the blueberries still slipped from his chopsticks. He couldn't believe he was failing like that. So Felix tried to pick it up again, but it kept slipping, frustrating him. Felix's anger flared, and he became determined to pick up the blueberry. Sylvia covered her mouth, giggling. "He's so cute. He's driving me crazy. Look at that grumpy face." "Oh, I've been staring. What do I do now that he's looking?" He was surprised to see her put a large piece of food into her mouth. Sylvia tasted it and immediately felt excited. It really tastes good, just as I'd expected. At this moment, Felix was thinking, such a small mouth, but she eats so much, huh? She swayed her body, singing, "So delicious." Sylvia's actions made him curious. Is it really that good? She looks so happy. Am I drooling while watching her eat? Felix quickly wiped the drool from his mouth. His face flushed red with embarrassment.
The plump mangosteens on the table were exuding an irresistible allure. The pink spirit leaned in and praised. "This purple one is so delicious," Poppy said, drooling. "When Felix wakes up, ask him to peel it for us." Daisy excitedly chimed in. "When he wakes up, can we call him?" Lupinus gently advised everyone. "Felix is tired, don't wake him up." Daisy sadly replied, "I know, Lupinus, but I'm really craving it now." Asta was still focused on the mangosteen. "How do you peel it?" The excited blue spirit suggested, "How about we peel it ourselves? You hold this side, I'll pull the other." Asta happily agreed. "Let's try." She raised her hand ready to peel, but for some reason she couldn't get a firm grip. Asta was on the verge of tears. "I can't hold it, it keeps slipping." Meanwhile, the mangosteen chuckled. "Do these kids think they can open me?" The blue spirit's voice rang out. "Poppy, Poppy, hold it tight." Poppy flew over and replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, Sylvia was peeking from behind the door, intently watching the spirits. "Oh, look at those fairies, they want to eat mangosteens."
The blue spirit asked, "Let's count to 3, okay?" Seeing this, Poppy offered, "Let me do it." She, Sylvia, still thought with amusement, "Oh, they're so adorable. Look at their hands holding the mangosteen." Both the blue spirit and Poppy held 2 sides of the mangosteen together and began to count. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, the blue spirit was thrown backward, and Poppy also fell with the momentum. The little girl cried out loudly, "Ow, that hurts!" Lupinus quickly ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" Sylvia's heart ached at the sight. "Don't cry. What should I do now? I should peel it for the kids, but I can't let them know I'm watching them. If they can't peel it and keep crying, why don't they just give up?" 2 conflicting thoughts appeared in her mind. You have to help them. But if I help, who will take responsibility? After that, Sylvia made up her mind. All right, decision made. I can't let this continue.
Sylvia confidently walked towards the sad spirits. The little spirits, seeing Sylvia, cheered. "Sylvia's here!" She was a little surprised. "Hey, don't come too close to me." Daisy approached Sylvia and praised, "Oh, she smells so good. What is that scent?" Daisy was very happy to be gardening, while Sylvia felt a little flustered and exclaimed, "Too close." Asta proudly called out his name. "Asta's here too." The blue spirit chimed in. "Clover grows the most." Sylvia reached for a mangosteen. "I'm so thirsty. Should we try some mangosteen?" The pink spirit, seeing her peel it, exclaimed. The blue spirit also praised. "It looks delicious." Sylvia secretly praised in her heart. "Oh my God, they're too cute." A mangosteen fell, making the blue spirit cry out, "Oops!" She awkwardly explained, "I'm so weak this morning. What should I do? I can't hold it." A few seeds fell, but they're on the table, so it should be fine. I guess I'll just have to peel a new one. Sylvia let go of the mangosteen. She accidentally dropped one by one. Ah, it fell again. Oh my goodness, what is it now? I've dropped quite a few. I guess I won't eat them. Daisy confidently said, "So she's probably given up, right? It's okay, isn't it?" Asta's eyes sparkled as he stared intently. "Then we'll eat them, okay?" Poppy didn't hesitate. "Yeah, let's dig in." Lupinus called out, "Oh, I want some too." Sylvia, hidden behind the door, breathed a sigh of relief. The little spirits praised one after another. "So delicious, so sweet, even better than last time. Hey, Poppy, that's my share. I ate it first." She continued to listen intently. Then she smiled happily.
What a happy morning, truly lovely. A lavish breakfast spread was laid out. Sylvia spoke up, asking Hubert, "Good morning, could you help me set the table?" Hubert extended his hand, offering, "I'll help." Meanwhile, Dennis rubbed his stomach, exclaiming, "I'm so hungry." She smiled brightly and announced, "Today we're having French-style egg sandwiches." The other two exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, that looks incredibly delicious." Meanwhile, Felix suddenly paused. He blushed, deep in thought. Seeing this, Hubert asked, "Oh, Sir Felix, is something wrong? Your face is red." Felix's heart, meanwhile, was pounding. He was still bewildered. Did my heart just pound? Outside the house, Dennis waved goodbye. "We're off."
Sylvia gently replied, "Remember to be careful." Then she thought to herself, "Look, he nodded." Sylvia closed the door. She told herself, "Now I'm all alone." Then she turned her attention elsewhere. An image of a hand picking up a blueberry appeared. Sylvia recalled the moment Felix intently watched himself pick up a blueberry and chuckled. He finally picked up a blueberry. He's so cute, just like a child. She picked up those chopsticks and murmured, "He even marked my chopsticks." Sylvia suddenly fell into deep thought. She sadly wondered, when will Felix finally agree to eat my cooking? Sylvia pondered again. He eats well, but it's all fruit and shrimp. That means he's lacking nutrients, meat. Well, even if he doesn't eat meat, it would be good if he just eats savory dishes with a rice tray. Sylvia poked the chopsticks into the table. Then she stopped.
Despite Sylvia's shouts, Erinys still hadn't returned, and Felix and everyone else were long gone. Oh well, I'll rest a bit today. I've been overworking myself lately. By the way, what should I eat today? Oh, maybe I'll make a small bowl for Arenzium, and for the other fairies too. Small wood shavings fell, becoming more and more numerous. Finally, the bowl and the small cup were finished. Sylvia gently lifted them to admire. Arenzium's bowl and cup were done. Oh my, they're so cute, and I made them myself. She was silent for a moment, then continued to ponder, hoping she would use them. When would she ever come back? The house is too quiet. It's so sad. I'll just take a nap then. Even though Sylvia was lying on the bed, she still longed. Arenzium, please come home soon. Afternoon had fallen, and she gradually woke up. Sylvia groggily asked, "What time is it? I think I slept longer than I thought." Arenzium stirred in her hand. "Sylvia, I'm so hungry." She startled and threw off the blanket. "Ah, you scared me." Arenzium, startled, found herself covered by the blanket and wiggled inside it. Hee hee. Sylvia lifted the blanket and happily asked, "You're so heavy. When did you get back?"
A voice rang out asking Arenzium, "When did you get back?" The little girl shyly replied, "Hello, Sylvia. I arrived while you were sleeping, Sylvia. Then I lay down next to you and fell asleep too. Sylvia, you smell so good." Sylvia indifferently replied, "I see. Now get out of there." The little girl softly said, "Oh, thank you." Sylvia thought to herself, "This girl is so selfish. This time I'll scold her until she remembers." After thinking, she sternly called, "Arenzium, you." Arenzium's words cut her off. "I've been wandering too much. I'm hungry, Sylvia." The pitiful words made her heart ache. "Oh, my heart." The little girl softly asked, "Am I cute?" Sylvia was startled. No way." She resolutely scolded, "No, not cute at all." "How long do you plan to hide from Felix and everyone else? What did you do that you have to run away like this? Don't you miss Felix and your fairy friends? Why do you run away the moment you catch a glimpse of them?" Arenzium softly explained. "But," Sylvia patiently advised, "don't hesitate anymore. Just say it directly. Is it because you brought me here that things turned out this way?" The little girl honestly replied, "Yes, it's my fault. I'm sorry, Sylvia." Sylvia was stunned and asked again, "Are you regretting it?" Arenzium quickly retorted, "No, no regrets. Everything seems coincidental, but I don't think your presence here is just a coincidence. It's as if Arenzium knew everything and told me to bring you here. I can't shake that thought." Sylvia moved closer and questioned, "Then you don't need to run away anymore, do you?" The little girl stammered, "Well, about that. We came to Arenzium so Felix could have a proper meal. Then I was pulled to another place to fulfill that wish. Everyone hoped Felix would receive a magic plate or a magic bag so he could eat properly. In Arenzium's memory, Poppy cheerfully introduced, the magic plate. No matter what poison you put on it, it will detoxify itself."
The blonde elf also confidently explained, pulling out only healthy items from her magic bag. With a sad face, the girl continued, "How could I possibly answer that? I can't. Everyone will surely look at me with disappointment." Sylvia slowly suggested, "Then I'll be his magic bag, cooking healthy food for him. How does that sound? There, you're such a crybaby."
The little girl quickly refuted, "I'm not a crybaby." Sylvia smiled contentedly. "You're hungry, aren't you? Let's eat first." The little girl kept insisting, "I said I'm not a crybaby." A little while later, a pot of water was boiling in the kitchen. Soon after, 2 plates of eggs were neatly arranged on the table. Sylvia announced, "It's ready, Arenzium. Come sit here." The little girl slowly crawled over, wondering, what is this?" She happily explained, "That bowl is yours."
The little girl repeated in surprise. My bowl? Sylvia carefully asked. The adult bowl is too big for you. Do you like this one? She watched the little girl eat with delight, praising, so cute. A moment later, Sylvia carefully reminded her, it's hot. Don't pick it up with your hands. Use a knife and fork to cut it. The little girl politely replied, thank you, Sylvia. The two, one adult and one child, happily enjoyed the meal. Aranzium enthusiastically praised, it's so delicious. She happily replied, yes, eat up. A little while later, the little girl held up her bowl and reported, I finished it all, Sylvia. Sylvia hesitated before suggesting, well then, this time let's make something savory. Aranzium exclaimed with surprised eyes, your magic has improved so much. You're using water, fire, wind, and herbs all at once? She confidently teased, look at your wide eyes. Tasting what I cook will surprise you even more. Here. Sylvia quickly scooped a spoonful of the dish. She fed Aranzium. Here, try this. How is it? The little girl enthusiastically flattered. It's delicious. Sylvia is the best. She also tasted it contentedly. Really? Delicious. Yes, eating it with you makes it taste even better. Aranzium quickly waved her hand, asking, give me another one. On the other side, shimmering light shone through the railing in front of a forest. A man with completely white hair was quietly sitting in the garden.
On the table were 2 jars of jam and a small piece of cake. The man slowly picked up the cake and savored it. The maids behind him excitedly thought to themselves, seeing the Duke was truly the greatest joy while at Carpetina's castle. He then picked up his teacup and took a sip. With a satisfied expression, he silently praised, today's milk tea is also fragrant and skillfully brewed. The Duke rang the bell and said, all right, I'm really looking forward to it. He thought to himself, let's try it. Another dish was carefully placed on the table by a maid. She gently informed him, this melon was personally picked by the head chef this morning. His eyes filled with anticipation, and his heart exclaimed, watermelon. The maid continued, this is indispensable as an accompaniment. The Duke tasted it, and his eyes widened with excitement. He looked at the plate of melon and slowly remarked, I heard that while I was away, they found a fruit stall in town that sells very sweet fruit, near gate number 2, didn't they? Aaron bowed and replied, yes, your grace, I have already sent someone there. Luciano slowly opened his eyes and with a smile countered, I wish to taste it myself.
Meanwhile, in a certain kitchen, spices and ingredients danced in the air, then one by one fell into the pot of meat simmering over medium heat. Sylvia happily hummed like a skilled conductor orchestrating a culinary symphony harmoniously. Soon after, a piping hot dish was ready amidst her cheers. Today's bento box was perfectly done, packing the stewed pears with ginger tea for serving, and it would be complete. Mr. Dennis said gate number 3 has a lot of foot traffic, right? I've sold at gate number 2 many times myself.
Well then, I'll just go to gate 3 to find new customers. After making her decision and leaving home, Sylvia finally found a spacious spot to set up her stall. She was currently busy attending to a long line of customers. Here you go. If you wash the box for me after eating, I'll give you an extra gift. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Only 7 servings left. How many boxes did you say you wanted? The male customer hesitantly repeated his order. I said 10 boxes. Oh, that's fine. Just give me all that's left. Sylvia cheerfully handed him the bag of food. All right. Before handing it to him, she suddenly paused for a few seconds, then changed direction to grab some fresh, juicy pears and added them to the bag. Oh, let me add some pears. After filling the empty space in the bag, Sylvia finally handed the goods to the customer with satisfaction. He looked at the bag full of pears, utterly confused. But I didn't buy any fruit. Sylvia chuckled at his awkward expression. I know, I'm just giving them to you because I felt a bit bad, but don't tell anyone, okay? Her charming smile successfully made the young man blush and stammer. I understand. Thank you for the fruit. Inside, he felt lightheaded and exclaimed, Is she an angel? Meanwhile, Sylvia turned to continue her business. Enjoy your meal, everyone, and I hope you catch many magic beasts. Now, today's lunchboxes are all sold out. This announcement was like a bolt from the blue for the customers who had been waiting, so much so that one person exclaimed, What? Sylvia cheerfully bid everyone farewell. I'll be back tomorrow, so please look forward to it. The crowd quickly dispersed in disappointment, with some grumbling and complaining. I've been waiting for 4 hours. Meanwhile, she secretly checked her remaining stock. Since it was a new spot, she still had a little ginger tea left. While Sylvia was focused on cleaning up, a knight came running, out of breath. But by then, she was already preparing to pack up and return home after a day of brisk sales.
He anxiously turned his head in all directions, searching. And in the knight's moments of despair, Sylvia skipped past, in a cheerful mood, thinking, It's too hot here. Let's go home. He immediately stopped her. Wait, he exclaimed. Is everything sold out? Sylvia was surprised as she assessed the knight, who was panting heavily in front of her. Is he here to buy a bento box? He looks like he ran straight here, covered in sweat, she thought. Though reluctant, she still had to deliver the bad news. I'm sorry, but it's really all sold out.
Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Sylvia, puzzled, waited to see the knight's next move. After waiting for his sweat to subside a bit, he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. The knight angrily roared a long string of questions. Why are you selling at Gate Bree today? I've been waiting at Gate 2 since early morning. I absolutely must bring a bento box home. There isn't a single one left? Any kind will do, just one box. Without letting him vent his full anger, Sylvia coldly cut him off. Sir, first drink this and calm down. The knight rudely snatched the flask from her hand. Without hesitation, he raised the flask and gulped it down. A moment later, his eyes lit up upon discovering a fresh flavor. The gentleman immediately expressed his curiosity. What is this? Sylvia calmly replied, Ginger tea. I'm sorry, today's bento boxes are all sold out. I'll be back here tomorrow, so please come by again then. I'll even include a gift. He didn't say a word, but began to cross his arms. After a while, the gentleman remained silent, as if pondering something serious.
Sylvia gradually lost patience and sighed, thinking, I want to go home, but he's blocking my way, making it hard to leave. It's time to go home. She finally gave in and decided to initiate the conversation. But at that moment, Sylvia suddenly noticed the other person's appearance. She secretly cast a quick glance from top to bottom. On closer inspection, his clothes and attire were too luxurious. Wait, is he a noble? I want to avoid getting involved with nobles. My boss once warned me, she thought. Sylvia recalled his serious expression when he advised her, if you want to sell a lot, avoid meeting nobles as much as possible. This made her even more certain in her heart that he had indeed said that. So while the knight wasn't paying attention, she immediately wanted to turn and quickly slip away, saying, well then, I'll be taking my leave. However, he wouldn't let her leave so easily. Her arm was suddenly grabbed, making Sylvia glance at him warily. She questioned him in a low voice. What's wrong? The knight firmly held her back, saying, I apologize for the rudeness, but you must come with me. From the beginning, this is what happened because you weren't selling at Gate 2 today. The utterly unreasonable excuse made Sylvia unable to help but raise her voice. What are you talking about? Let go of me. Meanwhile, he continued to forcibly drag her along, saying, let's go. Sylvia could only ask in confusion, wait, where are we going? Just like that, she didn't know when she had been dragged away until her feet began to leave the ground.
Sylvia panicked as her entire body slowly floated into the air. The knight paid no mind to her fear and arbitrarily decided their destination. We're going to meet Duke Visconti. Sylvia was stunned, unable to believe her ears. What? After that, the only sounds filling the air were the whistling wind and her echoing screams. What? At the same time, in a luxurious room, Luciano thoughtfully processed the pile of documents before him. He quickly scanned the contents on the papers. The Groven mercenary group, though only 3 people, possessed very high skill. Aaron, standing beside him, professionally recounted. Yes, their capabilities are equivalent to an entire large company. Luciano, while reviewing the report information, casually replied, Oh, you've been in town lately, haven't you? From outside the window came a series of Sylvia's screams. The knight, tightly embraced around the neck by her, couldn't help but irritably remind her, I can't breathe. After a tumultuous journey, the two finally landed safely in the spacious courtyard within the mansion's grounds.
He grumbled annoyedly. Heavens, is this your first time flying or something? We're here, get off me. Hearing this announcement, Sylvia hesitantly extended her leg to test the surroundings. Ground, I'm still alive. After regaining her composure, she suddenly remembered the culprit and silently complained. You devil, you flew off in a flash without warning. Thanks to you, I now know I'm afraid of heights. If you weren't a noble, I wouldn't let this slide. At this moment, Aaron anxiously ran out to inquire about the situation. Who is that? The knight replied concisely. I'm back, butler. Seeing the newcomer, Sylvia's mood grew even gloomier. Oh no, someone of even higher status has appeared. At this point, he finally deigned to explain the situation properly. She's the bento box seller at Gate 3. I went to great lengths to find her, so I brought her here directly. I did a good job, didn't I? Aaron was speechless and rubbed his forehead at the knight's impetuous nature. What an idiot. Only Sylvia, who had been dragged here for no reason, couldn't help but shed tears and overthink. What now? They dragged me here, and they even know I sell bento boxes at the city gate? I thought I was just going to earn money. Who knew my life would be over now? No way, I just got a little stable. Why am I so unlucky? I should just beg for mercy. Thinking quickly, she immediately assumed a standard kneeling posture and apologized with all her might. I'm sorry. Is it because I shouldn't sell bento boxes in front of the city gate? Then I won't sell there anymore. I didn't know. No one told me it wasn't allowed. Aaron awkwardly fumbled for words to explain. Oh my goodness, it's not like that. As the situation grew a little chaotic, Luciano suddenly appeared. I was wondering what all the fuss was about. Did you buy a bento box? At this moment, only one thought popped into Sylvia's head. He's truly handsome.
Sylvia gasped in surprise. He's so handsome. Who is he? Aaron awkwardly reported, Your Grace, the servants have brought the bento seller. Luciana replied sternly, I know. Hearing that, she flinched. A duke? Oh no, a high-ranking noble appearing so suddenly. What am I supposed to do? Well, first of all, with that thought, Sylvia suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. It's an honor to meet you.
Luciano was utterly bewildered by her actions. He burst out laughing. You seem quite cheerful, don't you? Are you the one who delivered the lunchboxes? Sylvia looked up and replied, Yes, I am. Luciano looked at her and said, I'd like to buy a lunchbox, but seeing my servants had to bring you here, I suppose they're all sold out, aren't they? Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, Yes, yes, they're all completely sold out. Luciano looked disappointed, thinking I really wanted to eat one. Just then, the knight standing beside him, his stomach rumbled. He scratched his head in embarrassment, and Luciano thought, Ah, right, it's lunchtime. He then said, So I'll let you use the kitchen in the manor. Could you make a lunchbox for me? Sylvia exclaimed in utter surprise. What? Before she could even process it, Luciano instructed his butler, It's lunchtime right now. Aaron, take her to the kitchen. The butler respectfully replied, Yes, sir. Sylvia was bewildered, thinking, What just happened? I was dragged here, and now he's making me cook? Why is he so polite to a stranger? What does he really want from me? At that moment, Aaron approached, interrupting her thoughts. Please follow me. Sylvia put on a resigned expression. What can I do? If he says so, I guess I have to. As she followed Aaron, she secretly admired. Is this where a noble lives? It's so grand and magnificent, like a castle from a movie. But it's incredibly quiet. Everyone whispers, and I can barely hear footsteps. She was following with a timid, kitten-like expression when she suddenly flinched upon hearing a shout. Where's the fire mage? The kitchen staff's voices. The chef. He'll be right back. He asked, Where have you been wandering off to? The other person anxiously replied, I went to pick onions, eggplants, and cucumbers.
Immediate dissatisfaction was expressed verbally. Good heavens, why send a fire mage to do such things? Sylvia thought in a panic, Is he going to take me to see the kitchen? She quickly spoke up, Wait! Aaron enthusiastically turned to ask what's wrong. She expressed with a little worry, Is there a small kitchen here? If there is, I'll cook there. Otherwise, I'll cook at home and bring it. Sylvia secretly thought to herself, I can't use magic freely here. People would find it strange. Besides, I can't let anyone catch me using multiple elemental magic. Aaron understood her meaning and nodded immediately. That's right, he said. Letting outsiders mess around in the kitchen would displease the chef. We do have a small kitchen. Would that be all right? She happily agreed. That's enough for me. She thought to herself at the same time, Yes, I'm perfectly fine with that. I like small kitchens. Aaron smiled and advised, He doesn't have a kitchen, and he's curious about the lunchboxes you sell, so it would be better if you made a portion and served it to him.
It's best if the portion is really large, Sylvia replied with an awkward expression. All right, but in her head she immediately thought, What a liar, saying everything's fine. As Aaron closed the door, he instructed, All right then, I'll bring the food to him myself in an hour. She cheerfully replied, Yes, as you say. The moment the door clicked shut, her face turned serious, and she closed all the windows, drawing the curtains completely. Sylvia let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, Everything's locked up tight, right? Now what should I make? She pulled open a drawer, only to find it empty. Looking around, it was the same. Her mind was flooded with questions. She angrily cursed. This bastard, there's really nothing here. How am I supposed to start a fire? There's no stove. Then she tried to calm herself down. Relax. Don't I have all the tools and ingredients in my bag? All right, now let me give you a taste of heaven. First, she took out fresh cuts of meat and cooked them in a pan over a high flame that she controlled, along with ingredients like onions, garlic, carrots, and herbs, thinly sliced to make a side dish. She cooked and thought at the same time. The delicious, hot steak was done. She cut off a few small pieces and tasted them. The flavor was, without a doubt, 10 out of 10, exactly like the style of the person who pan-fried it. Once everything was done, she packed the food into containers and laughed loudly. Get ready to be surprised, big portion coming up. Once finished, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's almost time. I need to quickly erase all traces. In a moment, the mess was magically tidied up by her. First, she had to put away all the leftover ingredients. Just then, she heard the sound of a door opening outside, and she panicked, flustered. Right at that moment, Aaron walked in.
The door burst open, and Aaron rushed in, an air of solemnity and tension about him. Sylvia's face glowed with contentment and peace, as if she had just let go of all worries, leaving only a feeling of serenity and relaxation. She let out a silent sigh of relief, realizing she had made it just in the nick of time. It was almost a disaster. Sylvia handed her husband his lunchbox. All right, here's your lunch. Remember to keep the bread separate. Seeing Aaron struggle with the lunchbox, she thought to herself, It must be really heavy, huh? Honestly, I only just managed to finish it. It's not easy to make all this in just 1 hour. He grumbled awkwardly. Oh my, it's so heavy. Sylvia gave a satisfied smile. Well then, I can leave now, can't I? Come on, I still need to go buy ingredients for tomorrow's sales. Aaron bowed his head in thought for a moment.
She muttered to herself, I've prepared exactly what he wanted. He probably won't mind. And besides, Mr. Luciano rarely eats a dish he's tried once. After a long while, he finally agreed. All right, you can go now. Sylvia smiled gleefully. Live happily and freely, and don't let me see you again, you thieves. Her joy didn't last long before Aaron gave her a stiff, hold on. Sylvia was utterly disappointed. What? A moment later, she strolled away with a bulging bag. Sylvia looked annoyed and opened the bag. Seriously? Do you think just by paying you can order people around to do whatever you want? The kitchen isn't even ready yet. Have you lost all your manners? My goodness, see if I ever come back to this place again. Her mouth said that, but she couldn't help but drool at the sight of the money in the bag. Sylvia gently pulled the drawstring of the bag shut. That's what I wanted to say, but this amount of money is too much to warrant such complaints. All right, I'll overlook it just this once. She gave a satisfied smile. Sylvia eagerly planned, I'll buy a bunch of things I like with this money. How thrilling. Money is everything.
Just then, Aaron came to the door and knocked, announcing, Sir, the food is ready. He opened the door and entered. Luciano gestured, All right. Aaron placed the stack of meal boxes on the table. Luciano looked thoughtful. A type of box I've never seen before, and there seems to be quite a lot. Aaron bent down. Allow me to open them for you, sir. Aaron slowly opened the meal boxes. 3 tiers of wooden boxes, vibrant with aroma and beautifully arranged, made Luciano unable to hide his surprise. Oh, there are so many dishes I've never seen before. How interesting. The maid placed a cup on the table. Which type of tea would you like, sir? He pondered his choice before ordering. To overpower the taste of the dishes, bring me cold water instead. The maid complied. Yes, sir. He immediately tried a delicious piece of meat, praising it heartily. The skin was a rich reddish brown, and the juices were still flowing. He put a piece of meat into his mouth, slowly savoring it.
His eyes immediately widened in surprise. He thought he had tried every kind of steak in the world. Who knew there could be an even more delicious one? He remarked that from the aroma of the meat and spicy sauce to the subtle scent of herbs and unique spices, he couldn't find the words to describe it. Even the vegetables were crisp and fresh, making him wonder what this was and why the onions were so sweet. His words left the butler utterly astonished. Soon after, he had completely finished the first food box. The butler quickly handed the empty box to the servant nearby. Uchino eagerly spoke up. Now, let's try the next part. Let's try the rolled omelet, he said, scooping a spoonful. As he put it into his mouth, Uchino felt his taste buds explode. The egg was soft and smooth, the sauce rich and spicy, truly wonderful. Uchino continuously put more into his mouth, his mood brightening with every bite. Soon after, he had polished off 3 food boxes. He asked, Aaron, do you remember that time you went all the way to the city of Mataditis, Mum, just because I said I wanted to eat their spicy beef soup? Lucino's reminder made Aaron recall, the chef waving his hand in refusal. No, Aaron replied awkwardly. Of course I remember, sir. You don't know how stunned I was when you suddenly said that. The city of Mataditis, Mum, was closed off, so outsiders couldn't easily enter, right?
He laughed loudly. That's right, getting in was quite a struggle. The spicy beef soups I had to go to great lengths to try. I recall being quite disappointed because they weren't as good as expected. Aaron replied, Is that so? Lucino firmly held his fork. Compared to that dish, these plump, juicy fruits, he slowly savored them. Lucino couldn't stop praising. Aaron, I've never eaten anything like this before, and I'm a duke, you know? Oh, how can fruit be so intensely sweet and juicy? Aaron felt happy seeing him enjoy the food so much. When was the last time he was this happy? Sylvia appeared in Lucino's mind. May I leave now? He truly admired her talent. She truly possessed an astonishing skill for someone so young and slender.
Luciano held his cup, taking a thoughtful sip. He looked pensive, lost in distant thoughts. Suddenly he crossed his arms and smiled smugly. I wonder what she usually sells. Aaron suddenly spoke up. Sir, that food is for commoners or for sale only. Shouldn't you uphold the dignity of a duke? Luciano replied, Can't this be considered a delicacy? He tried to explain, but he flashed a radiant smile. Aaron, don't be so rigid. For now, just buy her lunchbox every day. Luciano's gaze fixed on Aaron, making him flustered, but Aaron complied. Yes, sir. Luciano continued to sip his tea. If I had known this would happen, I would have looked at her more closely. He recalled Sylvia's face with her emerald eyes. Luciano looked into the distance. I can't believe the only thing I remember about her is those aquamarine eyes. The marketplace bustled under the morning sun, carrying the simple rhythm of daily life. Below, stalls of ripe, vibrant tomatoes glowed. Sylvia walked along the paved road, while someone else's footsteps seemed hurried. Aaron Ziam whispered, Sylvia, I think someone is following you. She glanced back, surprised. You feel it too? Sylvia quickly hurried away. Don't tell me it's someone from the ducal estate. That's why I said you have to be careful with nobles.
I didn't do anything to particularly offend them, did I? No matter how fast she ran, the mysterious person chased just as fast. A voice rang out, "Wait, hold on a moment." Ariam shouted, "Who is it? Let go of me immediately." They turned back in surprise, only to find it was the fruit shop owner pulling Sylvia's sleeve. She was surprised. "Huh? You're the fruit shop owner?" Sylvia was stunned. The fruit shop owner? The woman was furious, her eyes sharp and cold, her mouth twisted with resentment. So this girl was the reason her shop's sales had recently plummeted. The fruit shop owner, she was the proprietor of the only fruit store in Capacilicious Castle, and most of the shop's customers were nobles. Thanks to this, she was extremely arrogant, and then someone appeared to disrupt the status quo. A man who worked with the fruit shop owner, carrying a crate of oranges, recounted, "Lately, the customers have been acting strangely. They even know how to pick fruit now. I heard there's a girl selling fresh fruit at cheap prices near the gate. Have you heard anything about that?" Something the owner could never accept had happened. She strode away aggressively, her mind racing with thoughts. Growing fruit, from sowing seeds to nurturing seedlings, is a laborious and difficult task, especially if you don't truly understand fruit. There's not a moment of rest. The body aches not just in one spot, but everywhere. You have to use your mind, too, which makes it even more exhausting. Good heavens, why am I rambling like this? In short, besides me, who else could do such arduous work? Oh, forget it. Let's just put an end to this fruit-selling business.
The fruit shop owner looked displeased. What kind of woman is that girl? Look, it must be her. Meanwhile, Sylvia handed the bunch of grapes to the orange-haired person, saying it was only 1 silver coin. He happily accepted. "Here you go, thank you." Looking at the plump, juicy grapes, the woman exclaimed in surprise, "Something so valuable and you're selling it for just 1 silver coin?" The fruit shop owner pointed directly at her. "Hey you! A young person like you has no business ethics whatsoever. Business ethics. Fruit isn't something you can just sell haphazardly like that. You don't understand anything. How can you sell them as if they're just discounted clearance items?" She looked bewildered. "Huh?" The woman played the victim. "You're truly determined to ruin other people's businesses, absolutely determined to the very end."
I've completely lost sleep because of you, so stop selling fruit so thoughtlessly anymore. Aranzium spoke up. Who are you to tell us what to do? Sylvia's fruit is much, much tastier than yours. The fruit shop owner challenged. If you keep selling haphazardly like this on the street, I'll go straight to the Duke's mansion immediately. I'll make you pay, you woman, understand? She put her hands on her hips and stared directly at the woman. The fruit shop owner continued. You might be new here, but know how far I'm willing to go. The woman turned to leave, but Sylvia stopped her. The fruit shop owner looked at her with startled eyes. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Huh? Sylvia began to retort. You know, selling goods on the street isn't illegal at all. I just heard the Duke's government say so a few days ago. Excuse me, I have a question about that so-called business ethics. The girl next to her encouraged. That's right, Sylvia. Keep going, Sylvia. She threw cold water on the woman with a single question. Among the fruits I sell, I believe there are some types you don't, correct? The fruit shop owner flew into a rage. You little girl, I had intended to settle this peacefully, but it seems I can't overlook this.
Sylvia covered her ears, seeing bees swarming everywhere. She was still aggressive, saying, "Follow me, I'll go to the Duke's mansion and speak for myself." She raised her hand, signaling, "Enough. Whether I sell fruit or give it away, it has nothing to do with you, so don't interfere. If your shop's fruit is better, people will buy from you. Otherwise, they'll buy from me. And to be clear, I sell lunchboxes, not fruit. The fruit is just a complimentary gift." The fruit shop owner froze. "What? You mean it's a complimentary gift? How can you even think of giving away expensive things like fruit for free? Are you crazy?" Sylvia waved her hand. "Wait a minute. What are you doing?"
She held her hand tightly. It's true that fruit can be expensive, and I understand that owning land to grow fruit right within the castle is difficult, but does that necessarily mean it has to be that expensive? In my opinion, you are the one overcharging. Who would buy and eat an apple that costs 50 times more than a beefsteak? And just for 1 apple, mind you. The fruit vendor couldn't retort anything. You, Sylvia glared. What you? She delivered a weak, desperate blow. I'll go to the ducal palace and report you. She gave a forced, helpless smile. Sylvia roared like a fierce tiger, full of menace and anger. You've been mentioning the ducal palace repeatedly, saying Duke, Duke, Duke all this time. Why do you have to go to the ducal palace to report me? Can you even get in there? Security there is very tight. Instead, you should go to the public affairs office to file a complaint. That's where the domain's officials work. The fruit vendor was furious, having run out of options. Her face was drenched in sweat. I thought this girl would back down if she believed I knew someone at the ducal palace, but this insolent brat intends to duel me to the end. The fruit vendor retreated. I won't let this go. Just you wait. Aranzium shouted. Ah, she's running away. Sylvia cleaned her ears, as if washing away the vendor's foul words. Look at that, running off because she has nothing left to say. The little girl praised. Sylvia, you're truly very brave. She smiled brightly. I'm not brave. Let's just go home. Aranzian replied. Yes.
Under the gentle twilight, flowers bloomed, their delicate petals trembling in the wind, as if softly whispering with the sunset's glow.
The small house appeared amidst a garden overflowing with scents and colors. Sylvia opened the door. Wait, why do I get more annoyed the more I think about this? Oh well, maybe I should just go with Croven's Mercenaries. The little girl eagerly asked, "Are you going to Felix's place?" She tiredly placed the bag on the table. I was planning to help Felix anyway. But I'm worried that if my skills aren't enough, I'll just become a burden again, like when I first arrived here. Aaron gently soothed her. No, Sylvia, you're very strong now.
I'm serious. First of all, the fact that you can use all kinds of elemental magic is astonishing, and you can even summon them simultaneously. She smiled brightly. All right, and the little girl smiled along. Sylvia happily put on her bag. She opened the door and went out. Instead of just sitting here, I should go to the library to see if there are any better books on magic circles. I need to prepare thoroughly and buy more ingredients. A new day had arrived. 2 jars of jam neatly placed on the table, one golden and radiant like the sun, the other soft pink and sweet like spring flowers, blending to create a poetic array of colors. Luciano was about to eat the bread spread with strawberry jam, but something made him stop. Luciano pondered, this is truly a complete breakfast, lacking nothing, but why is the strawberry jam so bland? Aaron bowed slightly. He asked, would you like some more butter, sir? He nodded. I think there's enough butter. Luciano placed the bread on his plate, feeling that something was still missing, but he couldn't guess what it was. Seeing that he had finished his meal with a sip of tea, Aaron worriedly asked, would you like to eat a little more, sir? Luciano immediately ordered, all right, you can clear it away. His face turned pale. For Sir Luciano to eat so little, Aaron glanced over. There was a lot of delicious food on the table, but he barely ate any of it. Therefore, he worried even more. Soft milk bread, sour salad with plenty of vegetables, onion soup, ham, sausages, and even an omelet. This was typically a meal that his lordship would eat heartily, leaving nothing behind. The maids successively carried out the old food. A maid then brought up new food, revealing a rather unappetizing plate of strawberries.
Luciano seemed indifferent. Strawberries? Aaron replied. Yes, these strawberries were picked by the chef himself early this morning, his expression pensive. Luciano wondered, is this their natural color? He flinched. Excuse me, what did you say, sir? He used a fork to poke at a few strawberries. Luciano felt something was amiss. Strange. Did strawberries look like this before? Aaron stood silently beside him. He continued to think. Weren't the previous strawberries bright red, like dazzling rubies? He stammered. I'll bring out some fresh ones. Luciano gently put down his fork. He turned and asked, Aaron, it's still a long time until bento box sales, isn't it? Aaron answered Luciano while signaling to a maid. As far as I know, it's not time for bento box sales yet. However, they say she appeared at the castle gate right after breakfast. This needs to be cleared away too. He glanced down. I see. Then, Luciano wiped his mouth clean with his hand. With preparations complete, he stood up, radiating a brilliant splendor. Today, I shall go there myself. Sylvia picked up a bunch of juicy green grapes. They are called green grapes. They are very sweet and burst in your mouth when you eat them. Eat them one by one, and remember to rinse them with water first. The boy in green happily took the bag from her. He grinned widely. I'm always grateful, he said. I'll enjoy these. Meanwhile, everyone around them began to chatter. Look! The boy in green turned around. Huh? What's that? Is that sturdy armor he's wearing? Certainly not, the person in black and purple replied. No matter how you look at it, that outfit. Sylvia, curious, asked, what's going on? Lucino approached deliberately. Wherever he walked, those around him murmured in admiration. The Duke? It's His Grace, the Duke.
Observe proper etiquette. She was surprised, mixed with a little tension. Sir, Luciano, maintaining his decorum, asked, so you're conducting business here? Sylvia was surprised. Wait, why is there a nobleman in a market like this? Looking at him outdoors, his hair and eyes stood out even more, like precious currency. Aaron glared. The Duke asked you a question. Why aren't you answering? She stammered. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even expect to meet the Duke in a place like this, so I'm being terrible. He replied. Be careful from now on. The murmur started again. But what brought the Duke all the way here? Could it be that he didn't come here to buy a lunchbox? Oh my, how could he possibly eat something commoners? Luciano suggested. There are too many people here. Could you meet me privately for a moment? She was stunned. Excuse me? Right now? Inside, Sylvia was even more panicked. What? Wait, why is he looking for me again? What's with this suddenness? It seems too suspicious. Aaron was indignant. Insolent, but he waved a dismissive hand. It's fine. Aaron, bring the carriage here. He obeyed. Yes, Your Grace. She was stunned. Huh? A carriage? How far does he intend to go? He nodded, giving a distant command, and the driver and carriage immediately arrived. Onward, the horse neighed. Luciano stepped into the carriage, inviting her. Well then, let's go. Sylvia pondered. I should get in, right? But I really don't want to at all. Aaron sighed, explaining, normally you wouldn't be allowed to ride in the same carriage, but thanks to the Duke's grace, it's permitted this time.
You should consider this a great honor. She looked annoyed. Whatever, she thought. Does he really think I'm behaving this way because I want to get in the carriage? I don't want to ride in this carriage. Aaron whispered, Sylvia, they're really annoying me. I'll stay by your side and protect you, so don't worry. Sylvia patted her head. Thank you. Finally, she got into the carriage. Sylvia awkwardly complimented, This carriage is really beautiful and spacious. Luciana replied, Is that so? She continued, Yes, this is my first time riding in a carriage. He cheerfully invited, Please, make yourself comfortable. Sylvia's cheeks flushed. She thought, maybe he's not as bad as I initially thought. Aaron gasped in shock. What is this? Why is your face red?
Through the window, the entire ancient town was bathed in golden sunlight, peaceful and warm like an old painting. Lucino thought to himself, I want to ask her right away about the fruit from earlier, but no, I'll wait until we get back to the mansion to ask. Since this is her first time riding in a carriage, I should let her enjoy this experience. Ironically, she had a different thought. How embarrassing. Why isn't his lordship saying a word? Are all nobles like this? Sylvia appeared eager. Let's get to the mansion quickly. Internally, she thought the opposite of her outward expression. I want to go home early. Before long, they arrived at the mansion. The room was revealed to be luxurious and magnificent, like a gilded painting. The maid poured tea for Lucino and Sylvia. The atmosphere was cozy, but a little tense. He leaned forward, getting straight to the point. What was that fruit from earlier, and how do you grow them? She bowed her head and explained, I am a plant mage, your grace. They are cultivated with magic. Aaron's Iam continued, Sylvia's fruit is the best. If you say otherwise, I won't stand for it. Lucino chuckled lightly and took out the fruit from earlier. She was stunned. What's going on? Did his lordship call me here just for my fruit? Sylvia reached into her bag. Yes, your grace. She smiled contentedly. And truly, my fruit is delicious.
He asked, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, What is the name of this fruit? Sylvia replied, It's grapes, green grapes. Erisium quickly grabbed one. I'll just sneak a taste. Lucino's mind was suddenly clear. Green grapes. The little girl still tried to snatch a grape to eat. Just a moment, he ordered. Aaron, take this and prepare it. Aaron bowed. Yes, sir. She handed the bunch of grapes to Aaron. This isn't a fruit that needs peeling, sir. You just need to wash them and pluck them off to eat. He understood. I see. After a while, Aaron brought out a plate of clean green grapes, and Lucino took one to taste. Aaron spoke up. Sir? Lucino slowly savored the green grape. Lucino's whole body wriggled with delight because it was so delicious. Yes, the sweetness and aroma filled his mouth. That was exactly what had been missing. Aaron cautioned, Sir, before eating you must always check if there's any poison. No matter how delicious it is, I hope you will maintain your dignity a little longer. Lucino ate non-stop, ignoring what Aaron said. It's truly delicious. Just like that, Lucino plucked and ate all the grapes. When bitten, the skin had a slight tartness, but the flesh was very sweet.
Sylvia realized he had eaten everything in the blink of an eye. It seemed he really liked fruit. He brought a hand to his mouth, his face slightly flushed. Luciano placed his hands on the table. He wondered what dish had she prepared today. She looked bewildered. Pardon? Aaron understood. He was talking about the lunchbox she sold. Sylvia quickly rummaged through her bag. Oh, today it's bossum. It's pork, boiled, not grilled, served with rice and vegetables, along with a potato pancake. Luciano's eyes shone brightly like stars. Oh, she instructed, you can wrap it by placing the pork on salted cabbage leaves, along with radish kimchi, spicy chives, rice, and salted pickled radish on top. Wrapping it with lettuce is also delicious. You can also just put the meat in to eat. It's great to be able to choose exactly what you want to put in. Although these dandelion and angelica leaves are a bit bitter, besides the bitterness, they also have a slight sweetness and a distinctive aroma, which pairs very well with the meat. Looking at the food she had laid out, he was a little thoughtful. But then, Luciano still picked up a fork and knife. He hesitantly picked up a piece. All these dishes were quite unfamiliar. The faint aroma of spices rising from the food was quite strong. His expression was awkward, even though it was a bit difficult to wrap as she had just described. Sylvia chuckled. His awkwardness was exactly like Felix's.
She raised her hand. Basam is a dish typically wrapped and eaten by hand. Luciano reached out his hand. Oh, I see. Aaron vehemently objected. Your Grace, eating with your hands is what barbarians do. He continued to enjoy it, exclaiming in surprise. Oh, what an interesting sensation. Duke Luciano is eating with his hands. Luciano placed the meat on the greens, putting the meat down first. But then, overwhelmed by the sheer number of dishes, he was bewildered, unsure what to choose. What should I put in here? Sylvia looked down, realizing, he doesn't know what to put in the wrap. Indeed, everyone is unsure at first about what goes with what. She offered to help. May I assist you a little, Your Grace? Luciano looked up. Sylvia took out her chopsticks. It was time for her to show her skill. I know how to make a delicious som.
Sylvia placed a piece of vegetable on her palm and began to scoop food onto it. After adding rice, vegetables, and meat, she wrapped it as tightly as possible. "And open your mouth, like this," she demonstrated. "A lettuce wrap like this, and you have to eat it all in one bite." Luciano saw this and slightly furrowed his brow, saying nothing but watching her. Sylvia seemed to notice his awkwardness, but she still enthusiastically used her reassuring eyes to persuade him. "I don't know if this will be considered presumptuous, but you must eat one bite to fully appreciate the flavor." Luciano slightly relaxed his brows, his gaze lowered with some hesitation. However, in the end, he still complied, opening his mouth wide, ready to eat the balsam wrap Sylvia offered him. Sitting opposite him, she watched his every action and secretly rejoiced. He's taken a bite. Luciano was now slowly savoring the food in his mouth, and in just a moment, a look of delight and wonder appeared on his face. Seeing this, Sylvia was also very excited, mixed with a little surprise, thinking he swallowed it. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Sylvia looked at Luciano with eyes full of anticipation. "It's delicious, isn't it? Isn't it? Why isn't he saying anything?" After finishing, Luciano thoughtfully expressed his feelings. "The flavor, it's quite harmonious."
Sylvia's face immediately brightened upon receiving recognition. Excited, she raised her chopsticks, eager to continue introducing new dishes, starting with spicy chive salad, and Erinium, flying beside her, saw this and was utterly perplexed. "What's going on? You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Weren't you the one dragged here?" Although she felt a slight pang of guilt hearing the little girl's sarcasm, Sylvia paused when she saw Luciano raise his hand, holding a piece of lettuce. She looked into his eyes and silently guessed. "What are you doing? Put the food in," he seemed to be saying. Meanwhile, Erinium was utterly displeased by his action, grumbling loudly beside them. "Don't you have hands and feet? Can't you eat by yourself?" Nevertheless, Sylvia raised her chopsticks, saying, "If you trust and follow me, I will let you taste the best balsam wrap I've ever made." Sylvia's first choice, balsam, spicy chive salad, angelica leaf, pickled radish. This dish quite satisfied Luciano, who remarked, "The distinctive aroma makes me even hungrier." Sylvia's second choice, 2 pieces of balsam with radish kimchi wrapped in salted lettuce. This time he also commented with great satisfaction. Although the combination is quite simple, it creates a delicate flavor. Sylvia's third choice, balsam, dandelion leaves, and pickled radish. At this point, Luciano couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Seeing his expression, she smiled and inquired, "How do you find it?" After chewing and swallowing, Luciano tilted his head and shared his thoughts. Its bitterness is different from the previous bites, but this one is easier to eat."
Hearing that, Sylvia became even more pleased, thinking to herself, this was the first time since arriving here that she had seen someone eat so heartily since Felix. I'm truly very excited to see him eat everything with such gusto. Arancelium, flying beside her, also looked at her puzzled. "Why are you so excited? Do you like him more than me?" Meanwhile, Sylvia was now completely oblivious to the little girl's complaints, and was even happy to see his reaction. Having thought that, she sat down next to Luciano and continued to offer, "Would you like some fruit for dessert?" He immediately agreed. Of course.
Then Sylvia picked up a red apple. "Here, please try this one too. This is a smaller tartar apple. Please try it." He looked at the apple with slight surprise, then without hesitation, leaned down and bit directly from her hand. Aaron, witnessing this natural act, flinched and inwardly screamed, "Lord Lucino!" The other two completely ignored him, simply smiling and chatting. Sylvia smiled and asked, "It's good, isn't it? This is a plum." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Aaron could only call out his name in a trembling voice, helplessly. "Lucy! Lord Lucino!" Next, Sylvia offered a plump red strawberry to him. Lucino quickly bit into it and slowly savored the taste. Her voice rang out again, inquiring, "Do you know what a strawberry is?" Lucino, utterly satisfied with his culinary experience, softly mumbled, "Any more?" Sylvia opened her handbag and replied, "Plenty." At the same time, Aaron was so shocked by this scene that he nearly fainted. "I can't believe Lord Lucino is so readily eating food prepared by someone else without any hesitation." After finishing the bento box and about 30 different types of fruit, he returned to his seat because Aaron reminded him. Suddenly, Lucino bawled out, "Aaron!" He flinched and quickly replied, "Yes, my lord." Lucino looked up, smiled, and commanded, "Bring that spatial bag here." Hearing this, he turned pale with fear and asked again, "Are you referring to that spatial bag?" Lucino still smiled and confirmed, "That's right." Finally, Aaron had no choice but to obey. "Understood, your grace."
Sylvia watched his retreating back, puzzled, wondering why he had suddenly taken out a spatial bag. Not long after, Aaron returned with a box containing 2 gem-studded bracelets. He respectfully approached Luciano, holding the sparkling box, and presented it to him. Sylvia casually marveled, taking a sip from her teacup. What kind of bag is that, to have so many different kinds of gemstones? Who would have thought Luciano would suddenly place his hands on the table and summon a small magic circle? Seeing this, she stared in surprise at his actions. Immediately, a dazzling light flashed. A tree canopy with hundreds of gemstones suspended from it suddenly appeared. Sylvia's eyes shone brightly in disbelief, her mouth agape in awe. A moment later, unable to hold back, she looked at Luciano's smiling face and exclaimed excitedly, "It's incredible, so beautiful." Then he slowly reached out and gently grasped the tree trunk in front of him.
Next, he picked it up again and put it into the red box, startling Aaron. He seemed to have realized Luciano's intention and was silently screaming internally, even though outwardly he remained quiet, not daring to utter a word. Is His Excellency really going to give her this whole thing? He wouldn't even do this much for the Duke's retainers unless they had performed great deeds. As expected, Luciano turned and handed the box to Aaron. "Wrap it up." Sylvia, seeing him bow to receive the box, also realized something herself. "Luciano, are you really going to give it to me?" she thought. Thinking this, she hesitantly spoke. If I may?" Just then, a small vine reached out from somewhere and wrapped around Sylvia's finger. She looked up in bewilderment to see Luciano, who had approached without her noticing. Huh? The vine was growing from the purple gemstone ring on his hand. Luciano gently took the tip of Sylvia's finger and softly explained, "It's just a return gift." Saying this, he smiled faintly and thought to himself, "This ring actually has a magic circle carved into it that can continuously create gemstones. It's beautiful, but it's useless without the magic attribute for creating gemstones." Meanwhile, Sylvia, completely unaware of this, kept praising, "It's so beautiful." Luciano looked at her and continued to think, "Since our family is the only one that possesses this magic attribute, this is merely a commemorative gift." Aaron Ziam, seeing her mesmerized by the ring on her hand, warned in a cold voice, "Don't be enchanted by the gemstone." A moment later, Sylvia looked up at Luciano and asked, "Can you really give this to me?" He immediately confirmed, "Of course. Your food was truly excellent, especially since I've never eaten such dishes before." "I am grateful that you allowed me to enjoy these delicious dishes, and this is a gift in return for that gratitude." Hearing this, she smiled with delight and thanked him. Just then, Aaron shot her an annoyed glance and spoke up. "Lady Sylvia, this is a gift from the Duke. Take it now." Sylvia, unable to believe it, looked from the box to Luciano, wondering, "Huh? Isn't this what he just showed me earlier?" Seeing her confusion, he spoke up. "Didn't I say this was a reciprocal gift? You don't hate what I give in return, do you?" Hearing this, Sylvia stammered, unsure how to refuse. "What? No, it's not like that, but it—" However, the very next second, the red box was neatly placed in her arms. Erisium, flying beside her, suddenly questioned, "Sylvia, have you perhaps fallen for him?" Before she could even react, Aaron respectfully bowed and said, "I will escort you to the carriage."
Meanwhile, Aaron Zion saw she hadn't answered, so he immediately flew around in front of her and loudly asked, "Sylvia, is that man your type? Please snap out of it." Upon arriving home, she saw the little girl had flown over and hugged her nose, and she couldn't help but ask back, "What about you?" After saying that, she stirred slightly, and her beautiful moss-green hair gently fluttered up. Sylvia, smiling contentedly, collapsed onto the bed and exclaimed, "What a truly beautiful life." Seeing her like that, Aaron Zion could only helplessly shout, "Sylvia!" Someone used chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat from the beautifully arranged meal box. Sylvia carefully served the meal to Luciano, while Aaron Ziam's voice incessantly echoed in her ear. "How could you treat me like that? How could you possibly? Why would you treat me that way? You're truly awful. Why did you come back here again? Why did you return to that Plank's house? Come to your senses, Sylvia. You can't give your heart to a weirdo like him." Across from her, Luciano, having just finished his meal, smiled and praised it. "Once again, the flavor is truly delicious. So today's fruit is mangosteen. Even though I've already had some today, having more won't hurt. It's truly sweet." Sylvia sat helplessly in the middle, on one side listening to his exclamations, and on the other listening to Aaron Ziam's incessant reproaches and complaints. "Aren't you my friend? Choose, him or me. You won't abandon me, right? Of course it's me, isn't it? Why aren't you saying anything? You're not planning to leave me for him, are you? You're mine." She sighed wearily and thought in frustration, "Ever since that gemstone incident, she's been clinging to me." Aaron Ziam then lunged forward, hugging Sylvia's nose and shouting, "Hey, don't look at him, only look at me." Sylvia's heart at this moment was truly like roaring waves in a thundering sea, wanting to stand on a cliff and scream loudly, "Stop it, Aaron Ziam, you pest! Are you and I dating or something? What's with that stunned expression? It's as if you're looking at me like a traitor in love."
From the very beginning, I didn't want to have anything to do with that Duke. I suppose you're here to confirm, but I still don't even understand how things ended up like this. That Duke, at first I thought he called me because he was a picky eater, but he kept making me serve his meals, even though I had prepared a bento box full of dishes that could be eaten with a fork. And I couldn't refuse because his butler kept standing there, glaring at me. Wait, doesn't he hate me? I'm sure he doesn't like me. Sylvia felt the unfriendly gaze from behind her back and nervously spoke up. "Since you finished eating, I'll collect the bento box." Then she suddenly remembered the time she had bewilderedly accepted that jewel box and secretly sighed.
I knew it. I should have refused to accept those jewels. No, I should have refused right when he invited me into the carriage. That day, after receiving Luciano's gift, she was like a lost soul as Aaron escorted her to the carriage and invited her to get in. But at that moment, her mind was a tangled mess. This is all just a nightmare, right? Sylvia suddenly came to her senses and argued with herself. Wait, I shouldn't say where I'm going. At that time, after she got into the carriage, the coachman asked, "Where are you going?" She, still dazed, replied, "To..." Sylvia's mind at that time was also vaguely wondering, is this a dream? Maybe when I wake up, everything will be gone. This must be a dream, just a dream. That day, night turned to day. Sylvia opened the box, and the jewels were still perfectly intact. It was then that she was shocked to clearly realize, but it's not a dream. All right then, if that's the case, I have to make good use of it.
As Sylvia was engrossed in studying the jewel box, she suddenly heard a sound and turned her head. The coachman was standing at her door, smiling politely. "Hello, I'm here to pick up Lady Sylvia at the Duke's command." The next day, he came again. "Good morning, Lady Sylvia. I'm here on the Duke's orders." And the day after that, he still appeared in front of her house. "Hello." Back in the present, Sylvia pushed her chair back, then hopelessly closed her eyes as she cleared the lunchbox from the table, thinking to herself, "And so it's been for several days now. Every morning I'm dragged to the Duke's mansion with a full lunchbox, all because of that jewel incident. It's been 4 days already. I must be going crazy. Who in this world gives away jewels for no reason? I know it's wrong to accept free things as a matter of course, so how could I have forgotten that? I must have lost my mind for a minute back then, blinded by those jewels." Just then, Luciano enthusiastically burst out laughing and said, "I see, so you think so too." Hearing this, Sylvia was startled and snapped her head up. Huh? She hadn't even had time to grasp what was happening. What? What did he just ask me?
Luciano repeated once more. "So you'll move into the mansion right away, won't you?" Hearing this, she became even more panicked and shrieked, "What?" The moment she realized what was happening, Sylvia felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Wait, what did he mean? Luciano saw her strange expression and, without difficulty, inquired, "Is something wrong? Is it because you're not satisfied with the wages?" Sylvia regained her composure and blurted out, "Wages?" Meanwhile, in her mind, she was screaming, covering her face, "He wants me to work for a noble family? I don't want to." Luciano seemed to misunderstand something and muttered thoughtfully, "All right, with your qualifications, even my mother's Imperial palace would covet you. So, are you angry?" Sylvia quickly waved her hand in denial. No. He smiled gently again and suggested, "Don't worry about the wages. He can pay you more generously than even the Imperial palace." As soon as she heard the key phrase, she gasped in alarm and wondered, wait, where did the Imperial palace come from? Only then did Sylvia regain her composure and speak seriously. "Your Grace, it's not that. I feel this position is beyond my capabilities." Luciano looked at her and calmly questioned, "Why, didn't you just nod in agreement a moment ago?" Hearing this, she whispered frantically, "Oh, I wasn't nodding in agreement with his words."
Sylvia quickly smiled and explained, "My dream is to sell my food to everyone. I want to see the happy faces of many people when they eat the dishes I cook. Your Grace, please support this dream of mine." After Sylvia finished speaking, she nervously looked at Luciano's bewildered face, breaking out in a cold sweat. Will it work, I wonder? Did I overdo it? Finally, he spoke up and agreed, "All right, I understand." Hearing that, she secretly rejoiced. It worked. Immediately after, she solemnly bowed before him. "Thank you, Your Grace."
A long while later, Sylvia walked, carrying a bag with 2 large loaves of bread. Arancium flew beside her, accompanying her through the pine forest, and excitedly said, "I knew you'd reject him. Just as expected, Sylvia likes me more." She didn't reply, but let out a tired sigh. "Oh, I'm so tired. It's only noon and I'm already this exhausted." Arancium heard her complaining and angrily shouted, "You said you'd help Felix. You promised me." It was then that Sylvia suddenly remembered, "Oh, that's right. How could I have forgotten about that?" She had gotten used to this place without even realizing it, and it felt as if this was her true home. But this place was, in fact, just a world within a story. She recalled a photo taken on her phone and exclaimed, "The book cover is truly beautiful." Then she fell into thoughts about the plot. Of course, everything would follow the original story's flow. Felix was destined to destroy the queen and the nobles from this decaying kingdom, then conquer the empire. She must have been too content, to the point of forgetting her initial reason for setting this goal. Just as she was nearing home, Sylvia suddenly stopped short. "Huh?" she wondered. "Isn't that Felix?" He seemed to have sensed a gaze from behind him. Felix coldly, slowly turned his head to look back. Then he saw Sylvia, who had approached him without him realizing. Felix paused slightly, saying nothing, and stared at her. Sylvia also looked momentarily bewildered when she saw his face. Suddenly, she shyly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, then slowly lifted her feet and advanced 1 step at a time. Her hesitant steps also grew faster and faster. By the time she stood in front of Felix and the others, Sylvia bowed politely and said, "Hello." Hubert, standing beside him, also tilted his head to look over. "The mage lady?" Seeing everyone gathered around her, Sylvia's expression became serious as she softly replied, "It seems everyone has returned safely. You've all worked hard." Hubert observed her expression and secretly found it strange. Her face seemed a little red, but very quickly Sylvia regained her cheerful, smiling demeanor and opened her house door. "Please come in." Afterward, she and Hubert chatted excitedly for a while. Next, she shared a story with Dennis, probably about this trip. Finally, Sylvia let out a sigh and dropped her smile after talking with both of them. This time it was Felix's turn to step forward and face her. Sylvia looked up at him in surprise and confusion. Felix's gaze briefly flickered before he lowered his eyes and stared at her, and then he slowly parted his lips and called out, "Miss Arenzium." The girl flinched when she heard her name, but didn't dare to look up at him. Felix crossed his arms and continued to question her. "Why are you here?" The small spirits around them also gathered, continuously chattering. "It's Arenzium, it's Arenzium." Seeing the 6 colorful spirits flying around Felix, Sylvia suddenly realized, "Ah, that's right, Arenzium."
The little sprite swiftly circled Arenzium, who was sitting on Sylvia's head, chirping incessantly. "Long time no see, Arenzium. You look a little plumper, don't you?" "Huh, why are you here?" Receiving no answer from the little sprite, Felix turned his attention to her. "Sylvia, why is Arenzium with you? Can it be that you can see fairies?" Held in his embrace, she suddenly felt an unspeakable pressure. "Ah?" Finally, she could only smile innocently, as if to say, "I don't know anything at all."
Felix saw that and frowned slightly, very displeased. Finally, he let it go and stopped pressing her. "We'll talk privately later." Saying that, he coldly brushed past her to enter the house. Sylvia, having escaped a predicament, slowly closed the door and followed him in. Once inside, she immediately looked up and instructed, "Come back down here after you wash your face." Dennis, who was going up the stairs with Hubert, heard that and replied with a smile, "Yes." After everyone had left, only Felix and Sylvia remained awkwardly facing each other at the foot of the stairs. She stiffened, her limbs awkward, and turned away, thinking to herself, "Are you really glaring daggers at me?" Despite that, she still tried to speak up to change the subject. I'll pour you some water first, okay?" Felix heard that and casually made a request. "Good, make me that watermelon." Sylvia heard that and reassured herself. "Great, it looks like he's just coincidentally thirsty." Then she turned away, frowning unhappily, and muttered, "That condescending tone is really annoying." Despite that, Sylvia still reached out and conjured a perfectly fresh watermelon onto the table. The moment Felix saw it, his facial muscles relaxed, and he looked at it with full anticipation. Watermelon, crisp from the very first bite, a refreshing oasis with a burst of cool, fresh juice exploding in the mouth.
It's been a long time since I've had this, but just as he brought his dirty hand close to the watermelon, Sylvia's voice rang out, stopping him. "Are you going to eat with such messy hands?" She saw him pause but show no intention of pulling his hand back, and her heart suddenly fluttered with panic. "If you eat with dirty hands, you'll get a stomachache." Then she extended her finger, summoning tiny drops of water. Immediately after, a super powerful stream of water shot straight up from below, drenching Felix before he could react. "This is revenge for being rude to me earlier." Sylvia looked at him, drenched like a drowned rat and still bewildered, suppressing her laughter until her face turned red. "You're clean now, aren't you? No need to thank me." Inside, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. How refreshing. A moment later, Felix regained his composure and turned to look at Sylvia. "You just now..." She said nothing, but gently reached out and hooked her finger around his. Then she pulled him to the table where the watermelon was. Sylvia then forcefully pushed him down into a sitting position, allowing no resistance. Before Felix could resist, Sylvia had turned him around to face the watermelon, a movement that could only be described as smooth as sunsilk one rents. In an instant, the watermelon was cut into many pieces, its juicy red flush appearing before their eyes. Sylvia saw Felix frozen, staring at the watermelon, and urged him, "Eat first. You probably haven't eaten anything yet, have you?" Hearing this, he stiffened and looked up at her. "But you? More important than Aaron?" But how could the main issue be as important as the food he wanted to eat laid out before him? Finally, Felix had no choice but to put aside the interrogation and reach for the watermelon. "I'll ask after I've eaten." At the same time, next to them was a plate of mangosteens. The spirits continued to surround Arenzium, incessantly questioning her. "Hey, Aaron, what have you been doing for the past 3 years, and why are you here?" Startled by the mention of time, she asked back, "3 years?" The green spirit also looked at her in bewilderment. "You don't know?" Arenzium muttered to herself in a panic. "I thought it had only been about a year if I added up all the time I spent here with Sylvia." The blue spirit then pointed towards Felix and continued, "It's been 3 years since you vanished into that void. Felix has also grown a lot since then." Arenzium looked in that direction and exclaimed in surprise, "What? Has it really been 3 years?" Poppy, who had been silent until now, comforted her. "Don't be too sad. If you had been with us, you'd still be the same. Just be generous for once. Try being a grown-up fairy."
The blue spirit also added, "That's right, Aranzeum, you're nothing but a burden." Hearing that, she angrily yelled, "Is that supposed to be comforting me? You're the worst, Poppy." At this moment, the pink spirit and Lupinus also approached to join the conversation. "Oh, what's in the bag that Lord Eternum gave you? That's right, what did you find in the end?"
Aranzeum heard them mention the bag and immediately stiffened, stammering, "Well," the two spirits continued to speak a long tirade, cornering her step by step. "We're sure that back then, when we prayed for Felix to be safe and sound, Sir Aranzeum gave you a bag along with some words. Wasn't your mission to find something with that bag? Don't tell us that for the past 3 years you've done nothing but hang out with that person. Furthermore, we've come to this place many times, and we've certainly never seen you here. It looks like you've deliberately avoided us every time, because you failed your mission and were afraid of our scrutiny, weren't you? So if you have anything to say it quickly, Aranzeum." Seeing this, the girl's face grew even paler, and her voice trembled as she struggled to explain. Actually. Just then, Felix's voice rang out, drawing the spirit's attention. "Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Why are you with Aranzeum?" Sylvia didn't dare look him in the eye and hesitated, replying, "Well, it's a bit of a long story."
Felix didn't let her escape, but slightly frowned, staring at her. Sylvia broke out in a cold sweat and awkwardly said, "Actually, fortunately, a voice from upstairs rang out, rescuing her from the awkward situation. Miss Sylvia, isn't the food ready yet? We're hungry." Hearing this, she quickly stood up. Felix's face was livid with anger. "That's right, let's eat first and talk later." Then he quickly sprang to his feet, shouting after her, "Wait, we're not finished talking yet." However, how could Sylvia stop and continue talking to him? "Everyone is hungry. Do you think it's fair to just sit here talking privately? There's still plenty of time. I'll explain everything gradually." Seeing that she didn't stop, Felix also hastily chased after her. "Wait!" But the sight that met his eyes was Sylvia skillfully handling various ingredients simultaneously. Meanwhile, she was completely unaware that he was standing behind her and was secretly thinking to herself, "I have to somehow buy more time. What should I say?" A moment later, Felix hesitantly spoke up. It was then that Sylvia startled and turned her head. "Oh." It was only then that she suddenly remembered that her ability to use various elements was a secret. All she could do at that moment was turn away in embarrassment. Just then, the people upstairs urged again, "It smells so good. Can we come down now?" Felix quickly reacted by going to the stairs to stop them. "Don't come down yet."
The person upstairs immediately replied, "Oh, okay, then just call us down if you need us." Hearing that, Sylvia clutched her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. All she could do at that moment was turn away in embarrassment. After sorting things out, Felix immediately turned his head back and questioned with a frown, "You're also using black dragon magic, aren't you?" Sylvia's face darkened, and she slowly parted her lips. Feeling she couldn't hide it anymore, she offered with a forced smile, "Do you want to talk in the garden?" A while later, after she had finished making food for Dennis and Hubert,
Sylvia and Felix went into the garden together and sat leaning against opposite sides of a large tree trunk. He didn't rush her, just gently tilted his head, waiting for her to speak first. Meanwhile, she could only force a bitter smile, secretly choosing her words in her mind. "Oh no, I don't even know where to begin. More importantly, will he believe everything I—" But seeing that she remained silent, Felix had to break the silence. "Who are you?" Sylvia was silent for a long time before seriously turning to look at him. "Someone brought by Aranzeum," she secretly told herself. "All right, whether Felix believes it or not is up to him. I just need to tell the truth." And then she decided to say, "I am someone Aranzeum accidentally brought here from another place." Her eyes sparkled like stars, making him unable to help but be surprised. "What did you just say?" Suddenly, as if he understood something, Felix moved closer to Sylvia, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Could it be that you are someone who can travel between worlds?" Sylvia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Felix thought to himself, "I've asked the dragon about this before." He recalled his conversation with Aranzeum. There were records stating that there once existed individuals capable of crossing realms. "That kind of magic, can it really exist?" He replied in a deep voice, "But that is not the kind of magic humans can use." Felix couldn't help but be surprised. In his mind, he was already 70 to 80% sure. So did that mean the dragon admitted it was possible? He had long forgotten the ability to travel between dimensions. If the dragon brought her here, Sylvia let out a small She hesitated and thought for a moment. Actually, to be precise, she had transmigrated into a novel, but technically she had indeed traveled between dimensions, hadn't she? Then she spoke. "I think so." Felix edged closer to her. He felt excited to have received an answer to his long-standing question. To truly be able to travel between worlds, it was simply miraculous. Meanwhile, Sylvia thought, "Wait, aren't you standing too close? And why are you so handsome?" She turned her face away, avoiding direct eye contact with Felix, her cheeks flushing red. "Hey, you're too close." He abruptly stood up from his seat. Felix rubbed the back of his neck, sighed, and said to Sylvia, "I don't know if you've realized it yet, but you and I possess the same type of magic."
Just now, when you used water magic on me, I felt the same flow of mana as in my own body.
She still had her face turned to the side, pointing at herself as she replied. Really? In Sylvia's mind, she wondered, so it's because of the scale Aranziam once mentioned? Felix sat down closer to her again. It's truly miraculous that someone from another world possesses the same source of mana as a black dragon like me. Hearing this, she suddenly laughed loudly, but it looked a bit forced. Isn't it? It really is very miraculous. Felix mumbled curiously. But why didn't Aranziam tell me about something so important? Meanwhile, next to Sylvia, Aranziam had just brought something back. Try this. Clover immediately took a bite and exclaimed, "It's very sweet." Daisy, concerned, asked, "When did you get back?" Felix was frowning at this moment. Since when did she become so obedient? But for something so important? Sylvia immediately turned to him, the distance between them extremely close. I told her not to say anything. Just think, suddenly saying, "I come from another dimension and I can use all magical elements." It sounds like a cosmic joke. If I said that, you would definitely think I'm crazy, right? I don't want to be immediately considered a weirdo.
I'm sorry, but I hope you understand. Sylvia's hand was resting on his, their contact quite intimate. She quickly pulled her hand back and turned her face away. Felix was no less embarrassed than she was, stammering, "All right, you're right." The next morning, Sylvia was deep in thought in the kitchen. She recalled Lucino eating the food she cooked with a slightly scowling face, feeling very troubled inside. He still maintained his usual expression, but it seemed there was a hint of annoyance. She pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. Sylvia was lost in thought, not noticing Felix pushing the door open and stepping in. This was the first time she had come here after refusing his offer. But why did it feel so strange? Could it be that just because she had refused a nobleman's offer, he intended to do something? Felix stepped forward and placed a hand on Sylvia's shoulder, making her jump and cry out, "What are you so focused on that you don't even notice someone walking in?" He leaned down, bringing his face close to hers, assessing her. She didn't even sense his presence with her head down. Was she sick? Sylvia pressed her lips together, her cheeks slowly reddening. Since last night, he had been standing too close. Didn't he know his appearance was a dangerous weapon? She kept backing away. Felix looked at her seriously again and asked, "Your face is all red. Are you sick?" Seeing him keep advancing and pressing close to her, Sylvia didn't know what to do. "Don't come any closer." She held out both hands, gently pushing him back, and yelled with her eyes closed, "No, I'm fine. What's wrong? Do you want something to eat?" Her shout made Felix's ears ring. "Yes, that's right."
"Give me some grapes. It looks like you're not actually ill." Sylvia rubbed the back of her neck, chuckling and revealing her prominent canine tooth. The grapes were delicious, and she felt quite guilty, her voice unconsciously rising in embarrassment. After that, she used magic to create 2 large trees right in the room. Sylvia presented him with a plate of grapes and a plate of peaches. "Here are the grapes, and this too, please try them," she said. Felix took them and asked about the plate of peaches. "Is this like what I ate yesterday?" Sylvia reached out to pick up a fruit from the plate and replied, "No, it's different. What you ate yesterday was a nectarine." She brought the peach to her mouth and took a bite.
After tasting it, Sylvia nodded in assessment. Her action made Felix unconsciously swallow his saliva. "This fruit. Here, you try it." Felix took the peach from Sylvia's hand. He brought it to his mouth, imagining the refreshing taste of the peach. After taking a bite, his face showed satisfaction. Felix continued to take another large bite. Seeing that he seemed to quite like the taste of these peaches, Sylvia couldn't help but feel happy inside. She tilted her head slightly, smiling brightly as she asked him, "It's delicious, isn't it?" Felix stared blankly for a moment, and a few seconds later, his lips moved as he replied, "It really is delicious." He bent down again to continue eating the peach in his hand, thinking to himself, "I don't know why it tastes sweeter than usual today. Could it be that my sense of taste is gradually recovering thanks to eating the fruit she gave me?" Felix ate one peach after another, finding it more delicious with each bite. His face was slightly flushed, and in his mouth he could feel the sweetness spreading from the tip of his tongue. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Sylvia, wondering to himself, "It's strange, it's the same kind of fruit, but eating it with her makes it taste much better." A moment later, looking at the branch that had no fruit left, Sylvia mumbled to herself, "He ate the whole plate clean."
"It's true he eats a lot, he just doesn't eat cooked food." She glanced at her cooking table, "But I really want to see him eat cooked food." She propped her hands on the table, pondering for a moment. In just a short while, Sylvia had finished 2 very appetizing pots of soup. She stood with her arms crossed, looking at the 2 pots of soup, feeling extremely confident. "So, I've made a trial batch. This dish is called Felix's Starter Cooked Food Porridge. Now, how do I entice Felix to eat this? It's so delicious." She recalled memories for her previous life. Everyone used to tell her, "Seriously, Seyun, just watching you eat makes my appetite return." "See, I told you, you always make food look so much more appetizing." At the time, she was very surprised. "Really?" The corners of her mouth curved slightly, and her eyes gleamed with determination. "All right, we'll know if it works by trying it." At lunchtime, Sylvia presented him with a durian, which stunned him.
Huh? What exactly is this? She placed both bowls of freshly cooked soup in front of him, holding a spoon in her hand and smiling confidently. Today, I will usher you into the world of cooked food.
The durian Sylvia placed on the table emitted a rather pungent smell. Felix frowned at the durian, wondering greatly, what is this? This fruit, can it really be eaten? Meanwhile, Sylvia, sitting opposite him, was enjoying her soup heartily, paying little attention to Felix. He reluctantly picked up a knife and made a cut on the durian, thinking, but Sylvia has never given me anything inedible. What is this? What kind of strange-looking fruit is this? And what's with this sticky liquid oozing out? Feeling stumped, he turned to ask Sylvia, how exactly do you eat this? She shrugged and replied, that's the flesh of the fruit. Just take it out and eat it. It's incredibly delicious. You wouldn't believe it. Inwardly, she was chuckling. It must look awful, right? But don't expect to fill up on just fruit today. Felix watched her calmly eat her food, pondering something. He took a segment of durian and put it in his mouth to taste. His eyes suddenly lit up. Felix suddenly began eagerly peeling and eating several durian segments. Sylvia thought, puzzled. Wait, why is he actually eating all of it? I deliberately chose a fruit with a really strong smell. My plan was to offer him soup, and then, if he didn't like the durian after trying it, he could eat the soup instead. In Sylvia's imagination, she would offer Felix the bowl of soup, saying, instead of eating this, try this instead. He would then toss the durian aside and happily take the soup. Should I try it? Her face darkened as she rapidly spooned her soup, staring at Felix, who was enjoying the durian with a radiant flower-like expression. What should I do now? Meanwhile, Felix watched her eat, his mind wavering. Sylvia's food has been looking increasingly appetizing lately. It's hard to resist. Unbelievable. I actually want to try it. I've never thought like this before. That yellow soup looks so delicious.
Again, his gaze lingered on Sylvia's plump, glossy red lips. Felix's face flushed, and he subtly swallowed. He suddenly stopped short, realizing something. Felix immediately lowered his head and used a knife to make another cut on the durian. He peeled off a segment of durian and brought it to his mouth, muttering to himself. Wait, what was I just thinking? Forget it. Forget it right now. He ate heartily, then praised. This fruit is really delicious, which annoyed Sylvia, who clicked her tongue and thought, he's not paying attention at all. My friend clearly said that just by watching me eat, anyone would crave it. She recalled her friend's advice from her previous world. You should do mukbang. I completely agree.
She looked at him, thinking to herself, maybe I should try suggesting he eat, a direct approach. Meanwhile, Felix seemed to have finished eating and turned to ask her, are you done eating? Sylvia frowned, pressing her lips together. On closer inspection, no one had ever offered him food, not even the fairies. Beside her, Aranyam and Clover were holding 2 blueberries each, both looking very happy. Eat blueberries, eat more. Sylvia seemed to have made up her mind. She absently stirred her bowl of soup. Oh well, I'll just go for it. She brought the spoon of soup to Felix's face, asking seriously, Felix, would you like to try some? He hesitated, looking at the thick soup on the spoon. Felix remembered trying to eat cooked food when he was little. The result was that he immediately vomited. No matter what he did, he couldn't swallow them. He fell from the dining table, vomiting and coughing violently. At that time, the Empress merely asked coldly, are you all right? Back in the present, Felix's breathing became erratic. He gasped for air, trying to take in each breath. Felix swung his hand, forcefully knocking the spoon of soup away, and yelled, get that away from me!
His whole body trembled uncontrollably, his hands shielding his body as if trying to protect himself. Sylvia's eyes widened at Felix's reaction, the soup in her spoon splashing onto the table. Back in her room, she held her head in her hands, chastising herself. She couldn't stop thinking about his face just now. Recalling Felix's demeanor during lunch, she was filled with immense self-reproach. It was an expression of extreme fear. Although she knew exactly why Felix didn't eat the food, she had been too arrogant. Eating isn't just for staying healthy, but also because it's kosher. Yet she had been stubborn, forcing him to eat no matter what. It was her fault. His refusal to eat turned out to be nothing more than a loss of trust in food cooked by others, a self-defense mechanism he had created to protect himself. In Felix's memory, the queen had looked at him with disdain when she saw he couldn't eat the cooked food. What's wrong? You've wasted all those precious dishes.
The cutlery on the table lay in disarray, all stemming from the betrayal of someone he once trusted, a childhood that made him wary of everything. I had taken his pain too lightly. Thinking this, Sylvia flopped onto the bed, overwhelmed with immense regret. She told herself, Xiao Yu is truly foolish. It was late into the night, the bright moonlight streaming through the window into the room. Felix sat on the bed, rubbing his head and muttering to himself, I can't get any sleep. Why? He drifted into deep thought. That look. Did she really look at me like that? He remembered the scene of a servant at the mansion bringing him food. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at him. Your Highness. At that time, he had flatly refused.
No need. Now he felt Sylvia was very different. It wasn't shame nor fear, but guilt. They see me as an eccentric freak who doesn't know how to enjoy food. Turning away, he heard the servant's exclamation. I knew that would happen. That attitude didn't surprise him, or worse, he didn't even care, because he was too used to it. But why did she show guilt? I didn't blame her, not even a little, for my refusal to eat. Yet why did he feel so uneasy inside? Perhaps I should go outside and get some fresh air. No sooner said than done. Felix immediately climbed out the window.
Turning his head, he saw the chimney behind him billowing smoke and a scent wafted towards him. Felix cautiously approached the kitchen doorway. What's this? Had she already prepared breakfast? He hesitated before the kitchen door for quite a while. Finally, he decided to turn the doorknob and open it. Before Felix's eyes was the sight of Sylvia cooking with magic. Her entire being seemed to radiate a sparkling light, making it impossible for him to look away. He took a deep breath of the air and thought to himself, "This smells wonderful. It's sesame oil and eggs." Sylvia didn't notice his presence outside the door. She was bringing a piece of kimbap to her mouth to taste. Seeing this, Felix involuntarily blushed. He thought to himself, even though food itself never makes me want to eat, it's strange. Just watching Sylvia eat makes me want to eat along with her. Why is this happening? Why indeed? Is she looking at me with an apologetic gaze? Is it because of me? Meanwhile, Sylvia was feeling quite happy. All right, perfect. Felix decided to push the door wide open and step into the kitchen. The brilliant light of dawn had replaced the dim night, and clarity had also settled in Felix's heart. He wanted to know.
Felix wanted to find the answer to the question he'd been wondering about all night. Why did she look at me with such a remorseful gaze? On the table were 2 bowls of steaming hot food that Sylvia had just finished preparing. When she saw him open the door and step inside, she was a little startled. She exclaimed his name in surprise. Felix! Her mind raced, flustered. Why is he here? I still haven't thought of what to say. Felix pursed his lips and thought to himself, it's so hot. Is it because of the stove? He awkwardly said, first some water, please. Sylvia looked at him, said, huh? And quickly poured him a glass of water. Sure, here. Felix looked into the glass of water, slightly hesitant. This isn't water conjured by magic. Perhaps this is the first time. He brought the rim of the glass to his lips, slowly drank the water, then tilted his head back slightly and drained the glass.
After drinking, Felix handed the cup back to Sylvia and asked, could I have another glass? He thought to himself, does water always taste like this? There's something really rich about it. Sylvia poured him another glass. She smiled faintly with relief. He must like it. Felix took the glass from her hand and emptied it in a few seconds. More, another glass! Seeing Felix hold out the cup in front of her again, Sylvia immediately flared up. Wait, you need to eat too. You'll get full just drinking water. Immediately after, she covered her mouth. I ended up yelling. Felix didn't ask for more water either. All right. Suddenly she felt there was something very strange about him today. What was it? Normally he would say something like, what does that have to do with anything? Why is he like this all of a sudden? Felix also just realized and asked himself, why did I nod just now? Sylvia stared at him without blinking. She clenched her palms, opening her mouth as if to say something. She gathered all her courage to speak. I need to talk to you. I'm really sorry about yesterday. I truly didn't mean to yell or be disrespectful. From now on, I won't try to force you to eat anymore, but eating only fruit isn't good for you. Even if it's difficult, please try to eat something else, okay? All right. Felix's hands clenched tightly. Is she apologizing to me? No one has ever apologized to me before. They forced me to eat, even though they knew I didn't want to, and eventually they gave up, saying there was nothing they could do if I wouldn't eat. However, she still hasn't given up. He seriously replied to Sylvia. All right. His handsome face seemed to glow, his gaze fixed on her, making her too shy to look him in the eye. She lightly coughed and replied, all right then, if you already know. In her heart she wondered, why is he staring at me like that? It's so embarrassing. What's with this awkward atmosphere? Felix, meanwhile, continued to drink water. Why am I so thirsty? I don't know what to say. For some reason, my chest feels tingly. After breakfast, Sylvia took a carriage to the Duke's mansion. She carried a bag, telling herself, today I absolutely must tell him that I won't be returning to the Duke's mansion with lunchboxes anymore.
Well, today will be my last time here. The carriage stopped and Sylvia immediately stepped down. She followed the butler, Aaron, inside. Looking at the luxurious and splendid scenery along the way, she secretly wondered, this wasn't the way to the drawing room. Shouldn't we be going to the drawing room where the Duke is to deliver his lunchbox? Sylvia quickened her pace and spoke up. Excuse me, butler. Aaron turned his head to look at her. Yes, what is it? Sylvia looked around and asked. We're taking a different route than usual. Where are we going? Aaron smiled and replied. Today, the Duke wishes to dine in a different location. Therefore, I have prepared another spot for him. He led her to a spacious balcony where many plants were growing. Lucina was already waiting for her there.
Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned around. Lucino smiled brightly and asked, "You've arrived?" Sylvia stood dumbfounded for a moment. "He's so handsome." Then she placed the lunchbox she had prepared on the tea table. She presented it to Lucino and explained, "This is a dish called egg-rolled rice. It's made from rice instead of wheat."
I added carrots, cucumbers, burdock root, and pickled mustard greens for the vegetables, as well as pineapple and beef marinated in garwood oil. This is sambap made from steamed pumpkin leaf wraps and cabbage wraps, stuffed with raw ingredients and egg-wrapped rice. As soon as Luciano saw it, he exclaimed and praised, "The colors look beautiful." Sylvia thoughtfully prepared fruit for him, and I also prepared apples, pears, and persimmons for the fruit selection. Luciano looked at her with admiration and appreciation. "The meals you make are truly so fresh. How can you make dishes like these? And the freshness of the fruits and vegetables, too. Especially the sweetness of the fruit you bring surpasses anything the Empire has." Meanwhile, Sylvia was distractedly thinking, when should I tell him about my resignation? Luciano took a piece of pear with his fork, preparing to enjoy it, still speaking after telling her he had come to the Duke's mansion unprepared. Sylvia looked up at him hesitantly. Now? Should I tell him now? He, meanwhile, was still chatting with her very naturally. I'm usually slow with these kinds of things. Seeing him about to enjoy the fruit, she hesitated even more. Wait, should I wait until he finishes eating the fruit before I tell him?
Suddenly, Luciano's words cut across her thoughts. "That's why I've prepared something special for you." Sylvia exclaimed in surprise. "What?" In her mind, she just wanted to stop Luciano. "No, don't prepare anything. I don't need it." He smiled gently and said to her, "I've already prepared a private kitchen just for you. I'm sure you'll like it." Sylvia was utterly astonished. "What?" Luciano, seeing her reaction, took it as a matter of course. He calmly continued, "From the large table, deep drawer shelves, even a cosmic fireplace, all made from luxurious precious wood. I've prepared the best for you, and if you get tired while cooking, you can smell the scent of roses from the connecting window and terrace." Faced with his good intentions, Sylvia found it very difficult to speak, stammering repeatedly, "No, wait." Both Luciano's and butler Aaron's eyes focused on her. Aaron even said in a serious tone, "This is a space that the Duke himself ordered to be prepared with extreme care." Luciano placed a hand on his chest, his tone utterly sincere. "I hope it suits your taste." Sylvia gritted her teeth, wanting to refuse. No, I don't want it. It's too much."
I must refuse, but I must speak up, but then she bowed her head and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." Luciano beamed with joy upon hearing her agreement. "I'm very happy to hear you say you like it." Sylvia's fingers fiddled together, and she offered a forced smile instead of a reply. In the end, she didn't decisively ask to leave. Instead, she became further entangled with the Duke's mansion. At that moment, Sylvia stepped inside the house, and Hubert, seeing her, rushed out happily. "Lady Sylvia, welcome back." She let out an exasperated sigh. He anxiously helped Sylvia. "Lady Sylvia, are you all right? You don't look very well." She forced herself to reply, I'm fine." Then Sylvia wearily climbed the stairs, and she sluggishly collapsed onto the bed. Sylvia angrily punched the mattress. Why did the Duke do this to me? Why did he make such a fuss and build this brand new kitchen just for me? I don't want to live tied down to the Duke's mansion, doing the same thing for the rest of my life. Even when I lived as Seo Yujung, I hated that, so I stood on my own 2 feet. Nobility, royalty, or anything else, I don't care. Why do I have to obey them and say, "Yes, understood, Your Grace," whenever they ask? I've only just started to get used to life here.
She imagined them greeting customers themselves, inviting them in, with everyone excitedly asking, "What smells so good today?" Sylvia was lost in thought, realizing she had enjoyed the small things while making a living. But now he was telling her to give it up? Her precious daily life? "No, I don't want to." After a period of internal turmoil, she remained motionless, saying nothing. Then Sylvia sat up and muttered, "Let's eat first. It's just to make a living, so why should I put myself under so much pressure that I starve?" A moment later, she forcefully pushed the door open. Sylvia walked into the kitchen to the surprised gaze of Hubert and Dennis. Then the heavy door closed. She was ready to prepare food. Spicy food was perfect for stress. Until he took a bite of the food and groaned, "It's incredibly spicy. Hubert, water please. Splash water in my mouth, please." Hubert had no choice but to give Dennis water to cool down, while Sylvia silently enjoyed her meal. She felt extremely satisfied. After eating spicy food, I feel a bit better.
Very quickly, the food served on the plates was all eaten. Sylvia cheerfully spoke up, stating that after a spicy main course, dessert would naturally be this. After finishing his ice cream, Hubert exclaimed excitedly, then asked in confusion, "Miss Sylvia, what exactly is this?" She explained while eating, "It's called ice cream, and it's made from milk." Felix watched the ice cream in Sylvia's hand as Dennis exclaimed excitedly, "It's wonderful." He couldn't help but wonder in confusion. How strange. Why do I want to try that ice cream so much? I can't take my eyes off it. I'm so curious about its taste. I can't hold back anymore. Unconsciously, Felix blurted out, "Just one bite." She stared blankly at him, who was silent. "What did you just say?" Currently, Felix was telling himself, eating what she eats is safe. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. All the dishes Sylvia has cooked for her subordinates so far have been safe, and the fairies have also told me many times that they are edible. He remembered when Dennis asked, "What is this?" and Sylvia explained, "This is a potato." Then when Daisy excitedly said, "You can eat it," Clover tried hard to persuade, "It's not poisonous. The most important thing is that everyone praised it as delicious. Above all, it's because she's the only one who treats me genuinely."
Wanting to trust her just once, he proactively suggested, "Give me a bite." She couldn't help but be surprised. Was Felix showing interest in food? Then Sylvia offered Felix a spoonful of ice cream. She seriously said, "Open your mouth." He opened his mouth, wanting to eat the spoonful of ice cream from Sylvia. Very quickly, Felix enjoyed the ice cream from the spoon. He was a little taken aback as he tasted the flavor in his mouth. At this moment, Felix secretly evaluated in his mind. So cool and refreshing. Seeing him in a daze, she asked, "Are you okay? Are you glad you tried it? Here, have another bite." While Felix was commenting, "It's too sweet," but he still lowered his head and ate another spoonful of ice cream. Hubert and the other man remained silent as they witnessed the scene. They were as if struck by lightning, thinking, "What did we just witness?" Later that evening, Sylvia sat leaning against a tree. She looked at the moonlight in the distance. The joy of seeing Felix eat the food I made had made me forget for a moment. But what should I do about the Duke's proposal? As long as I'm here, he will come looking for me every morning. Just then, Aranzeum landed on her hand and called, "Sylvia."
Sylvia smiled at little Aranzeum, who then curiously asked, "What are you thinking about that makes you so tense?" She stammered an explanation, "Just random thoughts." The little girl suddenly remembered and said, "Oh, everyone said they're leaving tomorrow." Sylvia was utterly surprised upon hearing this. "What?" Aranzeum excitedly waved her hand and suggested, "Before they leave, could you make some more ice cream? Everyone keeps talking about how delicious it is." She asked in disbelief, "They're leaving tomorrow?" The little girl quickly replied, "That's right." After learning this important information, Sylvia pondered, "I've just started seeing progress in Felix overcoming his psychological trauma, and now they're leaving? Wait, that's right. Why didn't I think of it? My main goal from the beginning was to change the original future written in the novel. Moreover, I promised Aranzeum I would help Felix, and I myself want to help him in that situation. I shouldn't just sit here waiting for the Crovan mercenary group to visit like this. I should follow them. I just need to leave this place." She suddenly stood up, startling Aranzeum. "Ah, you scared me." Now Sylvia smugly declared, "I should have done this from the start. Why should I torment myself over this?" The little girl, not understanding, replied, "I don't know why either, but as long as you're happy, Sylvia, I'm happy too." Suddenly she grabbed Aranzeum. "Aranzeum, let's go too." The little girl asked blankly, "Leave?" Sylvia affirmed to Aranzeum, "That's right. I promised you, didn't I, that I would help Felix? Let's go with them and help Felix." The little girl, deeply moved, replied, "Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sylvia."
A moment later, she proactively spoke up. "Felix, I have something I want to ask." Felix looked up at Sylvia, puzzled. He then saw her get straight to the point. "Can I come with you guys?" He stared blankly at Sylvia, thinking, "Come with us? What does she mean?" Dennis, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Lady Sylvia, where do you intend to go with us?" She stated frankly, "I want to join, to help eliminate the magic beasts. I want to go with you guys and cook all sorts of delicious and nutritious dishes. Please let me come along." He didn't know what to do when he heard Sylvia say that. Then Dennis awkwardly turned and called out, "Captain." Next, he coldly refused. No. He, who was nearby, added, "It's too dangerous. Perhaps if he were a mage with offensive capabilities, it would be different, but it's very dangerous." Hearing this, she exclaimed in shock, "What?"
Dennis continued seriously, "Of course, I don't doubt Miss Sylvia's magical abilities in the slightest, but that's just common sense. A support mage joining a mercenary squad and then going outside the city walls. You're not asking because you don't know the reason, are you?" Sylvia still felt confused. "Wait, why?" Felix, sitting there, opened his mouth. "You're not asking because you don't know the reason, are you?" Now she thought blankly, "Isn't this how it's supposed to be? I didn't think Felix would say no. I thought he'd want me to come along, and he wants to avoid this tense atmosphere. I'll have to clean it up." Sylvia, cornered in thought, "If that's the case, then my secret weapon." She immediately took out a banana, then Sylvia carefully peeled it. She offered it to him to win him over, acting adorably spoiled. Sylvia, with sparkling eyes, spoke, "Sylvia wants to go too."
"Sylvia can do it, let her come along too. Right now she can confidently assert that you won't give in to this, right? If so, I'll dance until you let me join." Sylvia swayed and said, "Let me come along. I won't stop until you agree. What do you think? You're about to say yes, aren't you? How long do you intend to make me do this shoulder-shaking dance?" Finishing her words, she thought to herself, "I feel excited doing this, don't I?" Sylvia continued to wiggle her shoulder. "Oh, look at my shoulder. You quickly noticed it's dislocated."
He thought she still hadn't given up. Then Sylvia was stunned when Felix put his arm around her shoulder. She felt utterly confused by his action, then saw Felix sigh in relief. Thank goodness, it looks like it's not actually dislocated. After hearing that, Sylvia awkwardly lowered her head. What is this? Suddenly my heart is racing. Wait, did you actually believe my shoulder was dislocated? How embarrassing. What on earth was I doing just now?
There's no other way. Now I want to go hunting with you even more. So she gripped his hand tightly. If you let me come along, I'll give you delicious fruit every day. I'll also make ice cream for you and fresh vegetable juice too. So please let me come. At this moment, Sylvia looked up at Felix, full of anticipation. Only then did he realize, oh, our hands are touching. Seeing Felix's reaction, she grew even more anxious. Is it really not possible? His face was still intensely red. Do you know how to ride a horse? Sylvia didn't expect Felix's question. What? He stared at her and said, well then, clearly you do. Sylvia's face was now extremely displeased. Felix panicked when he saw her expression. Then he helplessly rubbed his head. And finally, Felix sighed helplessly. Then he called out, Hubert, prepare a new saddle. Dennis acknowledged the order. Yes, Captain. Sylvia brightened up immediately upon hearing this. You're letting me come. Thank you, Felix. The corners of Felix's mouth unconsciously lifted when he saw her smile.
The next day, he prepared everything thoroughly. Dennis reported the situation. Everything is ready, sir. He stood there and called out, Sylvia, let's go. At this moment, she wistfully looked back at the house one last time. Goodbye, and thank you for being my home until now. Aaron walked over and reminded her, Sylvia, everyone is waiting. Will you be okay? Only then did Sylvia decisively close the door. She cheerfully ran out and told everyone, all right, then let's go. The carriage quickly set off. Sylvia felt very awkward sitting in the same carriage as Felix. She squirmed uncomfortably. This seat is more uncomfortable than I thought, and he's too close. Our bodies and breaths are touching. It's so awkward and I don't know what to do. Meanwhile, he was thinking, her hair is swaying right under my nose. It looks so cute. Then Felix blushed and looked around. He couldn't help but feel confused. It's strange. Why especially today? Meanwhile, Sylvia found it odd. It's just Felix, that stubborn donkey. But why has my heart been beating so fast since earlier? Sunlight shone down on the forest, and the beautiful scenery made everyone marvel.
And Sylvia among them let out a soft gasp and thought, this forest truly looks like it stepped out of the Middle Ages or some fantasy story. But why am I feeling hotter and hotter? I thought the deeper we went into the forest, the cooler it would get. But for some reason, I feel suffocated. Just then, Felix asked with concern, are you all right? She frowned and glanced at him. What do you mean? Felix then explained, you've looked uncomfortable for a while now. Sylvia panicked at being discovered. Oh, I tried not to show it, but he noticed? After a moment's thought, she replied, I'm fine as I am. Felix gently reassured her. Just bear with it a little longer. We're almost there. Sylvia became even more flustered upon hearing this. What? He cares more than I thought? She shyly lowered her head. All right, while he thought to himself, now I should drive more carefully. Ahead on the path was a clearing. They were still deep within the forest. Felix turned back to remind everyone, we'll rest here tonight. They obediently replied, yes, Captain. Sylvia, still in the carriage, worried. How do I get down? It's higher than I thought. I'm afraid to get down by myself. Just then, he reached out his hand. Felix actively offered his hand to help her down. Here.
Sylvia didn't refuse to place her hand in his. As Felix helped her down, she let out a soft sound, and Sylvia landed safely before his eyes. Now she was awkwardly unsure of what to do. A moment later, Sylvia awkwardly spoke, thank you. Then she looked at Felix, puzzled. What was that? It made my heart flutter, but the feeling vanished instantly. Come on, he could have at least acknowledged my thanks. He really acted like a stranger, even though we were so close. Sylvia didn't bother with him anymore and prepared the grilled skewers. All the ingredients were ready. She clapped her hands excitedly. Everything is ready. All right, I should go call him. Oh my God, you scared me. Felix asked curiously, are you preparing food? Sylvia replied while cooking, yes, I am. Could you hold this for me for a moment? Dennis was astonished when he saw this scene. Sir Felix, who would normally disappear somewhere, was now, what was happening? Meanwhile, Felix was still focused on asking, where should I put this?
She said as she walked, just a moment, this spot seems good. Then Sylvia sat down and rearranged the firewood. She carefully hung the soup pot up. If I make a loop from a vine and then hang the pot here, the pot was firmly secured. Sylvia was pleased with her achievement. All right, it looks even better than I thought. Sir Dennis, please start a fire here. After saying that, she thought to herself, since only Felix knew she could use various elemental magic, she wouldn't use any other elements for now. He obeyed and replied, yes. The firewood quickly caught fire and blazed fiercely. The meat skewers were grilled to a golden brown. While Dennis was marveling, Hubert curiously asked, Lady Sylvia, did you bring all of these with you? Sylvia smiled and confirmed, oh, I put some effort into packing them, stuffing them in here. Please sit down first. I'll join you after I'm done with this.
He then wondered, what exactly is this dish? She pointed at the meat skewers and explained, this is a dish called a skewer. This stick is called a skewer, and the food on it is also called a skewer.
The important thing is that it's delicious. Do you know how good outdoor grilled skewers are? With those words, Sylvia picked up a skewer and ate it, the delicious food making her very satisfied. Felix stared at her eating the food. He hesitantly looked at the skewer in his hand. He clearly didn't even want to look at meat. But why? Meanwhile, Sylvia ate and exclaimed. The chicken skewer was clearly the best. After eating a bit, she felt like she had come back to life. Riding a horse was much harder than she had imagined. She was completely exhausted. Felix watched her intently, wondering why the piece of meat she was eating looked so delicious. Sylvia picked up another skewer, this time a beef one. He still hadn't taken his eyes off her for a second. Finally, Felix suggested, I want one too. I want that one too. Give me that one as well. Sylvia's eyes suddenly lit up. Felix was finally showing interest in food. She immediately took a skewer for him. Wait a moment, I'll get you a hot skewer. Felix immediately denied. Not that one. Sylvia looked up at him in confusion after hearing that, only to see Felix calmly say, the one you're eating, let me have a bite of that. She asked in disbelief, the one I'm eating? Oh right, I completely forgot. I'll prepare some fruit right away. He flusteredly said, no, not fruit. The one you're eating. Give me that piece of meat.
Sylvia, holding the skewer of meat, was flustered by the suggestion. The one I'm eating? Why? He scratched his head awkwardly. Because you've already eaten it, so I thought it wouldn't be a problem. So she suddenly thought to herself, oh, so he feels reassured when there's a sign that it's already okay. Sylvia looked at the skewer of meat and pondered for a moment, unsure whether to give it to him or not. But then she decided to hand the skewer to Felix. Here, ah. Sylvia's gaze was sharp and cold, radiating anger and determination, as if warning her opponent. Felix, on the other hand, flinched slightly, sweat trickling down, his eyes a mix of worry and tension. She slowly fed him a piece of grilled meat. Seeing this, Sylvia immediately looked flustered. Oh dear, it'll be too dry if he only eats meat. So she tried to take the meat off the skewer, then fed it to him. Felix, ah? He obediently opened his mouth for her to feed him. Sylvia praised him. Good job. It'll be too dry if you only eat meat. Have it with eggplant and bell peppers. This made Felix so shocked that he choked.
She awkwardly showed him how the vegetable broth would then mix with the meat broth, creating a completely new, one could say, harmonious flavor. As he watched Sylvia explain, Felix smiled inwardly. She was truly sincere about food, and she looked at him sincerely hoping he could enjoy the meal in the most delicious way possible. He also wanted to try his best. Moreover, his sense of taste was gradually recovering thanks to her, so it wasn't necessarily that he hated food anymore. She was overjoyed to see him enjoying his meal. That's right, Felix was finally eating, and judging by his expression, he must be finding it delicious. Sylvia kept encouraging him. Here, have some more. He gently ate a piece of meat, and Felix's face turned pale. As expected, the texture was still the same. His body was still resisting, so he just had to swallow it quickly. She was utterly shocked when she saw him swallow without chewing. Wait, he barely chewed anything at all. Sylvia firmly scolded Felix directly. You must chew thoroughly, otherwise you'll get indigestion. You could get a stomachache if you suddenly eat meat like this. Look, chew like this. He snorted with laughter. She looked exactly like a squirrel with her cheeks full of food like that, making her curious. What is he laughing at? Felix burst into loud laughter, having to cover his mouth because he couldn't hold it in, looking both amused and a little teasing.
His laughter echoed, spreading to the surrounding scenery, catching Sylvia off guard. She felt happy seeing Felix's smile. Thinking back, she realized this was probably the first time she'd seen him laugh so heartily. Sylvia offered him a skewer of meat, telling him to stop laughing and eat more. Poppy was surprised because Felix was eating non-stop. Felix was eating cooked food. Daisy was equally astonished, unable to believe Felix was eating anything other than fruit. Asta was taken aback, almost on the verge of tears. Lupinus was excited. I'm really happy to see him eat with such gusto. I can't believe Felix is eating meat. How long has it been since we last saw him eat cooked food? Kenya smiled brightly, calling his name. Felix. Clover was amazed. He's eating again? Hubert stood up to start a conversation. You two, come over here too. Dennis agreed. That's right. The fairies felt happy seeing Felix genuinely joyful. We are fairies born for Felix's happiness, which is why we can tell that Felix is very happy right now. Sylvia smiled brightly and replied to the two men. Yes, please wait a moment. A hot skewer is coming right up. The fairies silently thanked her. Thank you, Sylvia. A little while later, Sylvia looked around as if searching for something. It turned out she was riding a horse with Felix.
Sylvia thought to herself, even though it's only been a few days of riding, who would have thought I still haven't gotten used to it? The saying, leaving home means enduring hardship, truly isn't wrong. Honestly, I've never thought much about the hardships of mercenary groups, but just how much effort must they put in? Moreover, we haven't even encountered any monsters yet, and just entering the forest has already been this difficult. It's unbelievable. Now that I think about it, that mercenary guest must have been very surprised by my sudden disappearance, right? I should have stopped by and told him I was leaving. Trust is the key to successful business. Yet, like an idiot, I let my anger get the better of me and became complacent.
If the Duke hadn't made that offer, then no, that's not right. We're the ones who can't say anything under pressure. The more she shook her head, the more he wondered, is something wrong? The road was so bumpy that Sylvia's hair flew across Felix's nose, annoying him. "Oh," she suddenly exclaimed, realizing why Felix was shouting. Sylvia's hair kept blowing into his face, and Felix tried to dodge the long, silky strands. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned to apologize. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did that hurt? I was just lost in thought, so—" Sylvia was cut off mid-sentence by a loud noise that suddenly appeared from somewhere, like a strong gust of wind rushing past. Sensing something unusual, Felix decided to jump down to investigate. "Hold on tight," Sylvia said anxiously. "Huh?" He carefully tied the reins so the horse wouldn't run off on its own. She asked in bewilderment, "Are there magic beasts appearing?" Felix replied, "Yes, don't move from here, and if necessary, use magic to escape. Wind magic. You can use that, right?" Sylvia's eyes filled with determination. "Yes, don't worry, I've got this." Felix stood discreetly behind the tree to monitor the sound. He decided to run out to see what the situation was. She wanted to speak, but couldn't. But in the end, Sylvia managed to say, "Be careful, Felix."
Felix froze. Right, then he ran faster than the wind. He directed the team, "It's this way." Dennis quickly replied, "Yes, sir, its energy is unusual." Poppy tried to stop her. "Where are you going?" Clover added, "It's dangerous." Meanwhile, Arenium called out loudly, "Sylvia, Sylvia!" She panicked out of worry. "It's dangerous, Arenium, come hide in here." The little girl snuggled into her. Ugh, Sylvia looked around. "It's okay. I still haven't seen the demon beast, but where is it after all?" Suddenly, something emerged from the ground. It was a giant centipede threatening everyone. Everyone screamed in unison. That is... Sylvia gritted her teeth in horror. "What is that?" The others quickly rushed forward to subdue the demon beast immediately. Its legs were gradually ensnared and immobilized by the water current. The water current shot forth, weaving around the monster's legs. Instantly, the demon beast's legs were ripped clean off its body. Sylvia covered her mouth, trying to suppress her disgust. "I feel so nauseous. That's a demon beast. I can't stand it. I'm so scared." With his feet planted, gaining momentum, Felix leaped high towards the demon beast. He swung his sword in a decisive arc, striking straight down onto its head. Not long after he landed, the demon beast's head was immediately split in two. Felix thought to himself, "It's over." Sylvia was... His eyes suddenly froze for a moment. His muscular arm pushed against the ground to gain leverage. Something was wrong. Had something happened? He walked over and called her name. "Sylvia." She groaned in response. "Felix."
He looked at her worriedly. Sylvia quickly asked about the general situation. "Felix, is everyone all right?" He calmly replied, "We are not the kind of people to be defeated by such a low-level magic beast." She couldn't hide her horror upon hearing that. What? That disgusting thing was only low-level? He continued, asking, "Your face is pale. Is something wrong?" Her hands outstretched before him, Sylvia stammered a plea. "Put me down." Felix's hands gently took hers. He easily helped her dismount. Her feet slowly met the ground.
Sudden retching sounds erupted, accompanied by an artifact. Sylvia was doubled over, vomiting violently, oblivious to Felix, who was frozen in shock. Suddenly, his eyes softened with empathy. Her trembling hands gripped the sink tightly as she vomited. Felix wearily lifted his head, looking at his own pathetic reflection in the large mirror. He suddenly spoke. "Poison." Sylvia was sensing the smell of blood on Felix's armor. He quickly turned back, reaching out a hand to gently pat her back. Felix comforted her. "Don't hold anything back. Just let it all out. Throw it all up. Who did this to you?" Sylvia pushed his hand away, demanding, "Stop. Don't pat my back anymore. You're hurting me. If you keep doing this, you'll just make me vomit more." "What's wrong?" Felix frowned slightly. "At a time like this, you're still asking me that question? Which bastard poisoned you?" She looked bewildered, not understanding. "What? Wait, no." Felix's hand was continuously channeling power to her. Sylvia doubtfully felt it. Water magic. It was even cleansing the inside of her mouth. She stammered, unsure what to say. Felix, you... Sylvia worried. "I'm going to go crazy. I can't keep pretending I knew he was obsessed with having been poisoned." He wondered, could it be that it's not poisoning? She immediately replied, "No." Felix, still not reassured, asked again, "Are you really not poisoned? Are you sure you're okay?" Arenzium suddenly appeared. "Sylvia is right. I was with her." She was also surprised by the girl's appearance. "What?" The girl continued to point out. "Sylvia is just in shock." Lupinus worried. "Are you okay, Sylvia? You must have been very startled." Camilla poked her head out to explain. "Felix, Sylvia has never seen a magic beast before." Clover added, "So she must have been scared."
She smiled reassuringly. I'm fine now. Just as everyone said, I'm perfectly fine. Thank you for worrying about me, Felix.
He breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't poison, so that was a relief. But Felix turned away, feigning disinterest. It was no big deal, so let's go. The horses' hooves strode steadily on the ground. Today we will set up camp here, the others chorused. Yes, sir.
Sylvia was a little surprised to see Felix extend his hand to help her down. She secretly thought, he's doing this for me, just like a real prince. I really should learn to dismount by myself. Sylvia suddenly exclaimed, what? She blushed as she looked at him, wondering why he wasn't letting her walk on her own. Felix gently set her down on the ground. He bent down and looked directly at her. He warned, in the future, there will be even more terrifying magical beasts. Tell me any time, even now, if you want to go back. I will take you home. Sylvia stared blankly at him, her hands clenched as she admitted, Felix is right. I've been living and forgotten the true nature of this world. Living comfortably within the city walls, this is a fictional world, a dangerous world where magical beasts exist. As the number of magical beasts gradually increases, it won't be long before they invade the city, and the city of Caldatus Ham will disappear from the map. Furthermore, if everything continues as it does in the novel, Felix, the protagonist, will face many more challenges in the future. If I want to stay by his side, I won't be able to avoid them. I still don't know much about this place, because these events haven't directly affected me. It feels awkward, so I didn't want to think about what kind of place I'm living in, or what events are happening. But Sylvia smiled reassuringly at him. I'm fine. It's just my first time seeing something like this, she told herself. Now I finally feel like I'm standing on my own 2 feet in this world, finally living in the same world as him.
The hands holding the knife and fork continuously made cutting motions a certain distance above the beef. Aaron was confused witnessing this scene. He's been wildly slashing at the air this whole time. What's wrong with him? Luciano waved his hand in frustration. I've lost all my appetite. He was startled and panicked. Lord Luciano has lost his appetite? Aaron tried to improvise. All right, we will clear it away. Luciano couldn't understand himself. I never thought there would be a day like this in my life. Just because she's not here, that girl named Sylvia. It's been a week since she disappeared. I even went to her house to check if she was sick, but the driver said it seems she has left home. But what is that sweet scent I've been smelling since I arrived?
His hand reached for the doorknob, and Luciano hesitated slightly. He gently opened the door to step into the small house. His feet trod slowly across the floor. Luciano froze, marveling at the sight before him. His hand touched the railing, entwined with strawberry vines. What was all this? Did she really leave? I distinctly remember her seeming to like the kitchen I gave her. The image of Sylvia's shy smile appeared in his mind, the way she blushed and smiled that day. It made me wish I could see it again. How lovely it was. Lovely? No. I was simply captivated when I saw her working diligently, because her skill was truly exceptional. Every day she brought dishes I had never seen, filling each day with surprise and excitement. The Duke's chef would take an entire day, arguing loudly just to finish one dish, yet she managed to do it, day after day. That's why I wanted her by my side forever, because with her, life was always full of mystery and excitement. I even made special arrangements so she could cook freely within my family's estate. Yet, why did she leave the very moment I introduced that kitchen to her?
Must I accept that she has run away from me, that she used that action to reject my invitation? Why? What more could she want? I simply cannot understand why she refused. Lucino spoke, giving an order. Aaron, pick all the fresh fruit here, take it to the Duke's mansion, and find someone to look after this place for me. He silently obeyed, his feet ascending the steps. Lucino sat in the carriage, troubled. Just one day without her cooking made him restless, let alone having fasted for a whole week. He gently stroked his chin, resolute. No matter what, he had to find that girl. The bowl of fruit bingsu was brought out, beautifully presented. Dennis praised it profusely. This is incredibly delicious, Miss Sylvia. She smiled contentedly. I'm glad everyone likes it. This dish is called red bean bingsu. As he ate, tears welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed, It's refreshingly cool, then melts into a gentle sweetness. I've never tasted anything so unique in my life. How did you come up with such a rare dish? Even my mother probably couldn't match your skill, Miss Sylvia.
Dennis suddenly stopped short, realizing he had just made a slip of the tongue. Oh dear, Sylvia could sense the mood. Everyone suddenly grew somber as they remembered their families, whom they could no longer return home to. Because of Felix, they were forced to choose this path. That's right, homesickness was inevitable. She sighed and walked away. A little wine would be perfect right now. I even prepared some snacks to go with it. Thanks. Ta-da! Here's the sangria. Even though it's wine, the alcohol content isn't high, so feel free to drink tonight and sleep well. Here, take it. Felix, you want some too, right? Come on. He awkwardly took the glass. Felix commented, It looks delicious. Sylvia confidently affirmed, Of course, and remember to eat these things too.
He thought to himself that she cared about what he ate. It was completely different from before. He remembered how cold she was at first. She looked at him curiously, wondering why he wasn't drinking. Felix was lost in thought. Now she was looking at him with gentle eyes. He suddenly flinched when she abruptly spoke up. Why? Sylvia immediately took the glass back from his hand, raised it, and took a large gulp.
Sylvia again held out the cup, returning it to him. Here, now you can drink. Felix subtly furrowed his brow, looking at her. Sylvia furrowed her brow in confusion. What's wrong? Don't you want it? He was touched as he took the cup back. She had just helped him verify that it was safe to drink. He had only been pondering for a moment, but it seemed she had noticed his hesitation. How could she accept his action so naturally, without a hint of doubt or refusal, as if it were obvious? Could it be that the reason she didn't eat that dish was because she knew all his secrets? Could Arinzium have told her? So was she pitying him? Was that why she looked at him with that gaze? Sylvia slowly stood up after seeing Felix drink. She accidentally met his gaze when she looked down. She smiled and leaned closer to his ear. Sylvia whispered just loud enough for him to hear. I'll be back after checking on the children. Felix was now utterly flustered because of her. How could she truly do that? I'm going crazy because of you. Night gradually fell, covering the sky. Sylvia hurriedly returned to the camp. While engrossed in conversation with the fairies, she only then realized it was later than she had thought.
By now, everyone must have finished drinking and cleaned up. She flinched and stepped back. She suddenly stopped when she realized who she had bumped into. Felix. His entire body was flushed red. Sylvia grabbed his shirt in a panic. His body was flushed red. Could it be an allergy? I clearly only used good ingredients, she asked worriedly. What's wrong with your skin? Felix's forehead gently pressed against hers. He innocently asked, Where did you disappear to? Sylvia stiffened, looking at him blankly. Felix suddenly hugged her and questioned, Where did you go? Sylvia was confused and suspicious. What was wrong with him? No way. She gently held him back and asked, Are you drunk? Sylvia suddenly felt embarrassed and pushed Felix away, thinking she needed to get away from him first. If others saw this, they would misunderstand. Meanwhile, Dennis and Hubert were completely drunk at the dining table. Sylvia was startled. Good heavens, how did they drink all that? I wasn't gone for long, yet in that amount of time they... She turned back and wondered, Brother, how much did you drink? Sylvia still couldn't believe it. How could someone who always waited for others to taste food first before eating get so completely drunk like this? Did he just keep drinking because he was already drunk?
Felix answered groggily. The glass you gave me? She repeated doubtfully. The only glass I gave you? He stood there, dazed, without answering. Felix suddenly leaned closer to her. Where did you go? Sylvia answered awkwardly. I just went to meet the fairies. She helplessly patted his shoulder and sighed. It seems he can't hold his liquor well. Immediately after, she suggested, Go inside and sleep. She looked at him and considered, First, I should wipe your forehead. Suddenly, Felix took both her hands. To her astonishment, he innocently asked, Do you like the moon? Sylvia, confused, asked, What? Felix gently repeated, The moon. I'm asking if you like the moon. She was doubtful. The moon? He affirmed, Yes, the moon. Sylvia was confused again. Why is he suddenly talking about the moon? She slowly said, Of course, who hates the moon? You look very drunk, so... Felix suddenly grabbed her waist without warning. He easily lifted her off the ground.
Sylvia startled and hugged him tightly. Felix embraced her and flew high into the sky. Both of them gently landed on a large tree branch. Felix pointed forward. Look, the moon. Sylvia grumbled, slightly annoyed. The moon, big deal. The beautiful moon shone brightly, standing out amidst a sky full of stars. Sylvia couldn't hide her awe and surprise. He calmly recounted, My mother's name is Luna. My grandfather named her that because he said she was as beautiful as the moon. Every time my mother looked at me, I felt like I owned the whole world. I could feel my mother's love with my entire being. Do you understand? Like that gentle moonlight, like the soft moon that still shines brightly. The one who loved me most, my mother. The atmosphere fell silent, as Sylvia didn't know what to say. She subtly lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Suddenly he spoke. Why did you do that? Sylvia didn't understand. Do what? Felix's hand reached out and gently lifted her chin. He gently adjusted her face to look directly at him. You're not my mother, but why do you look at me with those eyes? Tell me, Sylvia, why do you look at me with such gentle eyes?
Felix once again held Sylvia's chin when he saw her avoiding his gaze. Felix questioned, Speak. Sylvia's hands subtly intertwined, full of awkwardness. Did I? He affirmed, Yes. She repeated doubtfully, Did I look at you with that kind of gaze? Felix leaned closer and asked, Am I mistaken? Sylvia's gaze awkwardly shifted away. She looked straight at him and replied, Because we're friends. He continued, Then, are you my girlfriend? Sylvia blushed in embarrassment upon hearing that. She quickly retorted, "What are you talking about? Girlfriend or just friend?" Both of them lost their balance and fell from the tree branch. Felix, meanwhile, calmly lay fast asleep on her shoulder. Sylvia helplessly scolded, "You idiot! You make my heart race and then just fall asleep?" Sylvia slowly concentrated her energy to lift herself and fly up. She challenged, "Just you wait. We'll see if I ever bring you wine again." The next morning, food was already laid out on the table. Sylvia had dark circles under her eyes, seemingly having lost sleep last night.
Dennis and Hubert now woke up in a panic, remembering, right, the night watch. Felix also came out of his tent at this moment, and Sylvia casually said, "Good morning, everyone." Dennis groaned. "Oh, my head hurts so much," while Hubert's face turned pale. "I'm sorry, Miss Sylvia." Felix clutched his head, groggily wondering, "Huh? Why did I sleep all the way over there? I'm hungry, let's eat." Sylvia heard this and let out a cold sigh. She slammed the table and stood up. "All right, my dear boyfriend, I've prepared everything, just eat." Felix heard this and asked, confused, "Boyfriend? What's that supposed to mean?" But Sylvia turned her face away, unwilling to answer. Felix truly didn't understand what was happening. He looked at the bowl of soup on the table. A sudden queasy feeling rose in Felix's stomach, and he swallowed hard, trying to control himself. Sylvia then smiled cheerfully, holding a cup. "Here's your hangover cure. Drink it all in one go first." Felix took it and replied, "All right, thank you." He followed her instructions and drank it all, but Felix was startled by its terrible smell and taste. Sylvia's eyes showed satisfaction. "Serves you right." She enthusiastically invited everyone. "Come on, let's eat breakfast," while Felix cried out, "What on earth did you make me drink?" Asta happily recounted, "I didn't expect Felix to mention Queen Luna." Camilla also chimed in, "That's the first time he's talked about his mother since she passed away, isn't it?" Poppy agreed, "That's right, and he told Sylvia." Aranzium felt extremely proud. "Yeah, our Sylvia is really good."
Sylvia sat on horseback nodding off. Felix saw her swaying violently and decided, "I can't concentrate on the road. It's better to let her lean on me." He placed his hand on her shoulder. Felix gently rested the soundly sleeping Sylvia against his shoulder. He looked at her, smiling gently. Felix led the horse into the forest. He carefully observed his surroundings. "Where are we? I've never been to this place. Moreover, what is that faint sound? It can't be the sound of flowing water. There are no rivers or streams around here. Perhaps it's a magical beast." Felix urged the horse to go faster, still searching for the source of the sound. Sylvia suddenly stirred slightly. She stretched and yawned. Sylvia vaguely looked around and asked, "Where are we?" Felix simply replied, "I don't know either." She lurched forward with a cry. He quickly helped her steady herself. "Be careful." Sylvia turned her head and said, "Yes, I'm sorry." Felix pulled her closer into his embrace. "It's okay. Just lean on me."
Sylvia's face briefly flushed red. She quickly refused, "No, But he immediately cut her off. "Hold on tight, let's go." The horse galloped like the wind through the forest. Upon arrival, Felix reined it to a stop. Before them lay a pristine blue lake. Animals were grazing around it. Sylvia couldn't help but be amazed by this sight. Wow. Right beside them, something jumped into the bushes and hid. "Who's there?" Felix pulled the reins, causing the horse to rear up. He drew his sword, preparing for battle. A scream echoed from the bushes. Sylvia quickly intervened. "Stop!" Without hesitation, she jumped off the horse. Sylvia rushed towards the bushes. Felix tried to hold her back. "It's dangerous." Sylvia walked towards the sound.
She saw a child crouching there, a little kid. Felix had also run over to Sylvia. Calling Sylvia, she announced, "There's a child here." He sternly reminded her, "Hey, don't you know how dangerous it is outside the city?" The boy heard that and burst into tears. "I'm so scared, Mommy." Both of them were startled. Sylvia quickly went to comfort him. "Oh dear, did we scare you?" But Louis kept wailing, "Mommy!" She patiently coaxed him. "Now, calm down a little, okay? Don't cry anymore. You're doing great." The boy stopped crying but was still sniffling. Louis couldn't control himself and started crying even louder. Sylvia didn't give up. "Oh dear, don't cry. I'll give you something yummy." A strawberry was brought to the boy's mouth. Louis ate it and immediately stopped crying. She asked the boy, "Isn't it delicious? Look, there's more here." Louis's eyes immediately sparkled. Sylvia now finally asked, "Do you know where your mommy is?" The boy stammered, I don't know." She decided, "Felix, let's go find the child's mother. She must be around here somewhere." But Felix was only focused on watching Sylvia comfort the child. "I'm going crazy. How can she be so cute?" Sylvia kept calling. "Did you hear what I said, Felix?"
Felix, why aren't you answering?" Ignoring Felix's bewilderment, Clover announced, "There's no demonic energy here." Poppy wondered, "It's strange. Why do I feel a familiar energy in this place?" Carmia agreed. "She's right. I can feel Lord Aranziam's energy." Felix observed his surroundings once more, then reconsidered. There truly was the aura of the black dragon here, but why? And there was the sound of flowing water, even though this was just a still lake. He walked towards the lake. The water in the lake was so clear it distinctly reflected Felix's form. The surface of the water also seemed very calm. Felix considered multiple possibilities. He ordered, "Clover, please check where the water underneath is flowing to." Clover immediately agreed. "All right, leave it to us, Felix." Poppy excitedly followed. "I'll go with her." Sylvia also approached the lakeside. She asked, "What's wrong? Is there something here? Let me down, okay? What's going on?" Felix didn't answer, but looked at Sylvia. Her face paled slightly. "Huh?" Sylvia plunged her hand straight into the water. Then she pulled her hand out, exclaiming loudly to Felix's surprise, "Gotcha!" In Sylvia's hand were 2 yellow snails. She joyfully jumped up. "Snails! Snails! Seafood! This is the first time I've seen seafood in this world."
Felix frowned and asked, "What is that?" Sylvia turned her head slightly. "Don't you know?" His expression grew more annoyed. "You're not planning to eat that, are you?" She told Felix he couldn't imagine how delicious they were, so delicious that even if someone died right next to them, they wouldn't notice, completely absorbed in savoring them. Just then, Poppy emerged from the water to report, "Felix, there's a cave at the bottom of the lake." Clover speculated, "I think the sound is coming from there." Poppy and Clover shook the water off themselves. Louis looked at the girls curiously. Clover noticed the boy's gaze and wondered, "It seems this kid can see us?" Poppy also leaned in to look. "Really?" Clover decided to test it by flying back and forth to see. "Oh, he really does see." Poppy was surprised. "Yes, you're right." Hearing this, Daisy was eager. "Wow, I want to try too." Astra suddenly remembered. "So the rumor that children can sometimes see fairies is true?" Camellia exclaimed, "This kid must have a pure heart." Lupinus nodded in agreement. "Yeah, seeing that he can see us, it's clear." Sylvia smiled as she watched the fairies surrounding Louis, thinking, "They're so cute." She reached out and poked the boy's chubby cheek. Sylvia instructed, "Don't tell other adults about these cute fairies, okay?" She squatted down and asked, "By the way, do you know where your home is?" Sylvia was still wondering what she would do if she couldn't find the boy's mother. Suddenly, loud calls echoed from a distance. "Louis! Louis! Louis! It's Dad!" The boy immediately turned his head, while Felix became alert. A woman with a panicked expression rushed over. "Louis!" The boy joyfully ran towards them. "Mom! Dad!" She hugged Louis tightly. "Oh, Louis!" Sylvia turned to Felix and asked, "Hey, Felix, didn't you say people aren't allowed to live outside the city walls?" His ears were slightly red. Nevertheless, Felix replied seriously, "That's true, it is, but I don't sense any magic here, nor is there any foul smell." She curiously walked towards the lake. "Perhaps there's something in this lake." Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Excuse me." Sylvia turned to look at Louis's family of 3. The boy's mother politely said, "Thank you for giving my son fruit to calm him down." Louis's father even bowed. "Thank you for being with him."
Sylvia didn't offer an opinion, but asked them what was on her mind. "What are you doing here? You are outside the city walls now. There are still magic beasts around here. We wandered to this place, and just yesterday we encountered a magic beast nearby. An old man stepped forward and said, 'We are just looking for a place to live. We accidentally discovered that magic beasts don't venture near the lake, so we moved into a nearby cave. I am Benjamin, and we come from Luel City in the kingdom of Capitus.' The surrounding people were slightly startled and called out, 'Leader!' Both she and Felix were very surprised. Sylvia quickly turned to look at him. If it was the kingdom of Capitus, then she instinctively grabbed Felix's hand. Sylvia continued to ask, "Why did you have to travel all the way here? Do you intend to stay here permanently? Outside it should be full of magic beasts. So how exactly did you manage to get to this place?" Benjamin revealed the whole truth. "As you can see, we are just ordinary farmers. We come from a small village called Rosso. We also didn't want to leave the place we've been attached to our whole lives. Perhaps you wouldn't know, coming from the Empire, but there are rumors that
The queen has gone mad, and the nobles are strangling the people with exorbitant taxes." Sylvia, disbelieving her ears, asked again, "What?" Benjamin had no intention of hiding anything. "Our village was small but peaceful. Then a new lord took power. We had to work all day, harvesting wheat season after season, yet we still fell into debt, and the debt kept growing. My daughter was taken away because of that debt. Not just her, but all the young men and women in the village were also dragged away." Sylvia squeezed Felix's hand in comfort. He continued to recount the villagers' dire situation. "We protested the mounting debt, but they immediately used magic to attack the village. Although that time was incredibly difficult, I couldn't die when my son and daughter were stolen from me. To survive, we were forced to leave the city, after many casualties."
"We've made it here. We are all that's left of our village. Please don't report to the Empire that we are sheltering here. We truly have nowhere else to go. Please have mercy on us." Seeing their sincere plea, Sylvia, flustered, waved her hand and explained, "We are just one of countless mercenary groups. We got lost and ended up here. We certainly didn't intend to drive anyone away." The villagers breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, thinking, "Thank goodness, it seems we misunderstood them." At this moment, she was still paying attention to the person beside her. Felix's hand was so cold. He must be very shocked, as his stepmother was dragging the kingdom of England into chaos.
To ease the tense atmosphere, she asked again, "But where do you all get your food?" She then added, "The only edible thing I've seen are these white snails." Benjamin seemed unaware of this. "Are those called white snails? Their taste and texture are very strange." Louis's parents also replied, "The only edible thing I've seen are these white snails." Hearing this, Sylvia was alarmed and wondered, "Do they have to live so miserably? Is there any way I can help them?" Clover reported on her earlier investigation. "Sylvia, there are many ugly things deep in the lake." Poppy remembered and agreed. "I saw them too. The bottom of the lake is full of them." Sylvia's eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. She raised her hand and suggested, "Can we stay here for one night?" After realizing they were not a threat, Benjamin readily agreed. No need to be formal. Mercenary groups specializing in monster hunting are always welcome. Sylvia was delighted to hear this. Then we'll gladly impose. From the direction of the forest, strange noises suddenly echoed. The villagers were frightened, and Louis's parents' faces turned pale. "Wife, don't tell me it's—" Seeing this, Hubert immediately called out, "Captain Sylvia." Sylvia smiled and introduced, "They are other members of our mercenary group. Everyone can rest assured." That gave me a fright just now. She stared at Felix's trembling hand. Then Sylvia anxiously walked over and took his hand. "Felix."
She could feel that his hands were too cold. A moment later, Sylvia had changed into a different outfit. "All right, before the sun sets, let's go look for useful materials. First, let's collect those white snails that the fairies mentioned." She couldn't help but wonder if Felix was all right. He must be overwhelmed with responsibility and guilt for failing to protect his people as the crown prince, but he was also a victim.
Sylvia remembered Felix turning away sadly at that moment. "Hubert, Dennis, let's go." Dennis, hearing this, asked bewildered, "Go where?" and then saw him reply, "Scout the vicinity." He quickly ran after Felix. "Wait for us." From that, she realized he must be worried about everyone here, that he had a good heart even though he tried to act cold. Therefore, she also wanted to help him. "But I can't hold my breath underwater for long. Is there a way to create something like an oxygen tank using wind magic? Let's try." Then Sylvia seriously cast magic. A moment later, she said with satisfaction, "Oh, this works. This should be enough to keep water out." Aaron CM poked her head out of the bag and asked curiously, "Sylvia, what's that?" Sylvia turned and explained, "This helps me breathe underwater." The little girl asked puzzled, "What for? Are you going into the lake?" She smiled and replied, "I want to get some white snails, and I'm also curious about the underwater cave. So yes, I'm going down there." Aaron CM clung to Sylvia's shoulder and said, "Then I want to go too."
She immediately agreed. "All right, let's descend together. Hold tight." The girl obeyed, replying, "Yes." Then Sylvia and Aaron ZM dived into the lake. She curiously looked around. "Where's the underwater cave?" "Ah, there it is. It's smoother than I thought, as if carved by human hands. The water is flowing in another direction. Where is it going? Let's check the other side of the lake. There's another cave, exactly like the previous one. From the outside, it just looks like an ordinary lake, but it's probably connected to a river. The current is too strong. Let's stay away from this spot for now." Snails in one corner caught Sylvia's eye. She joyfully rushed forward. "Oh, just as Clover said." The girl frankly assessed. "Ah, they look even uglier." Sylvia observed the scene. The lake bed was covered in white snails. "All right, let's catch the ones we need." After a while of catching them, she and Aaron ZM surfaced. At the same time, the wind magic oxygen tank vanished. Sylvia was currently very satisfied. "We've collected a whole bunch of white snails, haven't we?" Just then, someone called out loudly, "Sylvia." She turned in surprise to see Felix, who had just appeared. "Felix, you're back?" The girl also greeted, "Felix."
He yelled out, extremely worried, "Hey, what are you doing there?" Then Felix's hand clenched into a fist. A few hours earlier, he had seriously looked around. At that moment, Felix was anxious, thinking, "People said that magic beasts don't come near the lake, yet we still left her alone even though she's afraid of even the weakest magic beasts. I must go back quickly." But when he returned, he didn't see anyone. Felix anxiously looked in all directions, wondering, "Where is she?" Then he asked the people around him, "Have you seen the girl who was with me?" When the boy denied it, Felix started to get worried. Not here either. Where on earth did she disappear to? He and everyone else anxiously called her name. "Sylvia!" Felix grew increasingly worried. What if something happened to her? Just as he was consumed by worry, Sylvia surfaced from the lake. They joyfully shouted, "Sylvia!" Felix also breathed a sigh of relief. She's safe. What a relief. But as soon as he was sure she was okay, his anxiety erupted into anger. He was furious. Yet she, unaware, smiled and said, "Felix!" He angrily shouted, "Everyone went out looking for you. Everyone was worried about you." Felix then thought to himself, "No, I'm not angry with her."
Then he yelled once more, "But if you act on your own again, then just go back." However, the seething anger stemming from this suffocating feeling in his chest erupted out of control. "I'm exhausted. My status, my life, and my country all are weighing heavily on my shoulders." At this moment, Erisium saw Sylvia looking bewildered, unable to say a word, and called out, "Sylvia, there are so many things to worry about, so many responsibilities to bear.
I can't worry about you anymore, yet I still can't help but worry. So please be safe. Please don't make me worry about you. I don't understand why you keep making me act emotionally. The reason I'm angry with you, She suddenly raised her hand and touched his face. Felix. The two stood facing each other at a close distance. Felix could no longer hold back and sobbed. Sylvia, why, after all? I've never revealed my emotions like this. Even when forced to drink poison every day, I never showed weakness. I will survive. I will endure. I will not fall. I will not lose to that woman. I overcame everything purely by willpower.
But why are you looking at me like that? There's no reason for you to pity me. Every time you look at me with that gaze. Sylvia, full of remorse, spoke up. I'm sorry for making you worry. I didn't hint that far ahead. Her hand gently caressed Felix's cheek. Sylvia sincerely said, I'm sorry. I won't act on my own initiative again, so please rest. I know you're tired too. I knew she was exhausted too, yet she still told me to rest first. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Why did I feel like she was talking about my past? How could she know? But I still wanted to believe her words, to be angry at her, to hope that one day she would understand me, to trust her. I wanted to tell her my darkest memories. Was I secretly believing that was possible? No, I had always believed it was possible. Now Felix finally spoke. Sylvia, what I said earlier was too harsh. Why are you suddenly silent? And why aren't you wearing a cloak? He then saw her calmly ask, Do you want me to swim while still wearing a cloak? He suddenly felt annoyed. What? Seriously, why are you so careless? Just then, the sound of horses echoed, startling Felix.
He flinched and looked behind him in a panic. It can't be. She couldn't let others see her in this state, so Felix questioned Sylvia, Your cloak, where is your cloak? The sound of approaching horses grew louder while she was searching. My cloak? Wait, I have it here. Here it is. He felt the horses drawing perilously close. Felix grabbed Sylvia's hand and cursed. Then their bodies slowly rose. He and she were hovering in midair. Then they gently landed on a tree branch. Felix carefully reminded her, What if someone sees you like that? Put on your cloak quickly. Sylvia still didn't understand what was happening. Seriously, why are you always so careless? Meanwhile, Hubert below said, Strange, I'm sure I heard something around here. Dennis agreed, Me too. Under the clear blue sky, she spoke up. But Felix, are you carrying me up trees a bit too much? All right, the view is beautiful. I won't scold you. Look. At that moment, he gently raised his arm.
Felix stared at her as she chatted on. The horizon, where purple and red hues intertwined, wasn't it beautiful? Sylvia hadn't noticed him staring at her. In Felix's eyes, the scenery at this moment was not as beautiful as she was. Yes, very beautiful. Soon it was evening. Sylvia was seriously cooking dinner. Now only the rice needed steaming, and the stir-fried mushrooms with potatoes were done. The white corn needed to be boiled a little longer, and it wasn't fully cooked yet. What else was missing? Just then, the flour on her pants fell off, and Sylvia gasped softly when she saw it. The reddish flour was still very fresh, and seeing it gave her an idea. Oh right, Louis gave me this flour earlier. It didn't look like an ordinary flour at all. Arenzium was not happy to see this scene. That was the flour the little one had given her. The little girl quickly darted towards the flower. I hate it. This flower is so ugly. Sylvia couldn't help but be surprised. Arenzium bluntly criticized. It looks just like a poppy, and this dazzling red color doesn't give a good feeling at all. After saying that, the little girl secretly thought, I mean, pay attention to me. Don't just care about this flower. I'm much prettier than this flower. After hearing this, she reminded her, Hey, don't say that. Arenzium asked in disbelief. What? Then the little girl pulled her cheeks, feigning cuteness.
Arenzium danced and said that she was much prettier than this flower. Accidentally, she stepped on the pistol, and nectar sprayed out, causing Arenzium to stumble and fall backward. When the nectar splattered onto Sylvia's cheek, she screamed in horror. The nectar flowed from her cheek into her mouth, and Sylvia was very surprised when she tasted it. She suddenly exclaimed excitedly, What is this? Realizing her mistake, Arenzium panicked and said, I'm sorry. Sylvia looked at her and praised, Arenzium, you're so good. Arenzium seemed not to believe that she was being praised like that. Meanwhile, Sylvia excitedly jumped around. It's chili sauce. It tastes exactly like chili sauce. The little girl still wondered. Chili sauce? I don't understand why you're so happy, but at least you're not angry with me. She was still joyful. But why does a flower taste like chili sauce? Suddenly, Sylvia realized something. Then she stared at the flower in her hand. That means this flower is...
Felix meticulously polished the iron armor until it gleamed, wiping it repeatedly until it sparkled. While Felix was focused on cleaning, Sylvia hurriedly ran off somewhere. He subtly noticed and followed her retreating figure. She was heading towards the cave where everyone was. Why was she rushing there? Felix decided to follow Sylvia. They both crossed the forest to reach that cave. He breathlessly pursued her closely. Felix decided to stop and see what Sylvia was going to do. He hadn't seen anyone yet, but he heard her call. Louis, my dear, could you come out for a moment? Louis's mother was confused and worried, wondering what was happening. Louis's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, it's Sylvia. The boy joyfully ran to the cave entrance to greet Sylvia. Louis happily jumped up and down. Sylvia, her cheeks flushed with joy. Louis, I want to ask, where did you get this flower? The boy's mood deflated sadly. You don't like it? Seeing Louis so sad, Sylvia awkwardly explained. No, it's not like that. It's just... She was flustered, unsure what to do or how to explain. Sylvia rephrased her question. Louis, have you ever tried eating this flower? Louis's mother subtly noticed a blood stain at the corner of her mouth.
The old woman's face turned pale with fright. Oh my God, is it poisonous? Before, when I was too hungry, I tried eating it once. Oh, what should I do now? Sylvia was startled and bewildered as the innocent little boy looked up and called, Mommy. She awkwardly waved her hand, trying to clarify. No, wait. Felix silently walked behind Sylvia and snatched the flower from her hand. Sylvia was startled and turned her head to look at it. Huh? Felix casually put the flower into his mouth. All three others' eyes widened and their mouths dropped open in fear. She angrily scolded. Hey, why did you eat that? Loi's mother hugged Loi tightly. Oh my God, oh my God. Loi's father looked outside. What's going on? He slowly and thoroughly chewed this red flower, not feeling the burning sensation in his throat like when he swallowed poison. After finishing the flower, Felix innocently smiled brightly like a flower. It's okay, it's not poisonous. She gritted her teeth and trembled as she yelled. You really? Do I look like I'm joking? Sylvia clenched her trembling hands in anger. Why did you have to eat it to test it? What if it really was poisonous? What if it really was poisonous? I know you're the main character here, but just because you won't die doesn't mean you won't get hurt. You can still feel pain.
He grabbed her arm and called, Sylvia. She lowered her face, sadly reproaching him. Why did you eat the flower just to see if it was poisonous? There are so many other ways to check. Why did you happily swallow it whole? Are you a poison tester? Why did you eat it? People heard the argument and gathered to watch. Isn't that her teammate? What's going on? Felix, flustered, tried to soothe her. I'm fine. Calm down. She frowned, her expression full of anger. Sylvia leaned forward, exasperated. What do you mean, fine? He grabbed her shoulders and explained. It's fine if I eat poison. I won't die. Sylvia angrily punched Felix's chest repeatedly. Death isn't the only thing I'm worried about. You'll still feel pain. You fool can still get injured, yet you carelessly put it right into your mouth. You shouldn't eat things like that. You should only eat delicious food. He, oblivious, chuckled softly and indulgently. Seeing Felix's attitude only made her angrier. Why are you laughing? Are you crazy? Seeing the two people arguing made Louis scared and burst into tears. Louis's mother sat down to comfort him. Don't cry, my dear Louis. Don't cry. Seeing the boy cry, Sylvia turned back in embarrassment to explain. I wasn't asking because the flowers are poisonous. Actually, there's something I need to find in the flowers, so I just wanted to know where to get them. I'm sorry, I should have been clearer. After hearing her explanation, the mother breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's a relief then. We had no other choice. We were so hungry at the time, eating the fruit was the only way we could fill our stomachs. Sylvia knew she was wrong, so she bowed her head in silence. She then apologetically announced, I've prepared dinner. Everyone please come over to my camp for a bit. Louise's mother happily offered, then we'll pick some more of those flowers and bring them over. Sylvia still bowed her head as she replied, Yes, thank you very much. As for you, we need to talk. She pouted angrily and pulled Felix back. He let Sylvia lead him, thinking, How cute. Very quickly, she brought the food and laid it out on the table.
She joyfully welcomed them. Oh, perfect timing, everyone. Please have a seat. If we skewer this white snail with a wooden stick and gently twist it like this, we won't have to worry about the shells getting in the way when we eat. Oh, did you bring flowers? Louise's mother carried a sack and replied, Oh, yes. Sylvia excitedly and gratefully said, Thank you. She picked up a red flower, and to everyone's surprise, Sylvia extracted red liquid from its pistil onto a plate. She enthusiastically instructed, Just dip the snail in this sauce and put it in your mouth. It's absolutely divine. Also try the soup that comes with rice. It's really good. Over here, there's also bread. Spreading strawberry or apple jam on it is wonderful. Here, there's also pumpkin potato salad, stir-fried vegetables, and grilled beef. Everyone, please eat to your heart's content. Don't be shy. Everyone cheerfully said in unison, Well then, thank you for the meal. Thank you for the meal, Sylvia. The atmosphere at the party was incredibly warm, filled with everyone's laughter and chatter. The old man in the blue shirt was so overjoyed he nearly cried. It's incredibly delicious. How can food taste like heaven? Sylvia leaned down beside him and gently reminded him, White snails are very difficult to grill. It's best to boil or steam them. Remember to try that next time. The old man in the blue shirt was moved to tears. Thank you very much. Louise excitedly exclaimed, Sylvia, this jam is so delicious. She came over and patted the boy's head. We still have tons of fruit, so you can eat until your tummy is full. Louise rested his chin in his hand and obediently replied, Yes. Sylvia turned to look at Felix at the next table.
He was struggling with the skewered snail, so she walked up behind him and asked, "Didn't you see me demonstrate just now? Give it to me. I'll do it for you."
At the end of the party, Sylvia mixed drinks for everyone. Everyone gathered around, drinking and confiding. That was why Felix carried her on his back and listened to her express herself. "Yes, I'm telling you," she said. Hubert screamed in fright. "Lady Sylvia!" Sylvia irritably grabbed his hair. "What? Someone just called my name?" Felix immediately reminded him. "Just ignore her." He stammered an explanation. "But sir," but Felix resolutely refused. "It's fine." Felix put all his strength into his feet. The two witches looked up as he sprang up the tree. Felix carefully placed her on a tree branch. As soon as he sat down, Sylvia swayed and leaned to one side. Felix frantically pulled her into his arms. Honestly, as he looked at Sylvia's peacefully sleeping face, he thought, "Yesterday she was scolding me for being drunk."
Felix gently held her, preventing her from falling to the ground. Sylvia unconsciously leaned her head on his shoulder. Felix blushed in embarrassment, thinking, "Am I acting like this too?" She slowly opened her eyes, gradually waking up, and looked up at him. Sylvia, embarrassed, pushed Felix away. "You," he said, crossing his arms defensively. "What?" She unexpectedly cupped Felix's pouting face. "Don't ever do that again." He blushed and teased. "Do what?" Sylvia waved her hand, reminding him, "Eating things that might be poisonous, just to see if they really contain poison." Felix stubbornly pressed. "Why can't I do that?" She started to get annoyed and elbowed him in the stomach. Sylvia angrily yelled, "Doesn't it hurt? Huh? Is your mouth a silver spoon for detecting poison? Huh? No, you're not a silver spoon. You're a golden spoon, or rather, a diamond spoon." Felix sadly repeated, "You know, why do you keep looking at me with such pity?" She pointed at herself in confusion. "Me?" He nodded, confirming, "Yes, you." Sylvia, bewildered, thought, "Me? When? I don't think I did that." Her eyes sparkled brightly. "Ah, maybe it's because of that. I just want you to enjoy delicious food."
Healthy, nutritious dishes, things like that. Then later you can go on a really fun date with the female lead. Felix's attention was drawn to the last three words. "What did you just say?" Sylvia slumped, drifting off to sleep, her whole body nodding as if about to fall over. He gently steadied her and lifted Sylvia's chin. Felix gently rested her head on his shoulder. He gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, "When my sense of taste returns, could we enjoy a meal together?" Soon the night faded, giving way to a new day. The spirits gathered around Sylvia, whispering and chattering. Annoyed and sleepy, she grumbled, "Ah, it's too noisy." Felix gently stroked her head. "It's all right. Go back to sleep. Can everyone be quiet for a moment? She's still sleeping." Sylvia was already awake, but too embarrassed to fully wake up. She mumbled shyly, "Felix, is that you?" Sylvia thought to herself, "Please say it's not him. Please say it's not him. It looks like he stayed up all night with dark circles under his eyes." Felix replied in a low voice, "Yes."
She jolted awake, embarrassed, and sat up properly. Oh, it really was him. Felix sat up, observing his surroundings. He wondered, bewildered, what's going on? Sylvia's face turned pale with embarrassment. Why are you here, and not in the tent?" Felix sighed, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. He pointed at her hand and replied, "Because you pulled me back, as if you didn't want me to leave." Sylvia looked down at her hand, following Felix's direction. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell did I do yesterday? Poppy, next to her, yelled, "Wake up, sleepyhead!" Clover whined in her ear, "Sylvia, I'm hungry." Asta chimed in, pestering, "Sylvia, I want to eat bananas." Lupina smiled brightly and asked, "Did you sleep well, big sister?" The little girl sat on Sylvia's head, acting spoiled. "I want to eat mangosteens." The little girl then pulled her hair, demanding, "Give me grapes. I want to eat grapes." The little girl poked Sylvia's cheek, pestering, "Sylvia, please make me meringue cookies." Annoyed, she cursed silently to herself, "I'll never touch alcohol again." The scene shifts to the pine forest by the large lake. He followed Sylvia, asking, "What are you thinking about so intently?" She crossed her arms and thoughtfully recounted, "Do you know, yesterday I dived all the way to the bottom of the lake. Down there are countless white snails, but it's difficult for ordinary people to retrieve them, so I'm looking for a way for the villagers to also be able to collect the snails." Felix tilted his head, focusing on Sylvia's story. He decided to summon 2 stones, much to her surprise. Felix placed 2 black stones on the ground, then dropped them with a splash into the lake. Sylvia asked, surprised, "Felix, what are you doing?" As soon as the stones were dropped, they immediately attracted a multitude of snail shells.
The snail shells were swept onto the ground by a whirlpool in the water. The shells were lifted, and the water gradually disappeared. She clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, "You're amazing! Why didn't I think of that? Look at all these white snails. There are so many."
I also collected quite a lot yesterday. I hope they haven't all disappeared, he replied. Then Semri appeared, interrupting. Sylvia, I'll dive down and check. Sylvia was a little disbelieving. Really? The girl proudly asserted. Just leave it to me. She then trustingly asked, then please do it for me. Zam happily accepted. All right.
Clover flew over to tease. What's wrong with you? You're usually too lazy for these kinds of things. Poppy said annoyed. That's not fair. Daisy, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's really unfair. You're doing this on purpose just to get praised by Sylvia, aren't you? Asta whined from behind. Sylvia, I want to go down too. Camia chimed in. Me too. Lupinus raised a hand, vying for the spots. Zam is so clumsy. Let me go down instead. Sylvia fell silent, having to choose among these 5 spirits. She suddenly burst out laughing, much to the little spirit's surprise. Sylvia cherished all the spirits. How about you go in pairs? I still have many things I want to find out about that lake. First, Camia and Lupinus, you two go check how many white snails are left, and also see if Felix's jelly has settled at the bottom of the lake. Clover and Poppy, you two go into the cave and see where the water current is flowing to. I want to know where it leads. Finally, Zam, Asta, and Daisy, you 3 go into the opposite cave and find out where the water source begins. If the path is too far, you can just come back. It's perfectly fine.
Felix stood on the bank, anxiously looking down at the lake. This was the first time they voluntarily wanted to work. Before, they never listened to me. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. He looked bewilderedly at Sylvia, who was laughing gleefully. Felix's lips unconsciously curved into a smile following hers. The two stood there, looking at each other and smiling for a long time. Sylvia sat down on the grass and said, Felix, let's rest here for a bit. He became curious about something else. By the way, what's with those caves? She cleared her throat and explained. I used to be just a normal lake, but there's a current underneath, so I guess there might be another similar place somewhere if we follow the current. Now Felix understood. I see. If her hypothesis is correct, she had thought of something he had never imagined. He knelt down, genuinely grateful. Thank you, Sylvia. Sylvia, embarrassed, turned her face away. No need to thank me. The atmosphere between the two fell silent again. She blushed nervously. I feel like all the tension is being washed away. Unlike other places outside the city, it's not too hot here, and the gentle breeze is so pleasant. At times like these, I just have to lie down. Sylvia touched the green grass, and suddenly a gentle breeze blew past. She closed her eyes and felt it. This is truly blissful. He knelt beside her and asked, What are you doing? Sylvia turned to look at Felix, spreading her cloak wide. Sylvia patted the ground, inviting him. Felix, you should lie down too. Lying like this is very comfortable. She turned her head and smiled gently. He clenched his hands tightly, full of tension. Finally, Felix listened to Sylvia and lay down beside her. He carefully observed her expression. Sylvia playfully pointed a hand towards the sky. Do you see that cloud? It looks like a moon snail, doesn't it? Its shape is just like a snail shell.
And those others look like bananas, don't you think? And that cloud over there is a croissant. That one's definitely a donut, right? Felix suddenly took her hand, and Sylvia stiffened awkwardly. Seeing him unexpectedly take her hand, she panicked and looked at Felix's face, wondering what had gotten into him. Lately, he'd been holding her hand a lot. Before, he used to pull her hand quite roughly, but somehow this time felt different. He pulled Sylvia's hand towards him. She blushed with embarrassment, gritting her teeth, looking as if she wanted to scold Felix immediately, but Sylvia let it happen anyway. It felt so strange. A moment later, the spirits had completed the task she assigned. Zam sighed with exhaustion. We have to go back. It's too far. Asta, Clover, and the annoying little girl shook the water off themselves. The spirits reported one by one. But I've sensed Master Zam's energy. The further we went upstream, the stronger the energy became. That's right. Hearing this, he immediately started to deduce. This means that the place where Zam is sleeping is connected to this spot.
Clover excitedly said, We found a second lake. Poppy continued, reporting, It's closer than we thought, but going over land might be shorter. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, piecing together the sprite's reports. Camellia suddenly remembered, Oh right, the stone Felix threw into the lake is still safe. Lupinus cheerfully replied, It embedded itself neatly at the bottom. The little girl chirped into Sylvia's ear, We saw it right in the middle of the lake, and snails are crawling all over it. She clutched her chest and sighed in relief, feeling lighter all over. It seemed there were even more snails than she had imagined.
Clover whined again. Sylvia, we're so hungry. Camia gave a forced smile in agreement. Yes, very hungry. Daisy cheerfully urged, Let's go eat. She raised her hand high to cheer everyone on. All right, everyone did an excellent job on their tasks, so I'll cook something delicious for you all. The spirits joyfully cheered in unison. Yeah! The scene shifts to Sylvia's house. The spirits stood cheerfully in front of their own plates. As she held the pan and cooked, she thought, It's already past lunchtime. I'll just make something light. I have a good feeling today. I don't know why. Well, let's begin.
Yes, because he's standing here, he'll see the entire cooking process, and maybe that will make him trust me more. Today I won't use magic. I'll do everything by hand. It's not that difficult anyway. Felix stood mesmerized, watching Sylvia cook. The smell is amazing. I guess it's because Sylvia is the one cooking them. Somehow I can't take my eyes off her. Very quickly she finished cooking, and the food was arranged on the dining table. Sylvia happily said, "Enjoy your meal, Felix." Sylvia turned to look at Felix's cheerful face. "Great, he didn't refuse the food. You did it, Felix." Next, he cut the egg yolk. She nervously watched him eat the food she had cooked. Felix tried to put a piece of bread into his mouth. She swallowed, waiting for his reaction. Felix ate slowly, thoroughly chewing the small piece of bread. All 6 spirits also nervously awaited his reaction. After chewing thoroughly, Felix finally swallowed the food.
Sylvia intently observed the expression on Felix's face. She quickly asked with an expectant look, "How is it? Is it delicious?" He only replied with a hum. Felix was still focused on the taste of what he had just eaten. I can taste the buttery richness and the crispness of the toasted bread. Sylvia's eyes sparkled with joy. He's eating more on his own now. Success! She used a fork to get him a few more pieces of vegetables. "Here, have some more salad." Felix immediately agreed. "Okay." This gave Sylvia a real sense of accomplishment. She glanced at him slightly. Felix praised from the bottom of his heart. "It's truly delicious." He secretly looked at Sylvia and thought to himself, "Yes, it's definitely possible. After all, what was once impossible is now gradually becoming a reality. Unlike before, I can smell food, eat cooked dishes, and even taste them. So from now on." Daisy, realizing Felix was gradually regaining his sense of taste, called out emotionally, "Felix!" He imagined future scenarios. "I will enjoy the best dinner with her at the royal palace. By then, my sense of taste will have fully recovered, and I will praise every dish she cooks without reservation. I will truly enjoy food just like her."
One day, with Sylvia, I definitely will. The little fairies looked at Sylvia with sparkling eyes. Camilla flew to her side and said, "I really like you, Sylvia." Lupinus also expressed sincerely, "Me too, I really like you." Hearing this, Sylvia was very happy. "I love you all too." Then she picked up her glass of water and drank it all. Felix suddenly asked, "What about me?" She couldn't control herself and immediately spat out the mouthful of water. Sylvia choked and coughed incessantly. Seeing this, Felix quickly asked, "Are you all right?" She just waved her hand, signaling, "Yes, yes, I'm fine." He placed another glass of water in front of her. "Here, drink this."
Sylvia politely replied, "Oh, thank you." This time she also tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. Sylvia placed the glass down firmly on the table. She stood up and suggested, "All right, let's clean up. Hubert and Dennis will be here soon, and they'll be hungry. I should prepare some snacks and think about what to cook for dinner." Camnia called out again, "Hey Sylvia, I want peach ice cream. Can you make it for me? And don't share it with the other fairies." Sylvia felt a little surprised. Make it just for her? This was the first time she had asked her for something like this. Lupinus also pleaded, "I want banana ice cream and rolled omelets too. Remember to make them sweet." She looked at the little girl. Lupinus wants it too? They had never asked for anything so directly before. Camnia continued to beg, "Please." Sylvia finally decided, "All right, I'll make it." She thought to herself that it wasn't difficult anyway, and she could indulge them. Lupinus was delighted to hear this. "Thank you, Sylvia." Camnia also beamed, "You're the best. We won't forget your kindness." Sylvia found this quite normal and smiled. "It's just ice cream. I'll get started right away." She used her skills to make both banana ice cream and peach ice cream at the same time.
Once finished, Sylvia introduced, "Ta-da, here are your peach ice cream and banana ice cream." Camilla sang as she walked, "Thank you, Sylvia." Lupinus also said, "Thank you so much, Sylvia." She handed the remaining dish to a girl, "And here's your rolled omelet." Lupinus felt extremely grateful. "I really appreciate it." Sylvia chuckled, "It's nothing." Suddenly, a fork appeared out of nowhere and took a piece of the omelet. Felix naturally ate Lupinus's portion, and the girl couldn't help but protest, "Let me have a bite." "Sylvia, this is so delicious." Camilla agreed, "The peach ice cream is wonderful too." Sylvia teased, "Really? Let me have a spoonful." The girl immediately pouted and refused. "No, it's mine." She found the fairies incredibly cute and burst out laughing. Felix also chimed in, "Me too, me too." Sylvia stood up abruptly and walked out of the tent, greeting them upon their return. "Welcome back, everyone. You all did great." Hubert dismounted his horse and replied, "We're back, Captain Sylvia." The monsters appeared further from the lake than yesterday. Felix, still blushing slightly and scratching his head, said, "Is that so?" Hubert knelt down and reported, "At that distance, the villagers should be safe from them."
He regained his composure and understood the situation. "Good. It seems the magic stone we dropped into the lake is working. All right, well done. Take a rest." He bowed his head. "Yes, Captain." Sylvia suggested, "You must be hungry. I'll prepare some snacks. Everyone, please go wash your hands." Hubert happily complied. "Understood." In the bowl was Sylvia's special oachi. Dennis took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so hot in the forest. This dish is perfectly cool and refreshing." Hubert agreed. "It's both cool and sweet. I'm finally feeling refreshed." Sylvia felt relieved seeing Felix's appreciative expression. Felix was also eating heartily. I'll take this opportunity to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Dennis continued to praise her profusely. Miss Sylvia is truly a goddess descended to earth. Sylvia observed the pile of fuel and decided, tomorrow we will leave this place, so I want to make a special dinner for the villagers and the mercenary team. She poured a large amount of cooking oil into the pan. Next, Sylvia picked up pieces of beef and placed them in. They looked incredibly delicious as they fried. Once finished, Sylvia called out loudly, "Come on everyone, gather around." Dennis excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, fried chicken." She told them, "All right, everyone, eat it while it's hot." The fairies also flew over to a plate of fried chicken. Clover curiously asked, "What dish is this?"
Sylvia introduced what she called fried chicken, saying, "It's super delicious, try it, and remember to eat some fruit too, okay?" Asta sniffed it and praised, "It smells amazing," while Clover had already taken a bite and exclaimed, "Sylvia, you're incredible." Aranzeum frowned. "So this is that famous dish." Sylvia looked puzzled. She said, "The dish that's so captivating you wouldn't even notice if someone died next to you? Is that really it?" She chuckled and invited Aranzeum. "You should try it too. Everyone's completely hooked." Lupinus took a bite and said, "It's a strange flavor, but so good," while Clover, tearing into a huge piece, agreed enthusiastically, "It's incredibly delicious." Seeing this, Aranzeum picked up a piece, deciding to try it. In the end, Aranzeum couldn't resist the flavor either. "Absolutely delicious," she said. Sylvia suddenly remembered something. I've forgotten the most important thing. Fried chicken should always be eaten with soda. I wonder if I can use magic to make soda?" She looked at the water bottles in front of her, contemplating. Soda is basically carbonated water, but dissolving gas into water isn't easy. First, according to what I remember from a blog I read a long time ago, the lower the temperature and the higher the pressure, the easier gas dissolves. Let's try it. Sylvia used her skills to make soda water.
Small bubbles gradually appeared on the surface of the water. The liquid in the bottle had turned into sparkling water. She concluded her experimental brewing process. The surrounding smoke gradually dissipated, and Sylvia poured some into a drinking glass. She was slightly startled when she tasted it. Sylvia smiled contentedly. It's a success. A moment later, she brought up 3 bottles of different colors and invited everyone. "Try these drinks too. Here, everyone take a glass and try it. This water is very refreshing and mildly sweet." One of them briefly marveled. "Oh." Sylvia handed a glass to Felix. "You try it." He hesitated, looking at the glass of water he had just received, but as soon as he tasted it, Felix was incredibly surprised. With a trembling hand holding the glass, he called out, "Sylvia?" She looked at Felix. "What is it?" He pointed at what he had just drunk and asked, "What is this?" Sylvia happily replied, "Oh, this is called pineapple soda. Isn't it delicious?" Felix looked intently, curious. "Soda? Why does the water have so many bubbles?" His eyes immediately sparkled. Felix tried the lemon soda. It had a sweet and sour taste, with an incredibly refreshing aftertaste.
Grapefruit soda. This glass was sweet, but a slight bitterness was hidden within that sweetness. Sylvia sat watching him drink one flavor after another. She speared a piece of lettuce with her fork. Sylvia was a little worried. No matter how delicious the soda was, one had to eat a balanced meal. She brought the fork to Felix's face. "Here, eat some more of this." He didn't refuse, but complied. Felix's eyes lit up with delight again. Sylvia also felt relieved. "That's good, he's eating very well." Dennis and Hubert watched the two of them, moved. "His Highness is truly enjoying his meal. Thank you very much, Sylvia. We will never forget this kindness, even if we have to charge through fire for you." When it was time for bed in the evening, Sylvia took off her shoes and jumped onto the bed. She lay on her stomach, relaxing after a tiring day. Sylvia closed her eyes, enjoying it. The bed is so soft. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere. "Sylvia, are you asleep yet?" She opened her eyes. Sylvia saw 2 fairies flying in front of her, Kanya and Lupinus. Kanya pleaded, "Can we sleep next to you tonight? You always sleep with Aaron. It's so unfair, Sylvia." Lupinus perched on her shoulder. "I've been thinking, you always smell so good." Sylvia happily agreed. "Thank you, kids. Good night, Kanya, Lupinus."
Kanya replied, "Yes, good night." Lupinus, on the other hand, was extremely grateful. "Thanks to you, I feel like I'll have a beautiful dream." The next morning, Dennis was packing his belongings. Hubert suggested, "I'll scout the area one more time." Sylvia had no objections. "All right," she thought to herself. "Great, I've prepared a light breakfast and packed the lunchboxes." Once done, Sylvia called out loudly, "Felix, let's go say goodbye to the villagers." He remained silent. She took Felix's hand, knowing full well what he was thinking. "I know this is hard for you, but you yourself are just a victim. Yet because of your position, you still feel responsible for them." Felix looked down as Sylvia released his hand. Felix took her hand and pulled her along. "Let's go." As they approached the village, Benjamin immediately came out to greet them. "Oh, everyone's here." The villagers also turned their gaze towards the two. "Oh, everyone, they're here. Lady Sylvia, the mercenary, Lady Sylvia." A grateful woman said, "Thank you so much for the houses you built for us. Thanks to you, we no longer have to huddle in that dark, stuffy cave." Another man standing nearby added, "My wife insisted I come and thank you.
Thank you for planting a whole garden full of vegetables and fruit trees for us. We truly don't know how to repay this kindness." However, Sylvia just waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm content just knowing that everyone lives healthy and happy here. We came to say goodbye." Hearing this, Benjamin looked regretful. "Oh, I see. If we hadn't met you, I dare not imagine what would have become of us. No words can express the gratitude we have for you. I am truly grateful. Thank you." Louis waved goodbye, his voice choked with emotion. "See you again, Sylvia." She also waved goodbye to the boy. Sylvia then said, "As everyone knows, I've marked a spot in the lake. Every day, white snails will emerge from the bottom of the lake at that spot, and this is a spatial bag. It will be very useful."
"I've left a little meat in here. Remember to eat it." Benjamin became even more emotional. Felix only spoke up now. I promise that one day I will return to pick everyone up, so until then, live well." Benjamin closed his eyes, bowing respectfully. Felix looked at the villagers there. They were also looking at him. Felix took Sylvia's hand and pulled her away. Louis waved goodbye again. "Farewell, Sylvia. We won't forget you." The horses were all ready. Sylvia patted one of them and said to Felix, "Let's depart now." Then she seemed to notice something unusual. "Huh?" He looked at Sylvia, puzzled. "What's wrong?" She wondered, "Why do I feel like a few fairies are missing?" Sylvia began to count. 1, 2, 3. Aranzeum called out anxiously, "Sylvia!" She looked around, searching. Camilla and Lupinus were gone. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen the two of them at breakfast this morning either. We're about to leave. Where could they have run off to? Sylvia immediately ordered Aranzeum, "Aranzeum, go find Camilla and Lupinus, and you too, hurry and find them. Could they have gone to look at flowers or something? Why isn't anyone speaking up? Aren't you going to look for them?" The fairy stood there, staring at her. Sylvia gritted her teeth, then turned, deciding, "Fine, I'll go myself then." But Felix quickly grabbed Sylvia's hand, stopping her. "It's no use. They're already gone."
With that, he gently pulled her towards him. Then Felix wrapped his arms around her, pulling her whole body into an embrace, wanting to comfort her. Sylvia rested her head on his shoulder for a long time, before stammering with difficulty. What do you mean, they're gone? Why would they?" She recalled the moment Lupinus sincerely took her finger. "Thank you, Sister Sylvia." And Carmilla beside her also expressed gratitude. "You're the best. I'll never forget this kindness." At that time, the two tiny spirits, their faces bright with smiles, floated before Sylvia. Thinking of this, she instinctively bit her lip. Amidst Felix's gentle caresses, Sylvia unconsciously hugged him back. A wave of sorrow and sadness suddenly welled up. Was that why they said all those things? Because they were about to leave her? Was that their final goodbye? Seeing Sylvia's sadness, Asta quickly flew over to comfort her. "Don't worry, Sister Sylvia," Daisy added. "We're just returning to where we were born." However, this did not make her feel any lighter. Instead, her red-rimmed eyes welled up with tears. Immediately, choked tears streamed down her face. A while later, having calmed down, Sylvia stopped crying, but her eyes were still swollen and red. She quickly pulled her hood down to compose her emotional state.
Felix sat on horseback, watching the person in front of him, who was constantly gloomy and melancholic, and whispered worriedly, "She's still reeling from the sudden breakup with the fairies. What should I do to make her less sad?" After a moment's thought, he decided to grasp Sylvia's shoulder and pull her to lean against his chest. Sylvia was a little bewildered, not understanding the meaning of that sudden action. "What's wrong?" Felix awkwardly looked away. "Nothing." He sighed regretfully inwardly. It didn't work. The sound of horse hooves continued to echo steadily. Dennis, who was riding ahead, suddenly stopped his horse for a moment and uneasily turned to ask, "Hubert, do you think there are other villages in this forest?"
Hubert sadly bowed his head. "I'm not sure either. But if there are any refugees still hiding, I want to help them, just as the Crown Prince wished." Dennis therefore showed resentment, blaming it all on that witch. "Are you all right, Hubert?" Suddenly, he sprang up and shouted, "I can feel it! There's a stream of water exactly like the one in the lake." Dennis was equally surprised. "What?" Felix, who was behind them, had his attention drawn by Hubert's loud shout. "Captain, I found something!" Immediately, he spurred his horse and they galloped at full speed to the next location. After some travel, the horse was pulled to a sudden halt by the reins. The group slowed their pace and approached a lake completely surrounded by lush green trees. Sylvia slowly looked up, observing the foliage. She drifted into a stream of nostalgia, remembering that Lupinus used to be that beautiful yellow color. Whenever she thought of this, Sylvia's heart ached and her eyes welled up with tears. Felix watched in a panic as the person in his arms burst into tears. He fumbled, trying to think of a way to comfort her. "Damn it, she's crying again. How am I supposed to soothe her? I've never comforted anyone before. I've never had to." At this moment, Sylvia suddenly turned, pouting, and instructed, "You all must inform me before you leave. Don't just disappear without a word. No, don't leave in the first place. Stay with me. Can't we live together forever?" Felix sighed helplessly to himself. "Ever since I met Sylvia, I've experienced so many new things." Then he unexpectedly lifted her.
Sylvia, startled, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck as Felix carried her and jumped off the horse. He landed smoothly on the ground without any apparent effort.
Sylvia, startled and annoyed, complained, "You scared the living daylights out of me by jumping off the horse so suddenly, Felix. What are you doing?" He remained silent and continued to carry her. They continued like that until they reached the lake. After observing for a while, Sylvia remarked, "It looks like cotton candy." Felix, puzzled, repeated the strange comparison. "Cotton candy?" She chuckled and explained, "Yes, that's the name of a type of candy." He then commented with a hint of complexity, "I don't think you ever made it for us to eat." Hearing that, Sylvia couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You remember everything I cooked for you? All right, I'll make it for you later then." Felix suddenly had an idea. Right, maybe she'd feel better if I found something in the lake like last time. Sylvia was puzzled by a sudden movement. Huh? Felix steadily stepped into the water. He positioned himself before asking, "How do you feel?" The abrupt question made Sylvia wonder, "What do you mean?" It was then that she noticed their reflections on the water's surface. The water was always crystal clear. Look at the color, like a cocktail. Sylvia happily swayed, watching the water's surface change with her movements. Suddenly, something stirred in the water, disturbing the lake's surface. Her face filled with curiosity and excitement. "Huh? There's something in the water. It's a fish." "Felix, put me down," she said. He asked impassively in return, "Why?" Sylvia frowned in annoyance, but patiently explained, "How long are you going to carry me? I want to get closer to see clearly." No sooner had she finished speaking than a fish leaped out of the water, appearing in their sight. Sylvia immediately activated her magic. It was then enveloped by her in a water sphere, floating in the air. Sylvia controlled the fish, which was powerfully thrashing its tail, to come closer to her. It was then thrown onto the ground. After a period of observation, she concluded, "It's a grouper." She wondered if there was any special reason why the animals she had encountered in Korea were appearing everywhere near the black dragon like this.
Felix, on the other hand, irritably clenched his fists and grumbled resentfully. Why won't she just stay obediently in my arms? She could observe everything up close from there. It's really annoying. He suddenly snapped out of these gloomy thoughts. Felix stared blankly at the palm he had just clenched. Did I just think she was annoying? She's just looking at some fish. Why am I... Sylvia, on the other side, was excitedly examining the fish's body. I used to eat this type of fish as sashimi back in Korea. Seeing it makes me so nostalgic, she thought. Well, I'll just put it in the bag first. The two of them were thus immersed in their own worlds. Sylvia secretly planned for the future, thinking, who knows, I might find more familiar plants or objects here. I should go around and look. Who knows, I might even stumble upon a magic portal connecting this world to Korea. Meanwhile, Felix gloomily fixed his gaze on her. Unclear, fluctuating emotions welled up within him. Why am I like this? He wondered. Every time she leaves my side, I feel uneasy. When she's out of sight, I feel sad. What exactly is this feeling?
So wherever Sylvia went, observing and exploring, Felix would trail closely behind, until she stopped before a cluster of brightly colored mushrooms under a certain tree. Sylvia was a little disheartened by the unpromising harvest. Those mushrooms seemed inedible. But she picked them anyway, just in case. Sylvia slowly stood up and raised her gaze towards the treetop. She quietly ran her hands over the tree trunk in front of her. She'd heard that people used to extract oil from trees in this region long ago, so perhaps she could find something on this tree trunk too. With that thought, she snapped her fingers, casting a spell to carve a small hole in it. To her surprise, a stream of brown liquid immediately gushed out. Sylvia startled and stepped back to avoid being splattered. She thoughtfully waited for the flow to slow down. Then Sylvia used a finger to swipe a bit of the liquid. She cautiously brought the sample to her tongue to taste it. A familiar flavor exploded in her mouth. This taste? Soy sauce. For a long time, she had been temporarily using a special kind of oil as a substitute, but it always felt like something was missing. This was exactly like soy sauce. She couldn't understand why soy sauce was flowing from a tree, but she would definitely seize this opportunity. From behind, Felix was made curious by Sylvia's strange collecting actions. What is that? She cheerfully explained. It tastes almost like Gambella's oil. He couldn't help but become anxious, wanting to stop her. You tasted it? His heart filled with dread. When? Why would you casually put something strange picked from the forest into your mouth?
Felix sternly reminded her, don't just eat everything you see. What if it's poisonous? Sylvia calmly, as if nothing major had happened, said, it's fine. It was only then that he awkwardly realized his earlier disrespectful behavior. I'm sorry I held your hand. What was that called? She smiled and capped the bottle, now full of liquid. It's okay. It's called soy sauce. Sylvia gently caressed a leaf. The tree sap already tastes like soy sauce. Who knows, maybe the leaves will offer a different flavor. The other day, white snails and chili sauce were also found by the lake. Stone grouper goes well with soy sauce, plus some wasabi. On the other side, the spirits in Felix's pocket clamored, and Sylvia's eyes were shining brightly with excitement. Felix had to whisper a reminder, be quiet.
Let Sylvia think. Meanwhile, she was still engrossed in her research. This slightly spicy smell, don't tell me. Felix noticed her action of biting the leaf and angrily pulled her away. Again? Why are you tasting that? He noticed the other person's chewing motion didn't stop because of it. Felix rudely demanded, spit it out now. Sylvia had to reassure him. It's fine, I just tasted a tiny bit. There's nothing left to spit out anyway. He was still uneasy and wanted to argue further, but she immediately cut him off, annoyed. Stop it. I'm fine. I promise to be more careful. Let's just drop it here. Felix clenched his fist once more. Seriously. Watching Sylvia excitedly circling the tree, having hit the jackpot with this tree, his unease didn't diminish at all. I can't take my eyes off her. What if something happens to her? These worries are driving me crazy. Then Felix turned to lecture her. Are you a child? Putting everything you're curious about into your mouth? Sylvia wouldn't back down and retorted angrily. The child isn't me, it's you. He was startled and taken aback by the counter-accusation. Me? You still shouldn't eat strange things. Hearing this, she expressed her indignation. I only tasted it. I only ate a tiny bit. Felix argued loudly. Even a little can be dangerous. Let me taste it for you instead. Felix fiercely retorted. I really only ate a tiny piece. Even if it were poisonous, that much wouldn't matter. He immediately focused on another key point. So it is poisonous? Spit it out right now. She was so angry that she yelled directly at his face. Hey, are you listening to me? I said it's not poisonous. The spirits in Felix's armor watched the two arguing, bewildered. Oh, Felix. Sylvia gritted her teeth, growing angrier the more she thought about it. And then she unleashed all her resentment, unintentionally saying harsh words. That's why I said you're like a child. You don't know anything. After yelling, Sylvia was stunned as she realized she had spoken out of turn. She looked in dismay at Felix's astonished face, hurt by her words.
Sylvia quickly tried to de-escalate the tense situation, apologizing. However, he didn't say a word, turning his back and walking away. Seeing this, Sylvia sighed, a headache forming. She covered her face, trying to compose her turbulent emotions. Damn it, I just lost my temper and took it out on an innocent person. It's strange. Today the fairies won't come near me. If everyone abandons me, I'll be all alone. What will I do by myself? I miss them so much. I miss everyone.
On the other side, the expedition's horses were resting after a long journey. Hubert was busy packing when he glimpsed Felix striding forcefully towards him. Following etiquette, he greeted him, saying, Captain. Hubert watched in confusion as the stomping figure strode past. What's wrong? I've never seen him express such emotions. He's never been this angry. Something must have happened with Miss Sylvia. Ever since he met her, he's changed completely. Before, he only thought to himself, didn't communicate with anyone, and never had such emotional outbursts. But ever since he met Sylvia. Meanwhile, after irritably sitting down, Felix restlessly ran his hand through his hair. I completely lost my composure, all because of a few trivial remarks. Whenever it concerns Sylvia, I lose control. Why? She wouldn't rely on me. I wouldn't die from drinking poison. I could taste it for her. I only said that because I was worried about her. Just then, the spirits finally flew out to advise him. You should apologize first, Felix. That's right. Miss Sylvia didn't do anything wrong. Exactly. You're very worried about her.
Aringium suddenly raised her voice in a scolding tone. Felix, don't talk to her like that. She was very clear about Sylvia's current emotional state. Sylvia was very sad about parting with Cami and Lupinus, but she was trying to get over it by focusing on nature, and Felix had ruined everything. Thinking this, she demanded even louder. Apologize. You're acting like a child. Stop being so childish. The nagging complaints of the spirits forced Felix to unleash energy, sending them flying away with a loud shout. Felix gritted his teeth in annoyance. I'm a child? Time rewound to when Felix was a child, when Luna was gently comforting and caressing his face. Felix, why are you crying? Oh, your eyes are all swollen. Here, let Mommy blow on it to make it feel better. How do you feel now? Is it better? Don't cry anymore, my prince. These old memories suddenly flooded back, making Felix emotionally blurt out, Mom! The sound of light footsteps approaching suddenly echoed. He suddenly snapped out of his emotional reverie. Felix instinctively scrambled to his feet and swung his sword towards the source of the sound. His attacking motion was immediately halted mid-swing by a cry. It's me, Felix. He vaguely wanted to confirm. Sylvia? She pointed at his weapon and burst out laughing, exclaiming, Your sword is really big.
So Felix awkwardly sheathed his sword and stammered, Sorry, are you okay? A sudden wave of guilt washed over Sylvia, making her helplessly run her hands through her hair. Even now, he's still only worried about me, and here I am taking my anger out on him. Well done, Uchang. Felix, still worried, anxiously asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Sylvia almost simultaneously took the initiative to speak. You know what? No, I'm actually fine. I'm sorry. I'm a bit sensitive. I know you were just worried about me, but I was upset and unintentionally said hurtful things. It's true that I did think of you as childish just a little while ago, but not anymore. I don't think that way now. Please forget what I said earlier. I was just annoyed at the time. So once again, I'm truly sorry. Felix was stunned into silence by Sylvia's sincere confession. What's happening to me? Just a moment ago, I was so angry I felt nauseous, but now, thanks to Sylvia's words, I've completely calmed down. He instinctively covered his embarrassed expression with his hand. I'm sorry too. Sylvia couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat at his proactive concession.
She quickly wiped away the emotional tears that were about to well up. Something flew into my eye. Felix immediately reached out to stop Sylvia's forceful eye-rubbing motion. He calmly took her small hand, gently intertwining their fingers. Felix pulled her hand down, then suddenly brought his face close to hers. Felix slowly blew air into Sylvia's eye. After doing so, he didn't move away but maintained the distance, observing her expression. At this moment, Sylvia was still closing her eyes, waiting for Felix to help her, and the unguarded intimacy made his heart pound. A moment later, Felix, blushing, turned away and announced, "I'll go check her surroundings. You stay here with the fairies." In the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Clover excitedly assured, "I'll keep an eye on her." Arancinium also eagerly volunteered, "Me too." Felix shyly glanced around, observing Sylvia's embarrassed expression. A moment later, he couldn't bear it anymore and turned to leave, giving a brief reply to the spirits. "All right." After taking a few steps, Felix hastily ran off, along with thoughts to reassure himself. "Snap out of it. Don't forget why I came here. I need to find the Imperial citizens still hiding around here. Calm down, Heart." After the fluttering emotions subsided, Felix finally began to focus on his work. "Arancinium, Clover."
Clover, dive to the bottom of the lake like last time to see if there's another way. The girl seriously accepted the order. Understood, Felix. Aranzi next to him somewhat disdained this boring task. All right. He, on the other hand, vigorously mounted his horse and gave instructions to Hubert and Dennis. "We'll search around here." Both of them loudly replied in unison, "Yes, sir." On this side, Daisy asked with concern, "Sylvia, are you all right?" Asta also shared the same question. "Are you still angry?" As for her, she seemed to have just recovered from the dazed moments just now. Sylvia frantically waved her hand, trying to fan away the lingering heat on her face. What was that just now? Why did he suddenly blow on my face? And I just stood there and let him do it. She couldn't help but plop down. I'm really going crazy. Her heart was still filled with lingering, fluttering emotions. A man as handsome and elegant as him, putting his face so close to mine? Isn't that against the rules? Daisy thought there was something wrong with Sylvia's body. "Are you not feeling well?" Asta, on the other hand, excitedly showed her curiosity. "What's wrong, Sylvia?" However, Poppy's innocent remark truly delivered the final blow to her sensitive spot. "Maybe we should ask Felix to blow on your face again to help with the wind." After hearing, Sylvia immediately raised her voice to hide her discomposure, saying, "It's more than just okay," while continuously telling herself to calm down and focus on finding food. Young saplings quickly grew following her hurried footsteps before Felix returned. "I'll prepare a simple meal. The main dish is hamburgers." Sometime later, Hubert's group finally returned. "Sister Sylvia, we're back," they called out. Busy preparing, she still didn't forget to pay attention to the movements on the other side. "Go wash up quickly. I'll set out the food right away," she instructed. A moment later, countless hot, visually appealing hamburgers were brought out. Dennis couldn't help but exclaim, "She always cooks a ton." Hubert had to agree. That's right. Sylvia then began the pre-meal introduction. "This dish is called a hamburger. Just put everything between the buns and take a bite. Everyone worked hard. Enjoy your meal." Dennis excitedly stared at the food in his hand, saying, "Thank you." Hubert politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Sylvia didn't wait any longer and happily enjoyed the meal. A burst of flavors immediately exploded in her mouth. Not to brag, but this time it's divinely delicious, she thought. Felix beside her hesitated to eat quickly, instead observing Sylvia's expression as she ate. A moment later, he began to try a bite. After biting, Felix stared blankly at the bun in his hand, thinking, Sylvia's food is always delicious, but this dish... Meanwhile, the curious spirits beside him chirped, "Is it good, Felix? What do you think?" Immediately after that, he ravenously ate the hamburger. Seeing this, Sylvia subtly smiled with satisfaction, thinking, he likes it. Such a large meal quickly disappeared, along with Felix's action of sucking his fingers down to the last bite. He praised from the bottom of his heart, "It's truly delicious." Sylvia's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Felix contentedly continued his meal. "I'll have another one." She, however, stopped all her movements and stared at him in surprise. Did he just say it was delicious? He had never directly praised a dish before. Oh my God, he's smiling like that just because of the hamburger I made? Sylvia suppressed her overwhelming joy and tried to focus on her meal. On the other side, Dennis and Hubert were frozen stiff, sharing the same unspoken thought.
Did the captain just say it was delicious? Felix, the center of attention, was completely unaware of everyone's shock and genuinely enjoyed his meal. Sylvia glanced at him and smiled. This was normal. The way he enjoyed his food, this very moment, and all of it was incredibly normal. This was what Hubert and Dennis, especially Felix, had longed for more than anything. Felix slowly savored each flavor. I can't stop eating. The rich, savory taste in my mouth is so wonderful, to the point I want to savor it forever. If I hold it in my mouth longer, I can even distinctly taste the fruit juice. Now that my sense of taste is fully restored, I can distinguish how delicious this dish is. I wonder what it will feel like.
At this moment, Sylvia suddenly offered, "Would you like to try a different kind of juice?" Felix honestly nodded in agreement. A joyful smile immediately lit up her face. I used to wonder if this moment would ever come. I can't believe I'm able to enjoy a meal with Felix. I don't know what the future holds, but I'm eagerly looking forward to the days ahead. Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the end of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching. Have a great day.